Greetings, everyone. Of course, it wouldn't be a typical stream unless someone started out muted. So yes, welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason. Now a little bit earlier today. Got you at 6 o'clock instead of 7, and I wanted to. I'm still kind of experimenting a little bit to see what works the best as far as time to go. And this is we're going live before any of the big channels go. And so I appreciate everybody being here. I also just found out, like as I was about to go live, that in 30 minutes, PhD Tony has his premiere for another lies that flat earthers say, and I feel kind of bad because I didn't know that. I just got the notification, the 30-minute notification that he was going to have his premiere right as I was about to go live. So I think he went early in order to get his done so that I would go at 7, and then now I'm at 6. So I feel terrible. So Tony, if you're listening, I apologize. I should have let you know that I was going to go early. Or if I don't know, if you and I communicate together, we could figure out what we're going to do so that we don't have that. But yeah, sorry if I'm overlapping there. But if anybody pops over and watches Tony's while this is going on, we're going to be going on for a while. So I got no problem for anybody checking out Tony's while this is happening. Hopefully, we'll get some people that want to come up on stage and talk, and we'll talk to them then. So the possible topics are up on the screen, so people can see those. And let's see who we have here in the chat before we get too far along. The link to join if you are a believer and you want to talk about what you believe and why, or if you have a question for a non-believer as to how we rationalize things or how we justify stuff in our worldview, feel free to click the link. We'll do a quick security check in the back before we bring anybody up, and then we can bring you up on stage. You don't have to be on camera. You can just do voice. We just need to make sure you're a person before we get going. So feel free, click the link. If you've got the evidence to bring or an argument to bring, we'd love to hear it. But I see that we've got allegedly Fred was first in the chat. Good to see allegedly Fred. Says never fear. Fred is here. Good to see you, bud. Felicia by nature. I almost said Felicity. Felicia. Pardon me. Felicia by nature. Good to see you. Says apologetics. I have no evidence and I must scream. That is so true. Of course, I'm going to start sneezing right as we start. Earlier today, we took the dogs out, and it was just a gorgeous day out and about. So we took the dogs out for a run around, and just so we tuck them out and have some fun. It was such a pretty day out. It wasn't too hot, perfect to go down by the lake. And I think the pollen count is kind of high, so it's probably why I'm sneezing. So, but I tend to rage quit. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I can't prove you wrong. So I guess that's pretty much it. But good to see you. Wrote it no last name. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you, bud. Well, Welchie's here. Only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Charlie. Says, yo, Jell, I like these are evening now. Prayer works. There you go. See? Oh, no. Does this make me God? I'm a terrible God. Sinker Soul's here. Good to see you. Aloha, aloha. Thank you so much for being here. And Kent Speak is a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Kent. I do appreciate that support. Yeah, please enjoy all the custom emojis and the channel badge. As long as you're a member of this channel, that badge will continue to. The badge is designed after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. Clive Wells is in the house. Says PhD Tony is not going to be happy with you going live 30 minutes before his premiere. I guess this is the pre-premiere show. Yeah, I feel bad about that. I'm no doubt I'm going to hear something about it. I have no doubt. Because I'm pretty sure that he decided to go early in order to do it, in order to get his done before, so we wouldn't overlap. And then I went ahead and made my show even earlier, and so I totally screwed the pooch on him probably trying to balance out the schedule. So I feel terrible. Let's see who else we got here. And I see Kalasia 7896 here. Good to see you, Kalasia. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. Yes, please like, subscribe, share, do all the stuff, or interact. Oh, dang it. Or interact, comments down below. Those are always really, really helpful. Where's Andrew O? Andrew is not on just yet, so he may pop in a little bit later. It's probably because I went early, so he's probably expecting me to be expecting like 7 o'clock. But he may be along a little bit later in the day, or a little bit later in the show. Who let the dogs out? We did. Jinju, good to see you. Says, oh crap, doing this again? Okay, I'll watch. Appreciate it, Jinju. Always a pleasure. Gingy was a huge supporter of us over at Week in Horror. That was a lot of fun. We hung out a lot there. Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, Cindy. Appreciate it. Search for IQ says, Bridge, can I ask a question? I think it relates to Christian nationalism. You may ask a question. Now, if you just have a question, if you want to put it in the chat, I can address it there. If you want to ask up on stage, we can bring you up. We just need to, check and everything like that. But yeah, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to address any question. If I can answer it, I will answer it. If I can't answer it, then I will find someone who can, or I will find the answer. But I'm happy to address any questions you may have. Yeah, you can't step on PhD Tony's premiere. Yeah, it's my bad. Yeah, bad JL. Bad JL. Hey, yes, I fucking can. I think Tony would appreciate that. I think he would. This is a result of us not communicating, of me not letting him know that I was going to go early so that we could time it better. Because I suspect, I'm not saying that this is guaranteed, I suspect he decided to go at 6:30 because he thought my show was going to be at 7 and he didn't want it to overlap. So I feel bad, about that. So Search for IQ says, I was watching YouTube videos and there was an advertisement, I almost said advertisement, that played, and it was this woman talking about being pro-LGBT and then went on to say April Fool's, LGBT doesn't exist in the eyes of God. So obviously it's a screwed up video. Was just wanting your opinion on ads like that on YouTube. So the kicker is this. YouTube is a private platform and YouTube is not governed. A big thing that's major is that YouTube is a private platform and YouTube is not governed by like the rules of the Constitution. Specifically on freedom of speech, the First Amendment to the Constitution is about the United States government not controlling the speech of Americans, of the citizens. They are the ones who cannot pass a law dictating what you can and cannot say, or what the press can and cannot report. So that's where the freedom of speech comes in. But private platforms are private businesses. So YouTube as a private platform, as a privately owned platform, works just like any business out there. It's like if you were to walk into a Wendy's or walk into like any kind of business. If you walk into their business, if you were in there as a customer on their property, they have the right to govern what behavior goes on or what speech is said in there. If you walk into a McDonald's and start running your mouth like that, they can remove you. That's not censorship. That's a private platform. So YouTube operates the exact same. Any of these platforms, YouTube, Rumble, all that stuff, they all operate, even social media. And the self-governance of these things is protected by Section 230, which allows them to set, which basically says that everything everything expression on the internet is free, but private platforms have the right to allow and disallow what they decide upon their private platforms. That's in line with the law, and that's why Section 230 is so important. So they have the legal right to do that, and the platform YouTube has the right to shut it down or not shut it down depending upon their own metrics. So we will see like extreme disinformation that leads to like harm and death, like all the stuff with COVID, all the stuff with COVID. That was a good decision because they took a moral responsibility. It really comes down to morals. They took a moral responsibility for controlling the narrative, for putting at least a modicum of control in the narrative to ensure that more people didn't get harmed by dangerous disinformation that could lead to the loss of life. Not because it opens them up to liability, because they can't be sued for what is said on their platform. That's also part of Section 230, that you can't go after the platform what is said on them. You remove Section 230, and that's when things get really, really ugly, is because then they can be attacked. They can be held liable for what is said on those platforms, and that puts a draconian level of control on these private platforms and what is allowed to be said. So that kind of thing. It opens them up to liability. So, which is why Section 230 is so important. So now, while I disagree, obviously, with what they're saying, it's repugnant. They are allowed to say it so long as they're allowed to say it by the law, and they're allowed to say it on that platform so long as the platform allows it doesn't violate their TOS. Now, it's also very, very stupid because LGBT doesn't exist in the eyes of God. It actually does, because there are in the Bible laws against that behavior. Well, technically against man on man. There's nothing, it doesn't say anything about women on women, because lesbians are okay, but gay dudes, no, that's bad. So that's what the Bible is about. But it's okay if two girls get together, especially if a guy's watching. But two guys, no. So the lipstick lesbians, stuff like that, those were all hot way back 2,000 years ago, or like thousands of years ago. So people have always dug lesbians. But two guys together, no, that's bad. You can't have them doing that. That's not good. But obviously LGBT, like LGBTQ, the concept of it was, God would, if a God existed, it would be aware of that. They were aware of it then. So it does exist by their own lights. It exists in their God's eyes, not to mention that their God is omniscient. It has all knowledge of all true propositions infallibly. So therefore, if it's real in the future, if it's a concept that is representative of reality in the future, the God knows it then. So you can't escape that. So obviously that's dumb. They're just trying to disenfranchise a minority group that has even been persistently persecuted over time. And so it's just hatred and bigotry and just nonsense, trying to smoke screen their bigotry, or trying to use God to shield them from judgment for their bigotry. It's pretty much all it is. So not only is it it's repugnant, but it's allowed, but it's also incredibly stupid, because that person doesn't read their Bible. So yeah, it's just grotesque. And yeah, so that's basically my opinion on that. So long as it's in line with the law, and as long as nobody is trying to censorship it from the government, can't dictate. The government can make requests of certain platforms, depending upon what's going on there. They can make a request if they feel that request aligns with the greater good. So, like, for example, the request made by the Biden administration to groups like Facebook, to Meta, in order to curtail the amount of disinformation that could lead to potential harm, to the death of the elderly and the death of children, to the increased rate of death amongst the elderly and children. They can make a request, but Meta would not have to. They don't have to do it. They can be like, and they can even incentivize that request, but they can't pass a law to do it. That's the whole point. They can't pass a law saying you cannot say this, you can say this, this is the narrative, blah, blah, blah. But they can't say, hey, if you do this, we can make it worth your while for doing all this extra work. But they don't have to agree. There's no legal requirement for them to do so. Meta could have given the middle finger and be like, no, we're going to allow people to say whatever they want. It cuts both ways. But yeah. FTFE is apparently having a flat earth debate at the moment, which is funny to me because flat earth is just ridiculous. But yeah, that's what FTFE does, is fight the flat earth. Wrote it in last name, says, sadly, I can't block PragerU ads on YouTube, but then again, seeing them cost them money. True. Yeah, PragerU is just garbage as well. So time for some garlic chili wings. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yes. I had a steak breakfast burrito earlier today after we went on our little walkabout. So that was a fun time when we went out with dogs, and we had breakfast burritos from this really, really excellent place that's a little bit away from our property, but it was really, really good. It's one of my favorite places. It's just a bit of a drive to get out there. So it's just weird because personally I am LGBT. I thought advertisements targeted you based on your likes. So why would they say something that would not an interest of mine as an ad? So that's a kicker. That's how the algorithm works, kind of like as a double-edged sword, is that, for example, a lot of people that watch my content, who watch content like mine and like other people that do this, if you watch like The Skeptic and Sir Sick and Atheist Experience and The Line and a number of other ones, you will get targeted ads. But because there isn't a lot of content like ours, or like big people buying advertising, because we're not paying for like major advertising, because the subject includes religion, you will get targeted ads pushing those things, because those terms fall within the purview of the purview of the algorithm. So the algorithm will group those by those keywords, and by the content that you're constantly watching, it will group those words together and throw them at you. So because that's the whole stage. If there were more people on our side of the aisle who were buying targeted advertisements and paying YouTube for those things, you'd probably get an equal share. We'd probably have to do a lot, because there is millions upon millions of dollars going into advertisements in order to push the other side of the narrative. And so people will watch my content and get interrupted for ads. I think one time one of my videos was interrupted by an ad for the Discovery Institute, or was and I think for the Heritage Foundation, which obviously I'm not pushing, but because the keywords align, you're going to get those algorithmic kind of overlaps, which sucks. But unfortunately, like I guess the way they have it set up is just the way the algorithm is set up anyway on YouTube is just whack. So it's totally screwed up. Doombase, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Let's see. Who else we got here? Andrew. Oh, there's Andrew. I see Andrew hanging out in the back. Someone asked me what my view on lesbian relationships was. Apparently 4K was not what they were hoping to hear. It's so true. Jared Reed, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Denver Yo-Yo, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. BV as well, good to see you. Jefferson Spatchcock is in the house. Good to see you, Jefferson. Thanks so much for being here, bud. I hope you're feeling better. Skeptic Philosophy is hanging out. Saw you were live earlier today. Hope that was a good stream. I was out and about, so I wasn't able to listen, but thanks so much for hanging out. Let me see who else we got here. Curse you, algorithm and settings. Yes, the algorithm. Had 2 JWs, Jehovah's Witnesses, try to start a conversation with me today just by being visibly trans with a woman's name and outright telling them I'm an atheist. So effing annoying. Yeah, they can be. I have there's a Mormon church somewhere around me, but I don't know where it is because I've never seen them. I don't know if they have like a set place, so like a set temple. So, but I see them out constantly in their little white shirts on their bicycles, doing their thing. But they never come by my place, and likely because of the signage. You see, when I see them going down the road, likely because of the signage we have on the property. But then again, my vehicle is also visible, and I have an atheist sticker on the back, so that might be it. But nonetheless, they don't come by and bother me, which is a shame because I'd love to be able to kind of street epistemology them. JWs won't knock with our Pride banner up. LDS still does, though. I have there's signage on my fence line. There's signage on my fence line. There's like trespassers will be shot. So I don't. Maybe that's it. They just don't want to come on for fear that shots are going to start flying. I wouldn't do that unless somebody was trying to get in. But out here in the rural, people don't screw around. People don't mess around. But it's a shame because I have this fantastic street epistemology flyer that I got when I was at the Forrest Valkai Gets a Gibbon and Seth Andrews event down in Tulsa, and I want to be able to use this. I've been studying this for a bit, and some good stuff on here. Really, really good stuff. Hopefully one day I will get to. I haven't. So obviously Tony is over there prepping for his premiere. So unless he's listening, I apologize again, Tony. I am sorry. I did not mean to jump ahead of you. Trespassers will be told how dumb their God is. They will. They certainly will. All right. What's up, Andrew? Can you hear me?
Yep. How we doing?
Doing good.
Awesome.
Just hanging out, hoping kind of annoyed at myself for jumping the gun on Tony, but hopefully he won't judge me too hard. And hopefully we'll get any believers who are interested in coming up and talking about what they believe and why. We'll get a chat with some people. We had some good conversations last week. So
yeah, certainly an interesting one by the end for that last guy.
Yeah. Clive Wells says, why do Christians celebrate the crucifixion of the Easter Bunny? His only crime was giving birth to chocolate eggs. There's a twisted horror film called Holidays, which is an anthology of short horror films that cover themed around every single major holiday. And I believe one of them was actually directed by Kevin Smith. It's either written or directed by Kevin Smith, or both. I can't remember, but I know that I'm pretty sure that his daughter, Harley Quinn Smith, was in one of them. But very entertaining. And the Easter one was deeply, deeply blasphemous. Really hardcore, but fun stuff. There's a good horror anthology called Holidays, which is pretty easy to find. I believe it's on streaming. If anybody wants to see some really knocked down, gross out stuff, which I think is quite funny. Real Harley Quinn? No, Harley Quinn Smith, Kevin Smith's daughter. I had to get rabbit food for my rabbit today and almost asked the cashier if they had a rabbit big enough to feed a family of 8. That's a big rabbit. That'd be a big rabbit. Oh man, but hopefully we can have some decent conversations, some fun conversations, talk about some stuff. I have thought about possibly doing a review of a couple of things, but maybe that is a maybe there, possibly. I do have some stuff to take a look at if we really need to. I do have some backlog of videos that I haven't taken a look at. So yes, giant rabbits are a thing. If you've never seen Night of the Lepus, one of my favorite bad horror films, but of the back from the day of like the giant monster era, of monster animals era, good stuff. Night of the Lepus. As a matter of fact, fun fact, holiday, it was Halloween in that one. That's right. But fun fact, if you go back to Oliver Stone, Oliver Stone directed Natural Born Killers with Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis and Robert Downey Jr. and a bunch of amazing actors. And in Natural Born Killers, part of Mickey, who is Woody Harrelson's character, Mickey Mallory Knox. But Mickey had recurring nightmares, and part of the imagery in his recurring nightmares, part of those images were taken from Night of the Lepus. Which I don't know why Oliver Stone chose to do that, because thematically he doesn't link it to anything in the movie. There's I guess the imagery there is provocative because it's these kind of like superimposed, images of giant rabbits coming at the camera, but we don't know how it really connects. But it might just be the character's TV and movie addled mind, and how interpreting things. But he has this recurring nightmare about his father unalive, about the death of his father, and the horrors of his household growing up, and interlaced with these moments of things about Mallory, his dark inner urges, and these giant rabbits. Search for IQs is not every religion a cult by definition, because they separate themselves with varying belief structures to impose ideology. I think that the vast majority, yes. If the group imposes a strict like ideology that reinforces an us versus them mentality, that's a big one. That's like, it's not the total thing. Like we had this massive conversation last week with a dude who had difficulty wrapping his head around the idea that that Christianity in of itself takes a lot of different forms. There's a lot of different denominations and different families of Christianity. So it's more. We decided it's more accurate to say that Christianity is an umbrella term that encompasses like thousands of different cults. But the ideology in and of itself, just as proposed by the character of Christ, is like very cult-like. It is subservience to the one individual. The one individual cannot be questioned. They have the highest authority. It is the eschewing of all things external of the leader, of like everything in their lives, the eschewing of their very identity for the one that's being imposed or one being dictated by the person in charge, a promise of rewards, a strict us versus them mentality, believers versus non-believers, or the us versus them, whatever form that takes. And that's what's important there. So that's kind of things that kind of like come out in the wash when you start breaking it down, because there are, despite the fact that there are some 50,000 denominations of Protestantism, there's 6 different major families of Christianity. They all have central tenets that in common with one another, and that is the relationship of Jesus Christ, the relationship of Jesus to the church, the relationship of Jesus and God, the roles of the individuals within the congregation. So, hey, Canadian Ollieman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yes, the biggest kicker is faith. That's because faith not being a tool for epistemology, you can utilize faith to convince people of whatever ideology or whatever kind of like ideas or concepts emotionally validate them. So that's why Christianity predominantly as a movement targets the disenfranchised and the vulnerable, those who were psychologically vulnerable, those who were emotionally vulnerable, those who were destitute, those who were looking for that last rung of the ladder to hang on to. Christianity deliberately targets those individuals because they're easy. Those are easy ways to manipulate people. All you have to do is meet their bare necessities, like the bare needs. These are people who don't know where their next meal is coming from, who feel like they're at the end of their rope, who are desperate, and people like that. They'll like when I did life-saving training, out in we did it out in Possum Kingdom Lake in Texas where I did my life-saving training. And when someone is drowning, they will grab onto anything they think will potentially keep their head above water, and they will, and that includes you. So you have to be very, very careful when you're doing that, because you go out to save somebody and they could very easily grab onto you and drag you down with them, try to push you down in order to save themselves. And then you both wind up drowning. So that you have to make sure that you know how to get away from them. So they train you how, when someone jumps on you and tries to push you down to keep themselves above water, how to push off of them, go down and swim away and keep a distance. And when you go out there, like if you jump out in the water and you have like a life preserver, you bring the preserver out and you hand it to them, you get it to them, get their hands on it, and then you keep your distance as you swim them as you swim them into shore. But occasionally they'll try to climb over that and grab onto you, because they'll think that because you're swimming and you're in a good spot, by jumping on you, it'll keep them above water, and because they're only thinking about survival. And that's when you let the preserver go and let them hang on to that. And once they're a little bit more under control, you talk to them, then you can start dragging them in again. But this whole like go in and grab them, like unless you're like strong enough to do it, you jump in there and you swim out there and you actually physically grab the person and haul them in. Unless they're unconscious or they're way smaller than you, that's always a dumb move, because they'll literally jump on your head to try and keep themselves above water. So very, very dangerous. But cults do that very thing. They look for those individuals that are drowning. They will throw them the one thing that they need to keep their head above water, and then they will literally reel you in with those breadcrumbs and say that you will keep getting this validation, you will keep getting this support, so long as we get what we want out of you, and that is your blind obedience. Eschew your critical faculties and literally just fall down on what makes you feel better. And that's how you create acolytes. That's how you create adherence. It's the whole point. Psychological manipulation. And it's truly grotesque when it's parents doing it to their kids, which is, very, very problematic.
And it's reel them in with salvation, keep them from leaving with the threat of punishment.
You sell them on the idea that they're broken or they're sick. Then you sell them the idea that you have the cure, that you're the only one that has the cure. And then you sell them on the idea that if they ever find a reason to leave, they'll die. This is the only way. So whatever forms those take, or they'll be punished in some way, or they'll lose everything. So it's how Scientology works. Scientology does the same thing. Preys on the emotionally desperate, preys on the emotionally vulnerable, tells them that they have this problem that they didn't know they had, tells them how they can cure this problem, how they can fix it, and all it requires is them paying money. And then they get this entire support system around them so long as they keep paying. And then the minute they stop paying, they are completely shunned from their society. And so their entire support system that they've developed in their lives, that is completely interwoven in their lives, all of that is completely cut away. So it's literally, you have people who are drawn in, their identity becomes intertwined with the system. And then the minute they don't agree with the system cuts them off, or the minute they start to back away and question things, the system threatens to cut them off literally a section of their identity being cut away from them, and then they're left floundering again. So then they wind up in an emotional position as equal to or worse than the one that they started in before they ever joined the group. Because now, and it's like cutting a limb off. They've lost a part of their identity. The system has turned on them. It's because the system never cared about them. That was never the point, was to help them. The point was to bring people in, because it's like an MLM scheme. The more they have under their umbrella, the more advantageous, or the more profitable and advantageous it is for them moving forward. Look how many adherents we have. What do you see the big, huge argument every time in Christianity? 2 billion, like a billion followers, 2 billion followers. There's like billions of followers. That does not mean what they believe is true. That just means what they believe is attractive to a lot of people, but it's not attractive to everybody. Why is that? Obviously, because more people on the planet find it repugnant than they do attractive. Otherwise, every single person on the planet would be believing. So, true, that is correct, Venta. But the lie is comforting, and that is what is deeply problematic. Because the lie is so comforting, it's hard to break away. It's harder because that's how it like kind of like those tendrils get into the identity, how the identity becomes mixed up in the ideology, and eventually the identity itself is replaced by the ideology of the church. People who are so far deep in, that requires levels of behavioral therapy and cognitive therapy, and even then they may never get out. There are people, like I'm friends with people, like several friends of mine who were in the church and were in the church a shorter amount of time than I was, but from children. They left before I did, and that trauma, that the trauma of being indoctrinated about hell as a punishment, hell trauma is a real thing and still follows them around. And they see other people being able to shed that hell trauma and not be worried about it anymore, but it gets in deep, and that psychological conditioning from a very young age is very hard to shake. It's brutal and causes a lot of problems for people. And good to see you, Bent Up. Thanks so much for being here. Hell trauma is real. It took me a while to get past that as well, because it was funky, because it wasn't a pervasive fear. It was just kind of like it would nag at me at moments when I just kind of like just be chilling and working on something. It would just be like one of those random thoughts that pops into your head, and it was really it was disquieting at first, but then became annoying because my brain would go there. I'd some pattern that I would see around me, or something I would see on television, or something that I'd be thinking about. Like it happened a bunch it actually happened a bunch when I was writing my novella, my horror novella. And then things would pop into my head. And I'd be like, that is really obnoxious that those neural pathways still exist within my brain that connect back, that when I'm thinking about certain things in my stories, in these horror stories, or when I'm writing a script, and then my brain just automatically connects to those things and those thoughts, and I'm just like, that's so obnoxious. It's more annoying now, and it happens less and less over time. I don't know if I'll ever be fully rid of it, but people deal with that shit, and it's worse for some people than it is for me. Which I really empathize with. It's just no way to live, I don't think. Relying on prayer for everything eventually becomes a justification for people who are in a position to actually enact help to not even realize they're saying it, to justify doing nothing in God's name. Right. That was one of my big issues, was recognizing that I was responsible, that the religion, the primary function of the religion in my life was to allow me to disregard my responsibility, like much of the responsibility in my life, and the decisions that I was making. So there were moments I came across where I would be able to help. I'd be able to do something. And I chose not to, because I convinced myself I didn't need to, because God has a plan. God never gives people too much, more than they can handle. God works in mysterious ways, blah, 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 blah. It's not even biblical, but in that respect, I had all of these little like platitudes that I could absolve myself of my responsibility, or of any guilt for not acting. I could absolve myself of the guilt of not meeting my responsibilities. And then when I left and I realized that this shit is illogical, and that this God entity doesn't exist, and it's a tool used to not only control people, but to fill kind of a void, for an existential void for some people's lives. Once I recognized that, it hit me the full weight of my responsibility for my actions and my inactions. And then it was very overwhelming. And then I recognized all the times in the past, or many of the times in the past, when I could have done something and I chose not to, and I didn't, because I had some excuse why I didn't need to. And that was really, really eye-opening. So, and now, at first it was scary and overwhelming, but now it's empowering, because now I am more aware of what I do. I am more aware of my actions in public. I am more aware of other people. I'm more empathetic, and I'm more understanding, and I am more proactive. So, but those big changes in life, are difficult, Let's see. I could probably get Chris Sheldon on your show. He's an ex-Scientologist and cult reacher. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be neat. Ex-Scientologist. That's rough. Where's Shelly? Where's Shelly, David? Where's Shelly? We just want to know. We want theists. Yes, I would love to have a theist click. So, like I said, if you are a believer and you are interested in talking about what you believe and why, we'd love to have a conversation with you. You won't be overwhelmed here. This is not a dog pile show, but we like to have these conversations. There's some good topics up on the screen where you can address those. You can have to ask questions about those. We can walk through those. Or if you have questions for us as non-believers about how we justify things, we'd love to hear your thoughts. So click the link. It is pinned up at the top, so you cannot miss it. It's pinned right there. You can come on. You don't have to be on camera. You can just do audio. We just need to make sure you're a person in the back room before we bring you up. But nonetheless, you're welcome, especially those who have never been up here before. Love to have a chat with you. Maybe Josh will come back, because that was actually a decent kickoff for the last conversation for last week. That was really, really good. Let's see. Felicia Bonage says, funny how you say you're more aware. I was still a giant asshole after leaving Catholicism. I didn't wake up until I transitioned. I get that. I do. And I think there's still, I won't lie, there's still some animosity, for feeling like I was deceived. But then I quickly learned, or I quickly, I remind myself that the people that it wasn't them deceiving me, actively deceiving me. It was people spreading something that they themselves were deceived into believing, either deceived into believing that they needed, or they deceived themselves because it was the only thing that supplied them with the emotional support or the psychological support that they needed in their lives. So the whole key point is the Christian God, as it's depicted in the Bible, does not exist. There is no justification, no rational justification to believe it. And if somebody thinks they have evidence, or somebody thinks they have an argument to present, I'd love to have them up on the stage. Ooh, what is that in the background?
Motorcycle going by.
Gotcha. Oh, there's one of my dogs.
Occasionally we have the muffler impaired over here.
Yeah.
Though thankfully not the rolling coal variety.
Justin's wearing a red headscarf thing like he is Moses or something. Yeah, Justin over at DZ.
Yeah, when Justin wears the red headscarf, that's when he's basically playing as though he's the Messiah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Because apparently Justin fulfilled more of the original Hebrew prophecies than Jesus.
Well, I do have some until we get somebody who wants to come up on the stage, which hopefully will be soon. Because I know that there's fewer people in here than usual, probably because we started at 6 and this thing is still going on. There's other live streams that are going on, but hopefully we can have some people in. But we do have some content to look at. I do have content to check out that I was going to eventually do response videos to, and they're not even that long. But I do have some stuff that we could probably review while we're waiting for somebody to come up. I think that might be neat. Yeah. Search for IQ. It's all good. It's quite all right. You can bogart the chat with any questions you like. Any questions you have, I'll be more than happy to address. Like I said, if you want to do it on stage, if you want to do it in the live chat, you can do it there. But any interaction is great. And any question that we can address now that Andrew's here as well, is you have another perspective. So, but yeah, feel free to ask anything you like. Please by nature, JIL, Jesus is light, I think is what that is. is currently being toxic on another stream. Ah, I think that's Jesus's light, or maybe I'm wrong. I'm familiar with JIL. JIL pops up in my comments every now and again. So a lot of channels end on the hour, so you may get an influx in 17 minutes. So that would be cool. If we suddenly get a raid, that'd be kind of neat. But I'm pretty sure that the line is going live. It goes live at 7 as well. Jesus is Lord. Thank you, Leophilius, who's in the house. Jesus is Lord. That's right. So I know that Jesus is Lord has popped into my comments every once in a while and does nothing but, nuh-uhs is all JIL ever has. Can I share a crazy-ish story of something real that happened to me that causes me a lot of confusion? Absolutely. Absolutely. Uncarved Block, good to see you. This is not on topic, but I see JL as a horror fan, just the regular stuff for any obscure films. I am a fan of all things horror, and in my office often brings this up so much. I'm a fan of all things horror, whether it's film, obscure or otherwise, underground, indie, mainstream. I'm also like a video games, novels, doesn't matter. If you run down it, H.P. Lovecraft is my favorite horror author, despite the problems with Howard Phillip, but despite his social problems and all the other crap. But I love his writing. The Mythos is one of my favorites. John Carpenter is my favorite director. And the Apocalypse trilogy, Carpenter's Apocalypse trilogy is my favorite film trilogy. The Thing is my number one. It's literally the greatest horror film ever made, in my personal opinion. Although I think a lot of people will agree with me on that. And I'm a big fan of pretty much anything. I'm not like, I need elevated horror or I need like, practical horror. I love all the stuff. Now I will deride some things, but I love all horror. And I've only ever fallen asleep in the theater to one film because I'm a big movie nerd because, I also work in the industry. I make films. With my friends, and I write films as well. But I've only ever fallen asleep to one film in the theater that was so bad, and it was a horror film, and it was Silent Hill, Revelation. It was the sequel to Silent Hill, and I actually dozed off in the theaters to that because it was beyond terrible. It was just a boring movie, and I actually dozed off, which is shocking. So, is The Thing the greatest trans film ever made? So I like that. It's interesting because it's gender fluid, in the worst of ways. But yeah, I guess you could say that. It can be what it's the organism in and of itself. Personally, the organism is a macrovirus, which is what makes it so dangerous. And yes, the thing would beat the blob. Because the Thing's takeover, the Thing's mimicking ability works faster than the blob's. In hotter climates, the Thing's mimicking ability, its ability to replicate cells, works better. And the Thing replicating blob cells means that those cells that are predominantly used in digestion, as every single one of the blob cells are used in digestion as well, as it adds biomass to itself. So it converts that energy into the energy that the blob cells, every single one of them is like its own digestive element. And so it's a colony organism. So it's an organism that survives. It's small. That starts off small as like a colony of organisms, but it needs energy in order to undergo cellular mitosis, in order to add to its biomass. So the energy it takes in from digestion, from digesting organic objects, it takes the energy that fuels its mitosis and makes the organism larger and larger, adding to its biomass. But it has to keep eating in order to continue growing. The Thing doesn't necessarily need to do that, but the Thing operates as a macrovirus instead of a colonial microorganism. And or a colony of deals, kind of like a Portuguese man of war is what the blob is. But the Thing operates as a macrovirus that adds other cells to its collective. And then the more cells, the more biomass it adds, the more intelligent it gets. But it only requires one cell in order to get it, in order to contribute, or in order to create a fully sustaining organism. And so if the Thing stacks, or the Thing grabs one cell and is able to take over that cell before it's digested, because the digestive process is not instantaneous, but the takeover process of the Thing is. And the colder it gets, the worse the blob does, because it needs that energy, because it's an endothermic organism. So the colder it gets, the more it goes into kind of a state of torpor. But the Thing operates fine in all environments and even better in hot environments. So the thing would be able to take over the blob, and then those cells would then grab all the other cells, and the blob would simply become another aspect of the thing. So it would be able to do what the blob does and digest things, but then it would also split open and other things, stuff would come out of it, which would be horrifying, obviously. I'm a huge, horror fan. Obviously, I'm a giant horror nerd. So, but yes.
I'd have to wonder collectively, though, like, because of that collective organism factor of the blob, as to whether or not the other members of the collective would recognize quickly enough that individual cells have been taken over enough to basically start cannibalizing itself.
No, because the blob doesn't have intelligence. The blob does it because whereas the thing, when the thing takes over an organism, it adds their biomass, basically adds to its collective intelligence. So the more biomass it has, the smarter it gets. And so when you start splitting up the thing into different parts, the collective intelligence of the main primary biomass will begin to decrease. And then the intelligence of those lower things pretty much gets reduced to pure instinct, which is just to spread. But the more and more gets added to it, the smarter it gets. It adds those features to itself. And not to mention the memories and experiences of whatever it absorbs. So, but the blob breaks down everything into its constituent components, and then uses that energy that through the process of digestion, uses that energy to simply add to its collective size. So it doesn't attain their intelligence. So it's literally
wasn't a question of intelligence so much as like an immune response.
No, because as shown, I think it doesn't have an immune response because the digestive capabilities of the blob overwhelm anything that could infect it. But because the blob is still a cellular organism and the thing operates at the cellular level, that's what gives it the in, because anything else that would attack it is pretty much just conventional weapons. But as far as a virus goes, because that's what the thing is, but the thing is a sentient virus, doing what it does. So the question then is, would a typical virus be able to infect it? Does it have any kind of immune response from that? Those cells might die, but then the blob might digest those dead cells as far as its physiology goes. That's an interesting question. Does the blob have an immune response? Could the blob partition off infected aspects of itself? Would it even, it wouldn't know because it wouldn't recognize that, because that's how the thing works. Because the thing replicates cells, the body doesn't recognize those cells as being foreign bodies within itself. So there's no immune response and no antibodies are produced because the thing enters and then replicates a cell, and then it's automatically recognized as though it belongs there when it actually doesn't.
I guess there's also a question about how blob cells work, as to whether or not those walls are penetrable.
And given that it can be frozen, obviously can be affected by external factors. You can burn it. And you can freeze it. So I would say I would say that those cells are not impenetrable.
Not well. I mean, everything's physically vulnerable to a point.
Right.
That would be for sure.
Mitosis still has to take place. So.
Actually, it's a question about whether it could. Because you mentioned about. I guess it's a question about how the thing's intelligence would manifest when the architecture that it's attempting to override doesn't have any kind of central, like neural structure in that sense. So it's like, if it's only a collective, the question is would it neuter the potential of intelligence actually manifesting?
That's interesting because with no collective intelligence to add to it, the thing would definitely add to its biomass, but it wouldn't do anything for its intelligence. But it would make it a very effective vector for infection.
It sounds like a thing blob at that point.
Right. Yeah. Basically, it'd be a blob that still operates like a blob, consuming things and digesting stuff, but would also have thing capabilities. So whatever DNA whatever DNA came across in the horizontal gene transfer so basically you'd have a blob that if it was under attack, the blob itself could split open and things stuff could come out of it, tentacles and mouths and all kinds of shit. It'd be really bad. Like, it would be bad.
But there would be, of course, at the same time, I guess we have to ask ourselves about locomotion. Like picture like a blob trying to manifest what would be like a solid limb, for instance, with no skeletal structure to support it. So it's not even like it's adapting. Like it would have to give up being blob-like in order to gain a lot of the physical capabilities that a thing creature would be capable of, because it's not like it has a host skeletal structure in order to give it, form in that sense.
And Rodent No Last Name brings up that if he remembers correctly, the blob is a single cell gigant. It's a macro cell. It's one cell that gets larger and larger and larger the more that it digests. That's also possible, which just means that the thing would basically take over the one giant cell. But then you can separate a section of the blob away. You can cut a section of the blob away, and the blob will still function as a little tiny blob. Interesting. I know we did a bloodbath debate about this back on Week in Horror, and where the collective of the panel was that the thing won. So, and there was actually a believer in the chat. Diligent Visionary says, this guy just wants attention. This is why he has no views. I actually have plenty of views. Rage bait, harder little bro, Christ is king, repent now before it's too late. That's a lot of claims, and I'd love for you to defend any of them, Diligent, if you're even still in the chat. I don't know if Diligent is still in the chat. Because that would be really good, because I can knock all that crap down. So let me see here real quick. I want to... because I want to see if Diligent is actually still in the chat. Hey, Sir Equinox, good to see you. Cranky Elder God, good to see you as well. Yeah, we were totally geeking out. The fervency in arguing between science fiction creatures smacks of apologetics. This is true. But nothing beats an old god. Nothing at all. Nothing beats an old god. Let me see here. I want Diligent to come up, because I don't think Diligent has the stones. I really don't. But I want to see if Diligent is still in the chat.
They're going to need a new name. Diligent doesn't sound appropriate anymore.
That's true.
Sounds like a slacker.
Let me see. Nope, Diligent left. They just popped into to talk smack.
Okay, I have come to a different answer at this point, which I believe would be the correct answer for thing versus blob. You ready? Depends who's writing the story.
This is true. It depends upon who's writing the story.
Yep. It's the same sort of like A versus B. Oh, whose book are we in?
And hey, Reverb Twang, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh, see, Diligent Visionary ran away. Why did they do that? I'm kind of curious. Now I'm doing a little bit of a Diligent Visionary. Well, I think I found their channel. Yeah, I am a musical entity whose sole purpose is to spread my artistic and creative thinking through this melodic and thought-provoking thing that is music. I guess this guy wants to slam me for no views. Really? His biggest video has 1.6 views from 40 years ago.
I wish I had 0.6 of a view.
This guy wants to slam me for no views? Oh, give me a break. Okay, just a troll. Oh, well. Oh, well, I left him a message. Oh, what a bummer. Yeah, he doesn't want attention. Yeah, he just popped in to talk smack and just like do whatever. So, Hunter Crothers, good to see you. You're saying God isn't real? Yes, I am saying God isn't real. I'm saying that not just in my saying that. It's not I'm not just claiming that. I know it to be a fact, and I can demonstrate it. So you either want to change up the God that you believe in or drop it entirely because there's no rational justification to believe it. So, well, Hunter, you got to click the link. come on up. This is a conversation to be had. And here he is. I'm going to get in trouble today. PhD Tony is here.
Uh-oh.
Tony, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I saw it, that right as I was going live, I got the 30-minute indicator that you were about to go live, that you were going to go live with your premiere. And I apologize. I did not mean to overlap like that. So don't hit me with the Krakatoni, don't hit me with the Krakatoni. So I apologize. We'll get more in sync. We will. What about horror board games, dude? Uncarved. I am a huge fan of Arkham Horror. I love it's my favorite horror tabletop. Arkham Horror and Touch of Evil are my two favorites. I really say Arkham Horror, Touch of Evil, and Betrayal at House on Haunted Hill, so Betrayal, Arkham, and Touch of Evil. My favorites. Loved those ones. There's ones that have that are a combination of both teamwork and kind of like individual action. So my friends and I, we loved those games, and we huge nights we spent. I remember I had a Touch of Evil. I have the entire thing. I have the entire set, the main set and the 2 expansions, and we could set up the entire board all connected. We can go anywhere we want in there. Absolutely a blast. Love that stuff. Hunter Crothers is in the back. Fantastic. Hunter, you do not, I know you can hear me. I got you. So if you don't have to be on camera to be on stream, but I just want to make sure that you're a person and we're not going to get P-bombed and get the stream taken down. Do you mind popping on camera real quick just to make sure that you have it, just to make sure that you're there and you're a person, and then you can go off camera. We can bring you on stage. Just a quick security check, just to make sure we don't get P-bombed or anything of that nature. So I just want to make sure of that. But you don't have to be on camera when you're on stage. I just need to do a quick security check before we bring you up, is all it is.
Yeah,
that's perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
You don't need perfect. That's great. Wait, okay. I have to ask this. Tell me real quick in the private chat, dude, how old are you? $18? Okay. Got to make sure. All right, Hunter. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes. Say, okay, one more time.
Oh, I heard a murmur back there, but previously there was a stutter. Try again, Hunter.
Can you hear us, bud?
I guess while Hunter's trying to work out their audio, a quick note that from the phrasing over there was, what's your proof God's not real? Tell me yours and I'll tell you mine. So they would be a non-believer from that phrasing.
Oh, that's true. By the phrasing of that, they might have different evidence that the God doesn't exist. So, Hunter, I'll just use chat. Oh, so you are a God believer. You can talk up here. Are you you just having difficulty with your audio? Is that what the issue is? Looked like he was on a laptop, so that might be problematic.
We're getting a lot of mixed signals between the phrasings being used.
Make sure. Let me see here. Yeah, my Bluetooth is being stupid. Oh, gotcha. Okay. We can try again. Remember, you don't have to be on camera. You can just use your audio. First of all, are you able to hear us just fine? You might have a dedicated headphones, so that may be the issue, or a dedicated mic. So
guess they may just not be in an environment where they want it going over speakers, because otherwise
Right.
normally a laptop internal should be able to handle it.
Yeah,
Could be
so
environmental.
that's okay, Hunter. If you just want to talk, like talk in the live chat, if you want to put it up in the live chat, I will try and catch it. But the scrolling and me talking here tends to go by pretty quick. So you can just put it in the live chat if you want to operate there. That's fine. But I appreciate you trying to come up. Not a problem. Okay, so we'll take care of that. All right, so Hunter, if you're still listening, you can put it in the chat. But essentially, it depends upon when it comes down to it, depending upon whatever God you believe in. But the God, the Christian God of the Bible, so the Abrahamic biblical Christian version of that God. There's the Islamic version, and then there's the Christian version and the Judaic version. But obviously, there's a lot of different versions out there, given how many different versions of Christianity there are. But typically, as the God is understood from what it says in the Bible, that God does not exist because that God, as it's defined, entails logical contradictions, which are problematic. And if the God is definitionally, like analytically, a logical contradiction, then it cannot exist because logical contradictions cannot exist. So you either have to redefine the God into a logically consistent state, or you simply drop it entirely because there's no rational reason to believe that it does exist. A Sims is in the back. Good to see you, A Sims. Can you hear me all right? Want to check, make sure you can hear us. And you can type in the private chat as well to let us know. Yep, you can hear us. Okay, fantastic. Can you just want to make sure because I don't remember or Andrew Sims left. Okay, never mind. They may come back. But feels like all things, also things like worries on finances, like most people worry to some degree about finances from time to time. Oh yeah. As far as like wanting to do stuff, the big thing that my wife and I are focusing on is if we move out of state, which is the goal, is to get a property, is to eventually at some point sell this property, and then get a property further up north, probably in Montana, because we love Montana. But that we've been looking at properties up there, is making sure that we cover that, but the economy is so unstable right now. We don't know what's going to go down with the housing market. So, whether you buy at the dip or we want to make sure we time it just right, like we did back in Texas. So, I believe this is Austin Sims is who this is. Sims, can you hear me?
Yo, yeah, that's who it is. What's up? How's it going?
Hey,
dude?
what's going on?
Not much. Just hanging out.
So what you got for us today?
Oh, I saw your first subject there, and then the second subject, and then the third subject. And those are all for sure like the exact scientific positions that people need to be defending the most in my book. So I thought I'd jump up on stage and just hang out in case you need any help defending those. But it doesn't look like anybody's got the nuts to step to you so far.
Well, fingers crossed. We last week we had a fair amount of conversations. Hopefully we can get it today. I know it's Easter Sunday, and it makes a lot of stuff I'm going to say particularly blasphemous to say them on this day, but I'm hoping that we can have a conversation with somebody.
Yeah. So you addressed the first 3 points. What's your position on the rest of them?
Oh, I agree with all of those for sure.
Oh, okay.
Top to bottom. It's just the first, you definitely got them in the right order of importance.
The science denial is particularly, I agree, the science denial is particularly dangerous, especially like vaccines. And I think flat earth is so phenomenally dumb, but people that fall prey to that, that kind of thinking and reasoning can be exploited to do really, really insane stuff. And so, and of course, evolution just being, flat out demonstrated. But yeah, I think that just like I'm very much of the mind, I'm of similar mind to like Professor Dave explains in that science denialism and active science denialism to the point that it causes harm needs to be addressed like head on.
The vaccines one cost people their lives and health. top two cost people opportunities and relationships and mental stability, and also all of those things are directly attacking people's health and their mental well-being.
Right.
And I think the other items on the list are for sure doing the same thing. So brilliant list, well put together, and I like the order too.
Right. Oh, hot stuff 312 is an interesting question. How is this not a Christian nation if Easter is an official holiday? So you could point out, yes, Easter is a national holiday, it's a nationally recognized holiday. But then again, there are other religious ones that are also recognized as well. So it's not just that. And there's all you can make the same argument about, but we put in God we trust in our currency. But then you have to look at the context as to why we do those things. And like, for example, the whole like the Cold War propaganda that went behind putting in God we trust on that in order to, because people had kind of like this messed up understanding of what communism was, thanks to the idiots that were in power at the time who wanted to present communism as a deeply anti-Christian ideology, or like a deeply anti-Christian or anti-religious framework, or an atheistic framework, because of the actions of like Marx and Lenin and Stalin that were going on, and the spread of communism and Mao as well. But like there are good ideas that can be twisted into bad, like twisted by bad actors. And we see that time and time again throughout history. Even evolution was twisted by bad actors in order to justify the atrocities that they committed. So in that respect, the nation in itself, foundationally at the ground floor, is not a Christian nation, and this has been spelled out a number of times. It's intended to be a secular nation that is respected, that respects all faiths, but it doesn't have a state faith. And so that was established because the employment of state faith immediately starts creating us-them distinctions within the dynamic of the society, which can lead to revolution and revolt if one group feels that they are being slighted in favor of another group. So, which is shit that was seen all over Europe, especially in France during the wars of religion. And so we didn't want to risk the church becoming an undue influence upon the government, like we saw with the Church of England. And so breaking away from that, the whole intention, the whole like design of America was meant to be a secular nation that established freedom of belief and freedom of faith for all people. And so you could believe what you wanted. You could model very, very much after kind of what Cyrus did, or what Cyrus the Great did after the liberation of Babylon, in establishing a kind of like universal recognition of belief that people could believe, could practice their own faiths, could do their own rituals, and the state will respect that and make no laws against it. And so Cyrus the Great, so the founding fathers kind of did the same thing. And so that was the major thing that separated us from England, is that the Church of England, not just the crown, but the Church of England itself, did not have any power here. And so that's what we intended. So, but then a lot of Christians will look at the codes of behavior, like the codes of law, and how those are like pretty much, those are all like Christian themed. They're not. Those ideas have been in like pretty much the ideas that are, those ideas as a legal framework for codes of behavior have pretty much been co-opted by Christianity, but those have been in play since like Mesopotamia. Those similar ideas have been in place since Mesopotamia, as far as a legal codified in law thing goes. So those aren't Christian. The Bible, the Ten Commandments, those all glommed off of prior stuff that was already in play. Remember, Judaism came before that. Zoroastrianism came before that. And then you go back and all you see is reformations of these things that all reflect the cult that's trying to put them into play. And so all we have today, the framework we have today, is a Christianized version of shit that's been around for forever, predating Christianity by millennia. So I'm not worried about that.
This is why I love watching your channel, JL. You have a great area of expertise for refuting a lot of the BS that's out there. Like some of that was stuff I already knew, but you're really deep in it. Like, I think the best I could do would be to just mention the Code of Hammurabi, right? Like,
right. It goes all the way back. It's easy to debunk this stuff. I mean, I consider myself a generalist. And when it comes, especially when it comes to theology, I can argue theology. I don't like to because I feel it's kind of pointless, but
Yeah.
because it doesn't get us anywhere as far as like addressing whether or not the God in fact does exist. You know, I feel like it's dancing in the weeds as far as like just, you know, like, oh, well, here's how your book fails to represent reality. But that's obvious on its face. And just because the book fails to represent reality accurately doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. So it's kind of pointless. I just find that's why I appreciate people like Justin over Deconstruction Zone. Justin is fantastic in debating theology because he speaks the ancient languages, he understands them implicitly, and he knows where the book is screwed up, so he can attack it on that level. But ultimately, it doesn't. He can say like, if you understand the scripture, it points out you can say that you can make the claim that Jesus was a liar, that Jesus lied. But just because Jesus lied or Jesus wasn't who he said he was, doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. If you cut the legs out from under the God existing thing, then the whole theology thing just falls apart. It just becomes more myth. And so I think that's where I like to keep my aim, you know, because we all have our different our strengths, I guess.
Yeah, and I think you have a point because it does kind of become like a contest of dueling pretendologies, right?
Right. There's a guy, there's a dude who does content called, I believe is Gnostic Informant, who does really, really fascinating work, you know, as far as like his argumentation and how he dives into this stuff. And it's really, really deep shit, deep philosophy. But ultimately, you know, when you take a more of a bird's eye view at what he's doing, he's arguing a more acceptable and more logically consistent version of woo-woo than Christians do. And so I have no real
There's a
use
lot
for
of that.
Yeah, I have no real use for that. Sure, but and you could side with Gnostic Informant and be like, Christianity is bunk. Gnostic Informant has a much better system, but it's still predicated it's still predicated upon a bunch of stuff that he can't back up as far as like corresponding to reality. It's still based on feelings and faith, and I just find no use for that. So
Yeah, and I guess I can take a second if there's going to be a little dead space to plug a stream I'm going to be on later, Bad Science Sunday. I hope everybody who hasn't watched any Bad Science Sunday goes over and to Maya Atkinson's channel and subscribes and watches some of it because it's hilarious and it also helps inoculate you against misinformation, not unlike this stream does.
Awesome. Well, there is somebody in the back. I don't know why they're in the back. You see what I'm talking about, Andrew?
That tone tells me like it's pointless. You know it's pointless. You know that I know it's pointless, but still you're there. Hold on. I just want to. Okay, I shouldn't be able to see this, right?
The stuff in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see him. Yeah.
The only because the last comment I see was A Sims over here. Was last comment in the private chat. I don't see anything in the comments because that's linked over from YouTube. I don't believe I can see who that person would be. Right? I don't seem to see that. I shouldn't. Correct?
What do you mean? See who they should be?
This person you're saying waiting in the backstage.
Well, you can see them, and you can see that if they type in the private chat, you can see it there.
Okay, I don't see it typed in the private chat. That's the thing.
Yeah,
so I want to know if I'm blind before I make my guess.
No, he hasn't typed anything yet. But
okay.
I know who it is.
Do I get a guess?
Yeah, you can guess all day. Yeah.
Are we back to a Billy?
Yes.
You see, it's like, yeah, I had a feeling.
Unfortunately, it's not Otangelo because I'd rather have Otangelo up here than this individual because it is Billy or Lowell or the number of names that they've gone. Billy, I don't know why you're here. It's creepy. I don't know what purpose you think you're serving. So.
Not even lolcal today, huh?
Yale
Kieran,
just said he awards you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul, or rather, not God have mercy on your soul.
Karen Dave, thank you so much for the super chat for $5. Says here to support the channel a little bit. I always love these stages. Thanks for your work. Thank you, Karen Dave. And remember, dude, you're always welcome. So I appreciate you popping in. That rocks. Thank you so much. So I'm going to put this. I'm going to put this out there like flat out. So hopefully this will be the period on the sentence that I don't have to repeat myself. So Billy, you know, I've already digressed on how I view your behavior. I don't appreciate it. It creeps me out. And I'm not interested. 2, you're a non-believer. So I don't know why you're here. 3, this show is like my stage is not for the shit show. I have no interest in the dumpster fire. I have no interest in people in having to talk over people or fight for the mic on my own stage. That is not the purpose here. Okay. I know you well enough. Okay. So I don't know why you're like, you came in you popped on stage. I know it's open and you can, but I mean, given the fact that I've expressed myself in the way that I have, it honestly doesn't surprise me that you did because of whatever attention you feel you need. Okay. But it's creepy. So, and thank you. And Billy left. Okay. And didn't say a word. So good to go. Godless Spectrumite, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, it wasn't Otangelo. I'd bring up Otangelo before I bring that fool up here.
Otangelo is a fascinating evolution denier because his version of evolution denial is very evolutionary.
Yeah, very, very weird.
Yeah, I prepped for a stream on evolution today, and I guess I got my dates mixed up, so I wasn't actually on the stream today. So I've got all kinds of whale and horse and synapsid evolution facts in my brain and nothing to do with them. Somebody come up here and deny evolution.
Definitely.
Right?
Karen Dave says, well, at least it wasn't Luke. True, it wasn't Luke or Luck or like that, but I'd rather Luke refuses to engage with me anymore. So, like, because Luke wanted me to concede to like points that are just irrational in his worldview before he'd even have a conversation with me. And so Luke is just I'd bring Luke up before I bring Billy up here. I will, because I'm just not interested in Billy's trolling. It's all he's doing is doing it for attention is all it is. And nah, not interested. And it's creepy because he keeps doing it over and over and over again. Apparently when he comes up, I have to ban him every single time when I start a new stage. Just started talking about Jim Bob and I'll let him know he can't resist. Just start talking about Jim Bob and I'll let him know he can't resist attention. Jim Bob is such trash. Okay, so I'll say this. I don't have a problem with Jim Bob to the degree that I have an issue with like Jay Dyer or Andrew Wilson or anything like that. Jim Bob, my biggest issue with him is that he's performative. He's purely performative. That the shit that he puts online, the shit that you see on his streams, like that isn't like who he is as a person. And that reduces his credibility to me to the point that he's not even worth engaging with. It's like, why? I'm not interested in LARPers. You know, he may actually be an ortho bro. I don't know, but obviously his philosophical ignorance and his scientific illiteracy, you know, is one thing, but ultimately the performative nature of what he does, I just have no interest whatsoever. So, which is why I'm kind of glad that the debate that he never actually scheduled the debate. I was supposed to debate him on morality, which is one of my favorite debates. It's because it's so easy to win. But I was supposed to debate him on morality, like moral realism versus moral anti-realism, and it never took place, never got scheduled because he was like busy with like debate con in Tennessee, and then it just never happened. And then the fallout between me and MBB kind of went down. So I was kind of like, I'm kind of glad. I think I dodged a bullet on that one, because another problem that I have with his debate style is that he never defends his position. He just attacks the other position without defending any of his own positions, because it's a constant whataboutism. So you point out a failing in his logical consistency, and he will immediately try to like flip it over, and without addressing that or acknowledging how it's a defeater for something that he has said, he'll just immediately try to flip it around, like reword it and flip it around on you, and then you wind up defending your own position. Then he wants to stay in the inquisitor seat, where he's constantly asking questions, and if he can't trap you or expose something like that, he'll do everything in his power to aggravate you in order to generate clips that he can farm, just like he did with Professor Dave, which just goes to show that it's all intellectually dishonest. It's just bullshit. And I have zero interest in that, because it's low tier beyond belief.
Yeah, well, the range of reaction videos that Professor Dave put out responding to Jim Bob, how'd that work out for you?
Of me responding to him?
Oh, no, Jim Bob. I'm talking on his sake. It's like, you're going to farm clips off of him. I don't think you're understanding how this fight's going to go. I don't think this is going to end the way you think it does.
Karen Dave, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Jim Bob goes to debate with me too, and I'm F tier. You're not F tier, Karen Dave. You're quite solid. I don't think you give yourself enough credit, but that doesn't surprise me that Jim Bob goes to the debate with you. I think if he gets it in his head that he's not going to be able to do what he wants to do for to facilitate whatever makes him money on his channel, then whatever. But in that respect, I get why he would run. If he knows anything about you, which it probably does. I think that the original kind of my thoughts on him began to turn when I recognized that when he was responding to a video that I did, that itself was a response to another video. I was responding to somebody, he did a response to my response, and then I did a response to his response. But doing that response, and Andrew was here for that. We saw that it was during the last Halloween show, and we saw that Jim Bob had to edit my content in order to facilitate his narrative. So he would cut out large swaths of context in order to make his points. And that just goes to show his intellectual dishonesty from the start. It's like he has to cut out these giant sections in order to do this stuff. So.
Oh man, bad faith is like such a rampant problem in these kind of circles. Textbook definition of it is basically just entering into a negotiation with no intention of being reached by the facts. And it's so unwise to enter into that kind of interaction with somebody.
Reverb Twang with the rest in peace, Joe Rogan. Well, he's not gone, but that dude is so aggravating. So aggravating. God, my wife just messaged me. I think a bird pooped on Ozo's head. Oh, my silly dogs. Rest in peace, Joe. Too young. He's 58. I think he's almost 60. But hopefully we'll get an actual believer up here to talk to. That would be really, really helpful. I'd love to be able to have a chat. And somebody said something about Godless Spectrum says, moral relativism has never made any sense to me. It's like saying, make up your own language and only speak that language. If you're the only one who speaks the language, it fails as a language. Okay, so I get the idea as far as a set of evaluations. But the language analogy kind of, I get it but each one is for each one of themselves. The societal moral systems, the legal systems that are imposed to reinforce certain moral distinctions are themselves subjective, and we just, we agree to them, we agree to abide by them, and they're based upon the laws that we pass are pretty much just agreed upon by the collective. But still, all it's saying that these things are mind dependent, they're mind stance dependent, that the collective has an idea as to how we ought to behave, and we agree with those oughts in order to accomplish or facilitate certain goals. We want people to be happy, generally happy as they can be. So it behooves us to reinforce the notion of acting in a specific way in order to facilitate that happiness. But we can't guarantee it. So we can't just tell people, don't do this. So we put laws in place. And those laws are that we codify those things into law, and then we enforce that law. So if somebody breaks, somebody acts in a way that is not conducive to the goal, to the collectively assumed goal, then we put them in jail or we eliminate them entirely, depending on how bad their offense was. But we do at times try to make an effort to try and rehabilitate them and get, and try to help them along. But we're pretty far away from that in this country. We're more about capitalizing on recidivism than actually trying to rehabilitate people, which is just atrocious in my eyes. So yes, one single individual can have a set of moral evaluations that differ from everybody else's, but that's kind of what you would expect when these things are subjective. It's the same, but you kind of see the same thing in language as well, and how languages evolve. Moral frameworks also evolve as well. As more people get added to the collective, more people start asking questions, more people start adding in their opinions. People have different evaluations, way to evaluate things in reference or in relation to other things. And so languages work the same way. The English that exists today is not the English that existed 500 years ago. So if you went back in time 500 years, you probably wouldn't be able to understand what they were saying, even though they are technically speaking English. They're just speaking an older version of it. So words get added in, context change, different contextual meanings get added into the vernacular. And then you have like the societal aspect of it, where some societies accept one things and other societies reject those. You look at it, you have Coca-Cola, but that's referred to by 4 different terms in the United States alone. You have Coke, pop, soda, and cola, which are like regional vernacular. So things get added in all the time. But we have a general understanding of what we're trying to communicate. But even then, you'll still run into words like, FR fam, or like whatever words are being spouted around on the internet now are becoming more and more common amongst the new generation. Sometimes I don't even understand what the heck. I have to really listen to what they're trying to say to try and understand what they're saying. We see this all the time. Moral frameworks do the exact same shit as well. There was a time when abject violence was accepted as a punitive measure against like minuscule crimes. Steal food, get your hand cut off, that kind of stuff. Nowadays you pay a fine and then they let you go on your way. So like no cap, like I'm not even sure what no cap means. I'm fucking old. Look at this beard.
No lie. Just for
no
reference.
Lie.
Yeah.
How do you get from lie to cap? Like I get for real, like I'm for real. Like I get I'm for real, or like for real. It's like that. It's like it's true, bro. But I see like on a stack. Is that fur? Or is that for real? For real, or FR? Like it's wild. But we see that. So godless, we see that. We see these things evolve over time. Same as languages do. Societies that did that weren't as efficient as societies that didn't do that. That's objective. Nah, hold up a sec. That depends upon what you denote as efficient. So long as the society survives, it doesn't matter. Like ultimately, if you're looking at it from an objective standpoint, there are different tactics to achieve what is determined by the individuals, what is agreed upon by efficiency and survival. So as long as you could really only say it doesn't work so long as the society, if they adopt this thing, all of a sudden the society fails. It just collapses. We've never seen that, where society adopts it and then they just fall off the face of the earth just because it's like systemic collapse. The adjustments in the way languages change, the way society, the way cultures change over time, and the way moral frameworks change over time. The Roman Empire did it. The Roman Empire did it when they literally made Christianity the state. When they accepted Christianity as essentially what Constantine did and established Christianity as the state religion. Or technically that was more reinforced by the council, but nonetheless, we saw those vast changes over time, and they didn't collapse, but they worked just fine. They were efficient and successful before the adoption of those things. So it depends upon what you think is efficient. It's an entire like efficiency in doing what? In collecting lumber for firewood, in making tools. I mean, that's what makes societies efficient, is the ability to accomplish tasks more readily. Okay, you don't need like a complete monolithic moral framework in order to like make tools more efficiently. Okay, so as long as people can still communicate and still express ideas, then there's really no problem there.
One would have to ask what the metric is when you say efficient.
Well, actually, Godless Spectrumite, the Aztecs died out predominantly due to disease and crop failure, if I remember correctly. It wasn't because there was a lot of like intercultural wars that went on in Mesoamerica. They did battle it out with smaller tribes, but the Aztecs largely fell due to disease and interpersonal conflict and crop failure. So it was the amount of like resources led to a lack of resources, led to desperation. Diseases introduced by colonizers, by the Spanish coming over. So introduction of diseases that didn't exist, failures of crop due to weather creating desperation, and then that desperation leading to interpersonal conflict or intertribal conflict or intersocietal conflict within the Aztecs eventually fractured them to the point that they fell to smaller groups because they weren't defending themselves well. We see that time and time again, but it wasn't as a result of having like different like moral frameworks in that respect. So there were external influences. Same with the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire largely fell due to disease, the Black Plague, which decimated the empire. And then out of that weakness came desperation, and then came the vultures, externally to come in and set up shop and take over what was left after they split into the Western Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire. So it happens, but there's a lot of external influences that take place. As long as there's nothing that comes in that fractures everything, like a blight, nothing will destabilize a society like a blight or like a mass disease, like a pandemic. Okay, where all of a sudden the Black Plague comes through and wipes out 30% of your population. That drives people into extreme desperation, and then they react. So, yes, they did. The Aztecs ruled over it, and they did practice a lot of human sacrifice, which was a highly respected form of highly respected religious practice in their environment. It wasn't about in their culture, the most moral thing to do was to be sacrificed to the gods to keep evil at bay. That was how they did that. In Mesoamerican culture, predominantly the Oaxacans and the Aztecs, and the starts with an M, the Maya. Evil itself was considered a physical living force in the world. Okay, so the willingness to sacrifice oneself, to put oneself up for sacrifice, was meant to show the gods, their gods, that they were worthy of worthy of the gods protecting them from the influence of evil, to keep them out. So basically, they believed that their gods were shielding them from the physical force of evil threatening to come in and destroy them at any time. And that human sacrifice, that giving up one's life, one's blood to those gods, was the most moral thing you could do. And to be selected for that out of the populace, they did sacrifice a lot of slaves, but to be selected for that was a great honor. And so to give up their lives for that. So in that respect, they are still connected, Godless. They're still connected. All right. Mesoamerican culture has a lot of interconnection. Okay. They are connected. So they're two cultures that hated one another, but that's like saying like the Jews and the Christians not connected because they hate each other, because at some point they hated each other as well. No. Okay. They're still connected. There's still common threads there. And so despite the interpersonal conflicts, despite the intersocietal conflicts between those two groups, there's still a lot of common beliefs. And so in that respect, even though their gods were named different and the way they went through their practices were different, but nonetheless, they believed differently. And human sacrifice, the sacrifices that they went through, that they was a part of their culture, a part of their rituals, was the highest moral honor. Okay, it didn't lead to their destruction because they lived that way for I have to look it up exactly how long the empire lasted, but obviously that wasn't what ended them. What ended them was predominantly crop failure, disease, and the death and interpersonal or intersocietal conflicts that resulted from desperation. When leaders started rising up and then overthrowing the other primary leaders, forcing them out and then taking over, and eventually they just fractured down until they were gone, until they were assimilated by other cultures. So it happens. I did a huge deep dive on Mesoamerican culture when I did a response video to Ray Comfort. And Ray Comfort, I just said that Aztec gods were different from Mayan gods. They were. But if you look at if you look at them as individual things, yes, they're different. But that's like saying essentially like the Christian God is different from Allah. Okay? The themes and the concepts that these different gods represent are the same. You're completely ignoring the common threads between these things from humans when they came across the Bering Strait. They filtered down through North America, down through Central America, into South America. Those cultures came up themselves, okay, and developed their own things, but there's still common threads there. All right. So nonetheless, when it comes down to it, that wasn't what ultimately led to their downfall. And it wasn't one thing. It was multiple things over a period of time. And like Western colonizers, the Spanish coming into South America and Central America did not help. And there are multiple reports. One of my favorite ones was Cortez, was a report from Cortez and his men who liberated a number of people, they thought they were slaves. And they liberated them and brought them back to the boats because they're helping them to escape being sacrificed. Once freed, those individuals opted to return to be sacrificed, because to not be sacrificed, to run away from that responsibility, was considered a grave disrespect of their gods. So no, that's not what ultimately ended them. What ultimately ended them was a number of things that went wrong that ended up destabilizing their society. It happens over time. But I did a giant deep dive on Mesoamerican culture when I was refuting Ray Comfort's claim. Ray Comfort made the claim that the installation of two Oaxacan monuments outside of the United Nations was a sign of the end times, because one of them was the jaguar, one was their jaguar god, their winged jaguar god, and the other one was a serpent. And so he saw that as like signs of the end times from the Oaxacan culture. And I did a huge deep dive on that to understand, Oaxacan culture and, of course, their relationship to other Mesoamerican tribes. And it was all nonsense. Jordan, Stoic Absurdist, is here.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Hello, JL. Great to see you.
How's it going? Doing good. Good to see you.
Yeah. You probably don't know me, but we had a brief encounter back on Taco's live stream, which I sort of visit more often now. Mm-hmm. But I had a bad connection because I was streaming through my phone. So that was like the last time we actually was on his panel. But now that I got a new computer, streaming became much easier. But yeah, it's great to see you. I saw you over on Taco's live stream a couple of days ago.
It wasn't. I haven't been over on Taco's stream in quite some time. So Taco and I parted ways with Taco for like personal reasons. I don't think I need to go into. Everybody knows what went down.
No, I understand, because I've been up there myself a couple of times, and I see why it's not ideal for having discussions, giving what is called bloodbath.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand.
So what you got for us today? What brings you up? Was it one of the topics on the screen, or did you have something else?
Well, it has to do with one of the topics on the screen, but something else as well. Why do we put so much stock into believing in some higher power, and yet we like forgot how to like believe in ourselves and take charge of our own lives.
So from a cultural perspective, from like a historical perspective, this can be explained in terms of survival. In a contemporary perspective, this can be explained in terms of kind of like, to put it in a harsh term, in terms of apathy. So apathy and comfort. So historically speaking, uniting people under the banner of a common belief served a great survival utility. It kept people together in common group in large groups. It kept them working towards a common goal. It made them more efficient and made them more proactive when it came to protecting themselves against external threats. And so because everybody's working towards the same thing. It's like you get everybody to believe, you get a bunch of people to believe in one thing, and then set them to task to either accomplish something or do whatever or support something. You'll get more efficiency. So survival in numbers, people working efficiently, everybody knowing their role, and everybody doing their job because they all believe in this thing makes groups of humans extremely efficient and devastatingly effective at survival. So in our earliest years, in our tribalistic years, this was very, very helpful, especially when it came to competition with other tribes, because people who believe in a common thing will often fight harder to survive in the name of the thing that they're fighting for. So we can see, like, historically speaking, this works from kind of like a tribalistic primal level as far as keeping us alive. But that's all it really served. It doesn't represent anything in reality. It's a concept that people are banded to, that are kind of like unified by. In our contemporary age, we don't really need to do that anymore. Survival isn't a daily or weekly struggle. So nowadays, it's much, much easier once you kind of shed the survival aspects of it. It's much easier to have somebody else do the mental work for you. Establishing your own identity, self-actualizing, doing the work, learning, reading, exploring, doing all this stuff is much easier for someone else to do it. And then you just kind of glom on to whatever makes you feel better, whatever like validates you in respect to the world itself, like your relationship with the world. And that is a lot easier to do than actually going out there and, doing the work and cutting your own trail. And that's also the reason why the number of people that we would call trailblazers in human history, like, people who charge forward with a line of thought or a line of inquiry that everyone was saying, no, that can't be right, blah, blah, but they did it anyway. That's why the number of people that did that throughout human history, that number is so small. Okay, because the vast majority of people just want to live comfortable lives, where they don't have to worry about shit to an enormous extent. They want to make sure that their loved ones are happy and healthy. They want to make sure themselves are happy and healthy. They want to do what they like, and they want to just live a peaceful, calm, existence. Okay, they don't want to challenge things. That's where it comes into kind of like the apathy and the safety and the comfort. It's so much easier to not be someone who creates waves, or upsets the apple cart. But then again, you have people like me who like doing that and enjoy doing it. So, but it takes a lot of the effort out of it. The effort out of living, accepting a God concept, whatever that God concept might be. The God concept tells you who you are. It tells you why you exist. It tells you the purpose for your existence. It delivers a meaning that you didn't have to develop for yourself or find for yourself. It's all handed to you on a platter. And all you have to do is not question it and bow down when you're asked to. And just be grateful for whatever is thrown at you, because that's what's intended to be thrown at you. You don't have to do any work. It's easy. Just lay down and accept it. And don't ever question it. Just lay down and accept it, and everything will be fine. That's the community that they sell you on. And you can see why people would fall into that trap, and why it's so easy to stay in that trap, because it's very self-assuring. It's self-gratifying. It's validating. You have a community built into it that all believe the same thing as you do, and you don't have to do any work for it.
For a long time, I mean, for a long time, it was thought to be like progression. It was supposed to be like the name of the game. I mean, we're still living. I mean, we're living in an age an era right now that we still have kings and queens, which seems like so medieval. It's like people just want to get better, and I thought that's pretty much what we're like biologically just predisposed to do, right? Get better.
I think as far as like biological predisposition, I think that our species is inclined to survive by any means necessary as a species. This doesn't hold true for every single individual, and it takes different forms for different people, like what survival means. People know they're not going to live forever, that they're eventually going to die. So then survival comes in like propagating their bloodline and having people carry on their name, or establishing a legacy that will outlive them, changing the world in some way, or affecting things in such a way that people will remember who was behind it. And so in a way, they get to the idea of them continues to live on. There was a quote about a person suffers 2 deaths when they actually die, and the last time someone mentions their name. So the idea is that these take different forms, but religion allows for that. There is this overwhelming prevailing fear of death that a lot of people have, that screws them up existentially speaking. And religions tend to offer an answer for that, or at least something to assuage that existential fear. But once you start digging into the logic of it, or you start asking questions, which they don't want you to do, once you start digging into it, it all falls apart. So I think about it in the sense of these things are designed to make you feel special without having earned it, because they automatically tell you that you are, and you didn't have to do anything for it. Whereas if you eschew those things and you try to establish yourself as someone who is special, that requires a lot of work to be a voice that stands out of the din of human beings that exist, and chances are it's never going to happen. Like the odds are every single person on this panel right now, we will at some point, no one will know we ever existed. And I have no problem.
Unfortunately,
I have no problem with that. That doesn't affect me whatsoever, because I didn't care about the people that didn't know who I was for the billions of I didn't care about not being known the 13 billion years before this, the years before this planet existed. What about the hundreds of thousands of years that exist of human beings on this planet before I ever existed? None of them know who I was. I don't know who any of those people are. Of how many people have died, roughly, I believe that the metrics on this are that roughly 117 billion people, Homo sapiens, have ever lived. 117 billion. 7%, roughly 7 to 8% of that, of the people that have ever lived, are living right now. You think about all the human beings that have died that we know nothing about and will never know anything about. In 1,000 years, I don't expect anyone will ever know me. I have no expectation of that whatsoever. It'd be kind of wild if someone did, if however the internet works, maybe my content will outlive me. I have no idea, but I'm just one voice. Yeah, I'm one voice amongst the din. I'm one footnote to a footnote to a
footnote
addendum to whatever of history. I have no expectation of that, of having a legacy or like that, because I'm doing my work, the work that I want to do. But the work that I do does not guarantee me, even if I was working like theoretical physics, it wouldn't guarantee me a place in history, So I focus on the things that I want to do that bring my life enjoyment and fulfillment, because that's what I want to do.
I've got a minor variant on that view in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
In that they say that, once it's on the internet, it's there forever. I would say that there's a question of expecting our history to be relevant. That would be true. Would we be relevant? Would we be the people they talk about? Probably not. in as much as anybody as, being a pivotal character at a given point in history, that's worthy of, being spoken of in like an organized capacity, like educationally. Yes. However, on the idea that data lasts forever, I think technically we'll have access to all of that history in a capacity that clearly those in the past did not, because we'll have traces everywhere. And if we think that data lives forever, that could project forward.
Possibly.
It's always a question of relevance, though. It's a question of how we want to look at that question.
I do find it fascinating that human beings will eventually make for a fantastic index fossil. That our species is going to make for an amazing index fossil, given what we've done to the planet right now. So put it like 2 million, 3 million, 4, 5 million years in the future. If another intelligent species comes along and starts digging around on the Earth for some like remnants of whatever lived here, the layer of our effect on the planet is going to be, wow, look at this. That's the hallmark of an intelligent species, especially given how pervasive we are around the planet, is like that we will make a magnificent index fossil, millions to tens of millions of years from now, if anything else comes along and tries to figure out what happened on this planet. So
I like how you still feel there's going to be a crust by the time we're done with it.
That's true.
You're wildly optimistic.
So I find it. I've always found it interesting. I'd like to think an interesting notion to think about the effect that we're going to have on the planet, and the effect that we're currently having on the planet, and what that's going to look like to like 10 million years from now, because we've got billions of years before the sun's luminosity increases to a point that water is no longer possible on the planet, and all life will eventually die, and this planet will become inhospitable due to its relationship to its distance from the sun. So that window is closing. It's billions of years from now, but cosmologically speaking, that's not very long.
Yeah,
it's right around the corner. So
a little more than a blip.
Right. Yeah. So I kind of I find it fascinating that there might be an intelligent species out there that finds the Earth one day, and if it excavates it, discovers this layer of Homo sapiens, which would be, all the shit that we've done to the Earth, all the stuff that we've left, all the trash that we've left behind, the remnants of our civilization. That's exactly what you would expect to find in the geological column, or what we call index species or index fossils, that we will find those things. Like that's predominantly how we know that there wasn't an intelligent species that dominated the Earth before human beings came along, before like Homo sapiens came along, is because a species to that technological advancement would leave a trace of itself in the geological record because of the effect they have on the surface of the Earth. And so we don't find that anywhere. It doesn't exist anywhere. That's how we know that there wasn't a globe spanning intelligent species operating on the face of the Earth before human beings ever got here. Is because we'd find them. We'd find the remnants of their civilization within the geological column. So,
Yeah, I mean, I know expert. I mean, I study astronomy and cosmology as a hobby. I'm not like professional or anything. And whenever I see like galaxies upon galaxies upon galaxies, it dawns on me like, why do we center everything around us? I mean, just look up at the sky. I mean, do you really think you're special?
there is the notion that because we're the only species on the planet that thinks and that reasons the way that we do, that we seem to have this capability that our brains work a certain way, that we are somehow special and we are intended to be this way because we're the only ones on the planet that are like this. Yeah, I get the emotional validation that comes along with saying, like, look how unique we are, when technically we're not. It's a very, very biologically ignorant statement to make. But when you look at it, it's kind of like, yeah, that is something, that's a notion that always bugged me. You know, when you get a good understanding of cosmology and the scope of the universe in and of itself, just like knowing, 2 million light years away from us, there is an entire other galaxy, the Andromeda, just 2 million light years away from us. That's like down the street in cosmological terms. And who knows who's living down at the end of who's over there, or what civilizations have come up and are now extinct that we will never know about because of their sheer distance from us. Because if we look at the light reaching us is 2 million years old, so we see them 2 million years in the past. They see us 2 million years in the past, if there's anything there. So we might not even know about each other.
What are
We
your
could be
thoughts?
existing at the exact same time right now. Like out in the Andromeda Galaxy, there could be an intelligent species out there proliferating and doing their thing at the exact same time that we are. But we'll never know because that light hasn't reached us yet.
What are your thoughts on the dark forest theory? I mean, do you think that we should if there's life out there, should we let them know where we are?
Somebody read the three body problem. I do think that there is some merit to the dark forest theory. The idea that sending out signals that we are here does invite potential trouble, that other species might notice that and want to eliminate us to prevent us ever getting the opportunity to eliminate them. And so everybody is quiet. And that's why we're not hearing from anyone, is because they don't want to attract unnecessary attention. Like, animals within a dark forest, predators are out there and you don't want to risk it because some other alien species, holy crap, what kind of threats could they pose? Biologically speaking, their presence on the planet could just destabilize everything. And so we should probably stay quiet, because signaling to everybody we're here could invite trouble, possibly, But then again, our species could be extinct by the time our signals reach anybody,
Oh yeah, it takes light being the fastest thing in the universe. It's like billions of years to cross even like small fractions of the universe. Something to that effect.
Given the size of it, I know that I'd have to double check this to see if I could get the numbers on this. Andromeda, yeah, Jinju brings up Andromeda could be the last house on the left. It's just right over there, as cosmologically speaking. How far have human signals traveled in space? So human-produced radio signals have traveled approximately 100 to 200 light years from Earth, creating a small bubble in the Milky Way galaxy. Since consistent long-range radio transmissions began in the early 1900s, these signals traveling at the speed of light have passed thousands of stars, though they've likely become indistinguishable from cosmic noise after about 100 light years. So they kind of peter out. It's just as a result of how that works. And so if there was anything within 100 light years that picked up our signal, it would be indistinguishable from the just the background noise of the cosmos itself. They wouldn't be able to. I mean, it'd be pretty high tech to kind of like parse that signal out and try to discern something. You have to be pretty close to pick it up and dig that signal out of the random noise of the background. So, we're cosmologically speaking, we're still quite quiet. Like I doubt anything even knows we're here. If there's anything out there, the square cube law. Thank you, Donnie. Good to see you, Donnie. But yeah, I'm kind of a proponent for it to a certain extent. Earth, Mars, maybe stick around here, but go ahead, Andrew.
We can bring the numbers a little closer to home, because you went to a neighboring galaxy at that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's much farther than we need to stretch. So we've got Alpha Centauri that's about 4 point some odd light years away.
It's still within the Milky Way. It's just another star system, right?
Exactly.
Right.
You want to know where neighbors are. The ones who will know about us, they'll be close. So that's starting at about 4.3 some odd light years away, and they've got a planet in the habitable zone.
So this is a good one.
I'm going to jump down. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, bud. Take it easy, Austin.
Take care.
Later, Dale, Jordan, everybody.
So I can do this. I'm going to share this really quick. So this right here, if you can see this square, this is the Milky Way. And that is the extent of human broadcast.
Up to now?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, wait,
200 light years in 200 light years in diameter. So yeah, we're still pretty quiet as far as letting anything know we're here. The question is, like, we're here. There, and like what Andrew's saying, this is just one galaxy. There could be shit here. There could be shit here. There could be shit here. But these are like light years across. And so we'd be seeing into their past. They'd be seeing into ours. So, but there could literally be shit over here that we never even know was there because that light hasn't reached us yet. Or the light, because the light that we're seeing from that area is in their past, depending upon how many light years it is. So
that perimeter is 50 times the range we need before even reaching our closest neighbor.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of potential.
A lot of potential. And right there in the center, Sagittarius A.
Yeah. Now that's, of course, in a perfect world for broadcast when you get down to it. Yeah. So, yeah, advertising. Yeah, it's a...
Flathead Axe says, what do you think the wow signal was? So I honestly, I'm familiar with the wow signal. It could have been, I mean, there's a number of things it could have been. I'm pretty much of the mind that it was just a random burst that we happened to pick up at the right time. They probably happen all the time. We just happen to have our ears on for that one. As I've heard put many, many times, I've heard it said many, many times that the money that we allocate to tracking the sky, to tracking things like that, is so small that we can only track about 1% to 2% of the sky at any given time. With the number of telescopes, the number of radio telescopes that we have that are pointed up at the stars, I mean, the sky is so big and there's so much out there that we can only track a small amount of it at any given time, dedicating the resources that we have to it. And so we got lucky on that one. I have like many of the things that would be rare to us are occurring all the time, and they're not rare in a cosmological sense, but they're rare to us because we have to be looking in the right place at the right time in order to pick something up with the right technology to pick something up. So if other things we're likely missing them because we're simply not looking in that direction. We're not looking or listening in that direction. And so I attribute it just to one of those natural phenomena that occur that we just happen to have our ears on in the right place, the right time to pick up. And then everyone was like, oh, wow, this is amazing. And then it never happened again. Well, it's because they occur pretty much at random. And we just happened to pick one up. So because of the technology that we had at the time, we got lucky. Yeah, I say Donnie. I like what Donnie said. Probably the equivalent of a rogue wave in the electromagnetic spectrum. So they happen, and they happen. They for us to experience in them is rare because we're not everywhere all at once. But in terms of like with rogue waves are rare for humans to encounter them. Okay, but they likely occur a lot more often than we think. We're just not there to record when they do happen. And so the idea that, we levy the term of rarity based upon humans experiencing it, not in terms of cosmological occurrence, which is the big kicker.
Yeah, because rare to us, like you said, everything on a cosmic scale is like relatively like common.
Right.
It's funny how perspective tend to change if you like scale it. If you increase scale, how perspective change. Things go from like rare, from super rare to uncommon to common and everything else.
Someone asked a fun nerd question, and I'm going to share this because trying to talk about it is difficult. But I'm going to share this right here. So this is the Milky Way galaxy according to Star Trek. And this is where the Dominion is. This is where the United Federation of Planets, Romulan Star Empire, Klingon Empire. So this is typically where Earth is, centered in here, 0-1. And then you got the Tholians, the Talarians, so the Breen, Ferengi, Cardassians, Bajor. All of this is the Federation and the Klingons and the Romulans and all that. The Borg are here. And then the Voth the Imperium, the Hirogen over here, Kazon, the Swarm, and then the Dominion are over here. These are the different quadrants. So the Alpha Quadrant, and I believe the Alpha Quadrant, the Beta Quadrant, the Delta Quadrant, and the Gamma Quadrant. Or it's the Gamma's over here. No, the Delta Quadrant's where the Dominion are. The Gamma Quadrant is where the Borg are. So the Delta Quadrant, the Gamma Quadrant, the Beta Quadrant, and the Alpha Quadrant.
I see that on the Alpha Quadrant, it reads 50,000 light years across. But
Yeah.
But if you so if you were to like zoom in, those places you mentioned would be like a lot further than they appear as we're seeing them right now, right?
Okay, say that again.
Like, even though the scale it reads 50,000 light years,
right? Because the Milky Way galaxy is 100,000 light years in diameter.
Yeah, and as we're looking at the different empire, they seem up close, but I bet if you're like zoom in, they're going to like they come off like a lot further than they actually appear, right?
Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, this border line here, this yellow dotted line here is the limit. This is pretty much the limit of explored space, and it was void. So and in Deep Space Nine, in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, there's Bajor. There's a wormhole at Bajor that leads to the Gamma Quadrant out here, or the Delta Quadrant that leads to the Delta Quadrant. And that's how that's how the Federation came into contact with the Dominion, because there's a physical wormhole that travels between these 2 points. And then Voyager went from this area here at Deep Space Nine. They encountered a deal that sent them deep into the Gamma Quadrant, which is why they encountered the Borg, because the Borg are predominantly established there. And so Voyager went here, and then the wormhole in Deep Space Nine goes to here. And then Star Trek TNG and Star Trek TOS, the original series and the Next Generation, pretty much dealt with Alpha Beta Quadrant stuff, with visitors from likely these 2 quadrants coming here. But those crews, the crews of the Enterprise, did not travel to these 2 quadrants.
Though it might seem unlikely, will humanity ever like develop wormhole technology, or as science fiction?
Actually, there's somebody in the chat who's probably better at that. I would say probably not. It's probably science fiction, but maybe it's possible. I think there are a couple of physicists that are in the chat that might say that there is a possibility of doing that sometime. So,
I mean, that's pretty much the only way you'll be able to travel anywhere. That's like the future of intergalactic travel right there. But
yeah, wormholes or FTL propulsion. So faster than light propulsion, which there's a number of theoretical ways to potentially do it. It's just that the energy outputs are insane. So, and I just want to put out a reminder, given that we're at 8:00, I know that there are some larger streams that are currently live at the moment. And I know we don't have that many people here, but I'm hoping we do come across a believer. If you are a believer and in the chat, feel free to join the stage. We'd be happy to talk to you about what you believe and why. The link is pinned up at the top, and we can have a discussion about that. Or if you have any questions for us as non-believers, we'd be happy to address that. Other than that, thank you so much for everybody for being here. I love having that support. And Godless Spectrumite, the Vulcans would technically be down there in the Alpha Quadrant. Actually, no, I believe they're in the Beta Quadrant. That their planet is in the Beta Quadrant, ensconced in the Romulan, I think either outside of or within the Romulan Star Empire, which are a Beta Quadrant group. The Sheliak, the Talarians, the Tholians, the Cardassians, the Bajorans, the Breen, and the Ferengi are all Alpha Quadrant species. The Romulans and the Klingons are both Beta Quadrant species. The Dominion, which are of course the founders and the other individuals that work with them, they're all in the Delta Quadrant, and then the Gamma Quadrant. They're all in the Gamma Quadrant, and then the Delta Quadrant has the Borg, the Voth, the Swarm, the Hirogen, the Krenim, Imperium, and the Malons. I got that right. Yeah, the Gamma Quadrant, DS9 is the Gamma Quadrant. Delta Quadrant is the Borg. That's right. The Jem'Hadar, the Vorta.
Funny how you mentioned one species in there that, as far as I'm aware, was only mentioned in one episode. the Shellyak.
The Shellyak, yeah.
Only one episode, and that was when Picard tried to invoke them as mediators for a particular situation, and apparently they were in hibernation, and they won't come out of hibernation for like decades or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like we seek arbitration. That's like the only.
He beat him on the legalese.
Yep.
Bureaucracy.
Mm-hmm.
And and the Gorn, the one that Kirk fought on that one planet. The Gorn are also in the Alpha Quadrant.
Totally not a rubber suit with a guy in it.
Yeah, totally not. Totally big lizard man.
I have a question as off topic. Can I make like this background like black, a little like a dark screen? I can put. I usually like having like stark white backgrounds. I usually prefer having like dark. Can I like?
You're talking about on the StreamYard. The best way you can do that is just make your screen full screen. Okay. That'll kind of that'll reduce it, because I can make it dark on my end, but that's only because it's my stage, not in it's my account. So guests are unable to do that, unfortunately. So, but if you go to the main screen and just go full screen, that will help to eliminate that. But you won't see the chat, or anything like that. So
hold on. If you're referring to like just like a white backwash from the rest of your screen, I use like browser extensions, like for dark mode.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll do it. Like mine. Yeah,
okay.
Mine doesn't throw off all that extra. Mine's black. Yeah, so Dark Reader. If you're looking, check in. It's available for Chrome and Firefox.
I'm on. I have Microsoft Edge.
It's too late for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's late for you.
Yeah, can't help. Actually, it's Chromium based. I'm laying bets Dark Reader is available. Just you know what? Let's go.
That was it. So Andrew, in that episode of TNG, it was the Shellyak that Picard was negotiating with, and in order to they were faced with a 4-day deadline, and the Shellyak wanted the removal of a human colony on Tau Cygna 5, claiming the planet was ceded to them in the Treaty of Armins 111 years prior. And faced with a 4-day deadline, Picard used the legal technicality based on the treaty to force the Shellyak into arbitration, which they were legally required to honor, because it's the Shellyak corporate is what they are.
Yeah.
And Picard nominated the Grisellas to act as third-party mediators, knowing that they were hibernating for 6 months in order to gain enough time to evacuate the colonists.
Yeah, I got the species backwards as to who was doing who. Right episode, wrong direction.
I nominate the Grisellas to act as third-party mediators. But seeing as other Grisellas are currently in their 6-month hibernation period, we'll be able to table this discussion until they are able to assume their position. And that was it. And then they have that brilliant deal where he cuts communication, and then he has that on when he's on the bridge. And you hear him ringing in like,
yeah, no responding to that hail. Let them sweat it out.
You enjoyed that, didn't you? You're damn right.
Damn right I did.
So I follow this YouTuber called Aperture.
It's vaguely familiar.
Oh, it deals with hang on, where is it?
I nominate the Grisellas to act as third-party moderator, a third-party.
Oh, here it is. It's a channel about philosophy, psychology, society, and where we explore deep questions of existence and try to improve the human condition. And one of their videos is called like why facts don't change minds.
Yes.
Why is that the case, especially in regards to your second prompt up here?
So, okay,
I'm baffled. That should be outlawed. It should.
Oh, flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a common phenomena in obviously that we've identified, that the idea that facts don't change minds, and that is an individual who has especially an entrenched belief that their identity is, that their very identity is tied into. The idea that facts don't change minds. It's because the information that, while being factual, that's being presented to them, they don't view, it's automatically those facts are run contrary to their position. And so human beings have a tendency to react to attacks on their beliefs as though they're attacks on themselves. So the brain, the way our brain works, interprets like attacks on a personal position, like on a personal belief, the same way it interprets a physical attack. So like if you believed in something like really, really strongly, and I just come out and start attacking that, you've noticed that people automatically go defensive. Okay. Even though it's just an idea that's just been that we're challenging ideas. But why do they get so defensive when that happens? And that's because of how the brain is interpreting that, because their identity is wrapped up in that. It's essentially a part of who they are. So when you attack that, the brain sees that or interprets that the same way it would interpret if I were to like literally take a swing at your head. Like if I was going to punch you, your brain reacts the same way. It gets defensive. And so the facts, just bombarding people with facts, will only serve to make them defensive and drive them further in to their position rather than getting them out of their position. So just attacking people with facts doesn't work, because you're just saying contrarian thing. You're just saying like opposite things to them. They say God exists. They're a Christian. They believe the stuff. If I start saying God doesn't exist because blah, 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 yet like this, that's not going to convince them. That's just going to drive them further, because they're already committed to the belief that their God does exist, and that anyone who says otherwise is already wrong. Okay, so how do you get them out of that? Well, you don't do it by bombarding. You don't do that with like a nuclear strike of facts. You do that by laying out the information that they don't have access to or was denied them, and allow them to come to the information and do the work themselves. You'll never force somebody out of a position, especially reason will never work to get someone out of a position that they used, or like rationality will never get a person out of a position that they used irrationality to get themselves into. They have to do it themselves, which is kind of like one of the primary ideas behind why I run the stage the way I do, is because it's about presenting information that people don't have and that might have been denied them, so that they can use that new information and then do the work. I give them the tools, and then they take the tools back to their own workshop and they start working with it. And maybe they'll figure something out, or maybe they'll come up with another question. And then they come back and we keep working. It's a steady progress. But just slamming somebody with "you're wrong," even if I hit you with 1,000 facts as to why, if that shit is tied up in your identity, it's never going to get you out of it. It's only going to make you a more entrenched believer, which is why Flat Earth works the way it does. So you hit them with 1,000 facts as to how we know the Earth is not flat. That's who they are. It's not until they experience it themselves, that they get the direct evidence themselves, that's when they're going to believe. They have to do the work themselves. So the best thing that hitting them with facts is to make them crash out so that we can all laugh at them, which I think is kind of exploitative in my mind. It's always come off as exploitative. So that's why I try to run my stuff a little different.
But what will they benefit? How they benefit by being willfully stubborn?
They get to maintain their community and the support group, because everybody needs support structure. People need support structures in their lives. Okay, that we long for it as a species. Not everybody needs it. Some people are different. Some people love being alone. They don't want contact with people, and that's fine. But as a kind of like as a species, from looking at it as a species, we strive for connection and for like social cohesion and people that reinforce, that validate us and reinforce us, and reinforce our notions. That's the kind of like the heart of tribalism. You surround yourself with people that are in alignment with you, how you think, what you believe, how you behave, yada, yada, yada. And people kind of crave that. As a species, we kind of crave that kind of like belonging. And so that flat Earth community is so inclusive that they will support each other and back each other up so long as the narrative is maintained. But it cannot allow any questioning from within. And so that's why you see when a flat earther finally does experience it for themselves and they realize that they were wrong, the rest of the community immediately cuts them out and ostracizes them. That's what happened with Jeranism, is that Jeranism went, saw it for himself, and was like, okay, I was wrong.
Oh yeah,
there's this round. And immediately the entire community just turned on him like a rabid animal. It's insane. But that just goes to show it's a cult. So
yeah, that is every community that basically makes that belief their identity itself.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen this in several other circles.
Wow, I haven't seen anybody comment in the live chat for like 10 minutes.
Well, I dropped one in there for you, Jordan. I dropped the link for Edge for Dark Reader.
But of course, the amount of people in the live chat is really dipped off.
Oh, Edge for Dark Reader?
Yep. It's the last one in the YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. Oh,
yeah.
I see.
You got it?
Edge for Dark. Where's it?
Probably we got on the Star Trek chat and it kind of ran a lot of people off. So Artemis is sure to mess with the Flurfs. Artemis is definitely messing with the Flurfs. So what's up, Jordan?
The full screen actually worked. So I appreciate it though. But yeah, I figured you leave on full screen. Makes it simple.
Yeah, well, the add-on may grow on you. Let's just say, like, once I gotta say it, once go black.
Once go black and never go back.
Yeah, I never like computer screens like blasting me with white. So yeah.
Thank you, Musashi. This has got you playing while I work in my garage. Appreciate the Musashi. We kind of dipped off, just more denialism. That's true. I tell you what. So Jordan, do you have anything else for us today, or?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, one more. It's going to evolution. Do people have do humans have children due to like because they fall in love, or are we like subjected to our genes? Because it seems like for those people criticize people for not producing children, and they consider that like unnatural for some reason. And I don't want to live a life in which my whole thing I do is make sure my genes are passed down.
Right. You notice that the people that do criticize, the individuals who criticize people who don't have kids are typically members of groups that having kids is paramount for them. And there is no problem in not having children. There's coming up on there's over 8 billion people on the planet. There's plenty of people that are breeding. Not everybody needs to, not everybody gets a chance to. So I think it's just I've never gotten a critique from someone about not having kids because my wife and I are not having kids and we don't want kids. And the only people that have ever critiqued us negatively for that are individuals who are aligned with an ideology that puts having children as being paramount. That's our purpose is to have children to go forth and multiply, to have a bunch of kids, with no respect for the responsibility that comes with bringing a life into the world. And I recognize the enormous responsibility that comes with that, and I'm not ready for it. And my wife and I, we don't want that responsibility. We're not prepared for that responsibility. And so we feel it is the more moral action to not bring a life into the world that you're ill prepared for. And that if you're going to, you need to be prepared for it. You know, there has to be some level of it can't just be having kids for the sake of having kids. And you definitely don't want to have kids just as a means of living vicariously through them, like selfishly having children, which is just terrible.
Yeah, that first view tends to get under my skin. Like, just because we can have kids doesn't mean we're meant to have children just for the sake of it.
Yeah. And see, Godless Spectrum points out, religions want people to breed a lot because that makes more adherents to the cult. That brings more people in because parents, people come together, they'll have kids, they believe a particular thing, they have kids, they teach their kids that thing, those kids grow up, become full-fledged adherents, and they have kids, and it keeps perpetuating the cycle. The belief lives on through the parents, through the cult members that continue to have kids within the boundaries of the cult. And so you just keep propagating those ideas. But I look at it from both a biological perspective, responsibility to the planet, responsibility to the life that you're bringing into the world, and I view it from that perspective, and saying that, yes, there are some people that should not be having children because they're not in any way in a position to be able to provide for that life. That I think that in my this is all entirely subjective. I firmly subjectively hold that there are some people that should never have had kids, simply because they were not in a position to provide for that child the way that child ought to have been provided for. But they still do it anyway. And there are some people out there that all they want to do is have kids, and they've devoted their lives to having children and ensuring those kids get the best life they can. Great. But then there's some people who say, no, I don't want them because I don't want it. They can say it is selfish. I don't want it because I don't want the responsibility. I want to focus on my own life and do my own thing, instead of, because they recognize that bringing life into the world means sacrificing parts of your own life for the life of that individual, which I recognize. It is a sacrifice. There are things that you have to put aside or even just give up on for the sake of the life that you chose to bring into the world. That's accepting your responsibility. It's not a responsibility that I want, and not a responsibility that I'm even remotely capable of handling at this point. I'm 45, and I've just recently, compared to a lifespan, I've just recently gotten my life in order, where I am solid in what I'm doing. So bringing a child into that,
Yeah, I turned 35 this past Wednesday, and as I'm getting older, I currently live with my mom, who's been a single parent her whole life, had to raise 4 different kids, and it seems like this can't be the life that I want. To just find a woman, mate with her, and just disappear. I just find that. I just find it immoral.
Yeah.
I mean, but not to make it sound depressing or anything. I'm just curious because I honestly don't want to. I heard so many negative traits that I got from my parents. I don't want to preserve those traits to the next generation.
And so, and I get that. I have the same thing as well. There are things that I got from my father, and some things that I got from my mother that I would not want to pass down. Humans aren't perfect, but I recognize my limitations. As far as genetics go, I mean, short lifespans kind of run in my family because of just bad genetics, like my bad hearts. That's literally just genetics. Okay, so that already right there puts kind of a limiter on that. But then there's also the way my father raised me, and there's traumas there that I have dealt with, but still I'm never going to be free of. And so as my dad wasn't abusive. My dad did the best he could with what he had. Okay, that's what I can give him. I loved my dad. I know my dad loved me, but the way he expressed himself was exceptionally unproductive when it came to raising someone. He did support me in things that he liked, that he himself, there was kind of a vicarious relationship there. He did support me in that. He was an advocate for me, but there were things that about me personally that he did not like. Like for example, I'm bi, so I'm a member of the LGBTQ community.
Oh, me too.
My mother knew I was. My mother knows I am. but she kept that information from my father. Because if my father ever found out, that would be, she knew that would be deeply problematic. Because my mother herself told me, well, let's just make sure your dad doesn't know, that your father doesn't need to know this about you. I was like, and I agreed with that, because my father's reaction would likely have been horrendous had he found out, given his upbringing. His mother was a fundamentalist Christian and his father was a Marine. So their lifestyle and my grandmother on my father's side was just a batshit fundamentalist Christian hardcore. Okay. And knowing my dad would not have been able to accept that about his eldest son. So what do we do? And a lot of that trauma that came through on that shaped who I am today. And I recognize that. And some people will make the argument, because you recognize where you might go wrong, that's a good trait in a father, because you're aware of it. You know it. It's not like something that you're just perpetuating that you're completely oblivious to. You are self-reflective enough and self-aware enough to recognize where your failings are. So that makes it less likely that you'll make the same mistakes. But the mistakes were made in the past, and you don't want to proliferate those because you know how damaging they are. And you wouldn't want to put that on somebody else, which is what I'm of the mind of,
Yeah, it makes me wonder, like, how do like fathers feel when they realize that they completely missed out on their child's life, and they don't want no part of it, and they have no idea what became of their child that they chose to leave behind. Like me, they say I'm 35. I had to see my dad. I don't remember last time. To me, having a father is pretty much non-existent. And I often wonder, does my dad even know that I'm even still alive? Oh, what became of his son? I mean, do they think about those things?
I think some do. Some do, some may not. Some may deny it because it's too painful for them. Some may live with regret and be so regretful, but they may never make a move because they don't feel that they have any right to do so. Some may stand up and try to take responsibility, even though it's later on, but it may be too little, too late. That all comes down to how far you're willing to let that go. But yeah, I think it's different for everybody. Some people get scared and they freak out and they make bad decisions, and then they fear the repercussions of those decisions, so they never go back to try and correct them. It comes down to character.
But better late than never, right? I mean,
I would agree. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's tough because you got to go through that whole relationship again, building up the trust. It's been, like however many years it's been so many decades, and now you decide to show up. What do you want? Well, I want this. It's like, well, how do I know that? I don't know you to trust you. You got to go through that entire process. All the stuff that should have been done when you were a child, learning these things about your parents, you got to go through all that again. And some people, they just don't have the time or the energy. They're not interested. It's just too much to have to go through that whole process again.
And it's sad because so much time wasted.
Right.
Well, that's kind of a thing, like keeping in mind, like my scenario, when I hit about 18, 19, was the last time I'd seen my father for, the next quarter century, suffice to say. And there's a thing of like, well, in your case, Jordan, was he ever in your life, or was?
I don't even know what he looks like. The only person who's been in my life is just my mom.
Okay, so he was never in your life. Is
pretty much. I have a vague memory.
Okay.
Not being extremely vague. I was 8 years old, and I guess I saw him briefly then, but so much time has passed.
I got you. Okay, yeah, yours at least had a little bit of experience with him. let's just say that my own estrangement, the longer you let it go on and you start growing into, your own people separate of each other, you wonder who you are to the other. Like there's like that sense of potentially like responsibility, as you kind of alluded to, and that sense of that there should be an attachment, but at the same time, knowing you weren't there for so long can leave you wondering who you are to the other person. And that goes both ways. And it could lead down to who should be really making the first move. Like, what's the motivator towards there? Like, is there who's looking for closure, for instance? Is somebody looking for closure? Is there a question that's out there? Is it pure curiosity? There's a lot of places you can get your headspace into that'll just seem foreign to the other person if they're, if that's not kind of a thing that they've gone through. And you can end up second guessing yourself. I only got in contact with mine months before his passing, which is actually just a handful of years ago. And it was only on that news that things were approaching that final time. I'd already gone more than half of my entire life not having seen him. And we did not leave on good terms, as one would imagine, given the fact that we've been estranged in that sense. And I'm still not sure. Even when I went, there's like if you don't do it now, you'll never have another chance. And then there's a question of, what are you even trying to rebuild? That's the thing. See, if they were never there to begin with, are you recovering something, or is it just like a sense of self or value that you're going to put on what you're hoping to get out of the interaction? Is it just for you to feel that you've made the effort where the other didn't? Sometimes this is for your conscience. Sometimes it's for the other, you're doing it for another person's benefit. Sometimes this is just something to think of. Is this something for you to think, they are not starting, but it's important for me to do it? So you have to choose what's important for you. There's two sets of motivations in there, and sometimes it's like, who's going to have this, like what it takes to make the first step? They haven't in this time, but maybe there's reasons for that. Now, I don't know if your mother can allude to any of that. I'm not sure if that'll even be meaningful if she does. So I don't want to. I'm not going to stake all of that on that either. You've got to kind of figure where your motivations are at with the best information you've got, and what your conscience calls you to give a shot for, as long as you regulate your expectations.
My expectations is like as ground zero at this point in my life. I mean, if I do come across him, I'll do a simple like hello, and that'll be in of our our cordials, and that'll be it. I mean, there might be a handshake, who knows, but it won't be a hug or anything.
Okay, you're referring to your expectations?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's just like how you carry yourself during the interaction, right? Like, how close are you supposed to feel for a person who's literally not been close? Yeah, how you compose yourself, like the expectation of, like, it's not an instant parent, right? If they're not there.
Yeah, biologically, he's my father in that sense. He's not like father.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah.
I've had similar feelings, so it's like
he just contributed. He just contributed. That's all.
Yeah, so there's probably something a little bit more you're maybe looking for or hoping for. Try to identify what that is for you. So that you're a little more aware of like what's going on inside of you that maybe you haven't quite put a finger on. Because if you feel drawn towards starting the interaction, making it happen, see if you can come up with a more formal view of what the drive is behind it. Right? It's internal. It's you got to figure that out. But try to see if you can answer a bit of the question mark about where the drive is coming from and what the expectation attached to that'll be.
My thing
And then
is,
whatever you do, man, it's you. No one can say it's right or wrong.
all I just want to know is why not just how come you never come by to at least say hello? I mean,
Shame.
yeah.
Yeah, if you're looking at someone who's left kids behind, shame is a very common thing. It's like going, I wasn't ready for this. And then they think, what am I going to provide to this kid now? You know, it's like the longer you let things fester, things like shame and whatnot can take over. You know, there's a lot of motivation. There's a lot of common things that you could come up with, just like I presented to you there. Everyone's in their own headspace, where they are in life, why they were where they were. Maybe they're not the same person they were. And now that relatability it's not there for them. So you never know who you're going to meet. That's the thing. If it's been that long, who knows who the other person is. They may have changed. Like I left under poor terms on my side, but it's like nothing gets better while it just sits there festering, right? At the same time, you both grow into different people. You're a whole new person. You know, think about how you look at yourself. You know, very Theseus like. You know, are you the same person you were like 10 years ago?
No,
Hell no.
no, at all. Some things I accept that some things simply aren't like meant to be. I just leave it at that. I mean, my time is precious. I can't like waste it on something it's gonna be on my reach.
Tell you what, balance that with if you're gonna keep it short, you could do it just to get it done, to answer that question mark, so that your inaction isn't something that you feel a sense of regret for. There's a question about, I'd rather regret the things I did than the things I didn't. It doesn't get easier with time, and you're just going to ask yourself more as things go on. Ask yourself if that's where you're comfortable being, because you're asking the question right now. You're already stating the motivations there. Getting it out of the way may give closure, even if you don't feel like you walked away with anything. You may be literally acknowledging, well, now I'm walking away and knowing there's nothing, even if that's the answer.
I never thought of it that way. I'll think more about that, Andrew.
Exactly. Think about your motivations. Think about the fact of why it comes to mind. And is it worth leaving just an open question mark on, knowing it's already nagging you now? You just asked two near strangers all over the internet, right? You got it inside. You got to find, what it means to you to have the answer regardless of what it means. And knowing that you took the first step. That's the thing. There's some value. If you look at this as character building, going, come hell or high water, I took the first step.
Well, I'll drop down now and say you guys looking for I appreciate you guys answering my questions, and I like your live stream, Jo.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, bud.
All right, you guys enjoy the rest of your night, and happy Easter.
Thank you so much. Take it easy, bud.
Have a good one, man.
Yep.
All right, and a giant thank you to Avatar Stormcrow for gifting 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Avatar. You rock. I do appreciate that. Let me check something out real quick. Given that, I need to see if. Oh yeah, Forrest is live.
Oh, well, there we go. There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, he's live. God is not good. Disagree. Call Forrest and Eric SS. Yeah. So he's rocking it over there. So let me see here real quick. I'm going to go to here. And we're going to go to here. I want to double check something on my memberships and badges, and let's see where we're at. So we're closing in. Closing in as far as memberships go to unlock more emojis. Slowly but surely we'll get there. It says 10 more. So hopefully we'll see. But I just wanted to check and see where we were at with that. So appreciate that, Avatar. You rock. Thank you so much. Justin's been live for a while too. There's a bunch of people out there that are live that are probably, and we don't have any callers in right now. So what we can do is, since I have Andrew here, we can do something fun. And I don't know how fun it will be, but we can kill some time by doing this. And let's do here. Because I've got a deal from here. I've got a video here from Reformed Riley. Andrew, what do you think about hearing about how there are hearing 7.5 reasons why God must exist?
I want to hear about that fraction. I'm all about the fraction right now.
7.5 reasons why God must exist.
Hold on. You know what this means? There's probably 15 of them and they're half baked. He just knows how to reduce fractions.
Hate to spam goes here. Good to see you. Thanks so much. All right. Let's check this out.
Disclaimer. Hold on. Pause to read. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go full screen to make sure I can read text. Oh wow. Is it just me, or is that like super low res?
Yeah. See, this video is a defense for the existence of a God creator existing. This is not my defense for the biblical God, although these allude to the biblical God or any other gods, but simply my defense for a God/creator.
Yeah, it's the I can't argue my thing, but
right.
Yeah, here let me boil it down
But this is from Reformed Riley, and this is 7.5 reasons why God must, in all caps, must exist. So why there must be a creator, a creating entity.
Okay.
My first argument is that our universe has a beginning.
Obviously that falls part of the face because the evidence does not indicate that there is no point beginning, not a strong start. Like the very first statement obviously is problematic. There's no evidence that indicates that the universe in and of itself had a beginning. So this is where the universe started. No, that doesn't, the evidence itself, the physical evidence doesn't even back that up. So let's see how he backs it up.
Yeah.
Thing that has a beginning.
I'm going Cam, just in case like the face palm happens, y'all deserve to see it.
Beginning has a cause to it. If I point to a building and I say that nothing created this, you will look at me like I'm silly. The same.
Yeah, that obviously it's not. It's disanalogous because a building we can make this because we have experience of buildings being made by humans, but we have no experience of a universe being made by gods. So,
and we're dealing with a composition division at this point.
Yeah,
straight up. Yeah.
And thank you, Avatar Stormcrow, for another 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Avatar. You rock. You rule. I appreciate that big time. Starts badly, it will get worse. You're probably right. And Male Mike, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Spirit Skull, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. All these new members popping in.
Thing were to be is if a waiter at a restaurant comes to me with the dish I ordered and I say, wow, what a wonderful dish. Crazy how all the molecules just align themselves to make a dish for me. So, according to an atheist and according to evolutionists, our universe began around 13.8 billion years ago.
No, that's not according to people who understand evolution or an evolutionary biologist or to atheists, because the positions on cosmology, this is a state established by cosmologists, but being an atheist or even accepting evolution does not logically entail believing in cosmological arguments or accepting cosmological arguments. Typically, your epistemic framework does, because you understand how evidence works and how predictive models work, and because these are the conclusions that align with the evidence and align with the predictive and explanatory models. That's why they accept that, because of the common thread being their epistemology. But no, just being someone accepting evolution and someone being an atheist or either one, those are not mutually inclusive. Okay, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you accept evolution. It doesn't mean that you accept cosmology. It just means that you don't believe in any god. So this is Reformed Riley's way of kind of like running like grouping everybody up into one category just like that they're all wrong. So
where something called the Big Bang happened. The
something called the Big Bang. What is this?
Big Bang, according to NASA, is where all matter was created. Now,
No, that is absolutely false.
Huh.
But
He
I'm
only
kind of
said,
curious.
he only said matter, by the way. And energy was also on that page. I want to see where that's quoted.
Right. So most of the hydrogen and helium in the universe were created in the moments after the Big Bang. They formed from other things that existed from that quark gluon plasma as the cooling event took place, and it allowed these things to begin to form out of that. It didn't, like the inflation event didn't directly create them. It created the conditions, or it allowed for it established the conditions that facilitated their existence through natural forces. But nowhere does anything state that the Big Bang created any of this shit. And I don't know why this is superimposed over the periodic table.
There's even more that's wrong here. Moments after, no, we're about 360 million years before we got stable atoms.
Right.
So moments, maybe God moments where an eternity is like a second. I think his time scale is a little skewed.
Yeah, time scale is a little messed up. Cosmologically speaking, you could say a few moments because of the breadth of the universe and how long it's going to be around. You could say it happened relatively quickly in a cosmological scale, but yeah, this wasn't like immediately after. It didn't occur like that. The entire cooling event, as things spread out. So, but yeah, this is, and definitely no one states that it created all the matter and energy. And you're right, he just said matter, but that's not where it was created, because the inflation event was an expression of energy. So the energy was already there. So
yeah, there's no creation in the first place, but even formation, he's off by, like, I don't know what kitty manual he copied that from.
Right.
According to NASA, is where all
Why is it NASA? I mean, he might be a flat earther.
all matter was created. Now,
Incorrect.
I have seen, just for reference, NASA did have a clearly made for kids pamphlet that kind of colloquialized a few things and got a little sloppy. To be fair, such a publication does exist, but we're not talking a legit scientific paper. We're talking a made for kids pamphlet where they got a little loose.
And Leo Phillips says it was 380,000 years before stable neutral atoms formed, the period of recombination, or the moment of last scattering.
I was a hell of a lot closer than that guy was.
For something to be created, it must have a creator.
Well, okay, under the context in linguistics, yes, because the implication there, because it was created, the implication is that there was something that created it. But that's why cosmologists do not state that it was created at that point, that energy was created like that. Matter is a result of energy. So it's energy transposing. And so the energy's always been there. So obviously this is just to push the creative thing by completely misrepresenting what we know physically about the universe itself.
So according to NASA, the Big Bang would be our creator, or...
Hold on. I just want to make sure I can... Are they up there? The eye roll.
Yeah. Oh, Godless Spectrum says, so does that mean God must have had a creator? Well, if it began to exist, but no, they didn't say, nope, God always existed. We can just say the
special pleading's coming.
Yeah. Our God. Well, what do you mean, God? The Big Bang isn't a God. It's not all powerful. It's not all knowing. It's not all loving. The definition for God is simply creator. And
yeah, that's very
creator account. Do you feel godly?
I'm right. I am the God of my channel. So this is obviously very, very subjective. That whatever it might be, that's not the definition of all gods. Some people have different definitions for what a god is. So
creator is something or someone that creates.
This definitely aligns with his narrative, with what he's trying to push.
Yeah. Since we're gonna go down the, I know a certain certain individual who'd love to see just another definition for a God out there, right? If I disagree with this definition, it's because it's just this guy's. It's just his definition. That's cool. It's nice that he wants to use that word that way.
If you disagree with this definition, you are most likely borrowing the definition of God from the Christian worldview. What?
Thor is going to be very upset with this guy.
You are likely, if you disagree with this definition, you are most likely borrowing the definition of God from the Christian worldview. The Christian worldview holds God to be the creator. Did he fuck this up?
Well, God equals creator, but does creator equal God? Is it a bi-directional relationship? Is that implicit? In as much as we know that he's playing like the worst word game possible.
Right. Yeah.
Well, what about humans who create things? Does that make them gods?
Well, by that logic, yes. Oh, we have somebody in the back. Let's pause this for a second.
Oh.
Give me one moment. No, that's not the right one. Hang on a sec.
Wait.
Here we go. Let's pause that for a moment. And
it's kind of my best impression going on.
What's up, Josh?
Am I here? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, you're there. I'm here.
Hey, what's up, JL?
What's going on, bud? What brings you up today?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Can JL hear me? Because I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear both of you.
Okay, something's messed up. Let me join back.
Okay. I like this. To paraphrase Pratchett, creators create, gods just run things. Let's see. Can you hear me now, bud?
Yeah, you're coming in now. I turned off the Bluetooth right as I joined, so it messed it all up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't agree. As a Christian, is this guy a Christian that you're reviewing right now?
Yes, he is. Yeah, Reformed Christian, yeah.
Do you mind if I just hang out, JL? I'm on the road and just kind of chime in on some things I feel he's misrepresenting Christianity on. I'll be quiet for the most part, unless you're trying to do the review by yourself. Then I understand.
Well, I think if you can get to a more stable position, because you got a lot of traffic noise, so it might make I mean I can hear you, but there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, that's why I said I probably won't chime in very much. I'll just be muted for the most part, if that's okay.
Yeah, Josh, are you a believer yourself?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay, well, I think we'd rather hear like just what your take on things is, rather than try to hear you just like try to correct where you think he's off. I think it'd be a more conversation to find out where you think on should be. This is the conversation we're actually hoping to have. Like right now, we're kind of passing some time with the live review bit. So if you've got an actual case that you think is more appropriate to make, you should be making it yourself right now then. Rather than just correct him, put out yours.
Yeah. I don't know that, like JL said, I don't have like the best connection right now to get into a full-blown discussion. So I don't know if right now is the best time. I'm going to be on the road for a little while, but and I've had these conversations with JL in the past. But I mean, just off the bat, this guy says like the only definition of God means creator. Like that's wrong.
Oh yeah. It's all to understand Reformed Riley. Reformed Riley is specifically coming at this from his own subjective narrative. So he's got a specific like line of reasoning that he's going to go down that only is like this reinforcing his. It's not making any like objective statements about reality. It's all specifically written to reinforce his own position. So he's going to come at it from like his own personal takes and doesn't represent anybody in any kind of like objective sense So he's going to argue from it from a very specific area, but it's a lot of semantics and shit. I just wanted to kind of, like I said, we were killing time until we can get someone up on the stage. And if you want to, if you're able to get to, I'm going to be live for a minute. So if you're able to get yourself to a position where you're in, where we can hear you better, that would work just fine. Cause I'm going to be here.
Yeah. Just to say
I'm gonna be on the road for like 2 hours, JL. So I don't think anytime soon right now. But no, I think in that case, then I can just hop off and then you guys can just kind of do your thing.
Yeah. To be fair, the audio feels fine on my side. It's workable. It's just a question about whether there's a safety concern. The audio is workable on my side, so it's between JL and that safety factor on yours.
That's a good point that I should have brought up. You know, like doing this while driving may not be the best.
I have a mute button on my steering wheel, so it's just I'm not on my phone.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to be live for a bit. So if you are in a better, or I guess in a more convenient place to come on, then you're more than welcome to come on. Until then, we'll just be reviewing this. We'll be taking a look at this video until someone does. But I think when you're in a better place, when you're in a better spot, I think it would be safer and more. It will work better with the stream. Sound good?
Yeah, would it be okay? Maybe just throw me backstage, maybe.
Yeah, I can do that if you just want to hang out back there. Sure.
Like I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't got YouTube Premium, so I be getting ads and stuff, and so like when I'm on the stream, I kind of bypass that. But yeah, if you throw me backstage, I'll hang out for a little bit, and then I'll probably hop off, and then I'll come back later when I have a better connection too.
Sounds good. Cool.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, be safe.
Yep.
All right, we'll do that. And let's bring this back up. Yeah, someone brought up the cringe amount of stock videos and shit. It's really annoying, but
No, I argue that humans actually form things with what has already been created. Because
that of course assumes the creator. Yeah, but
I'm sure a lot of us have learned in school that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So
energy can either be created or destroyed. Matter is a result of the transposition of energy, so he's definitely screwed that up.
But he's about to also tell us that it was created.
He's also about to tell us that God created it. Yeah.
Was created.
Humans simply aren't creating matter. We're using pre-existing matter to form different things. Now, if you were to argue that the universe is eternal, then I would say, how come our observable universe is constantly expanding? What many atheists fail to understand is that the Big Bang Theory does not combat theism. Rather, it combats atheism.
It has nothing to do with that. Nothing whatsoever, because everything we know about cosmology could be true, and a God entity could still exist. It just wouldn't be the one that he's arguing for. But then again, everything we know about cosmology could be wrong, and that would entail that a God does exist. So, it's a completely it doesn't combat anything, because cosmology is about explaining the universe, the phenomena in the universe. Atheism is about whether or not you believe in a God or not. Whether you believe that you don't believe in a God. It's two completely different subjects. So
yeah.
And hey, Jay Patchett, good to see you.
Yeah, two side pieces of that is one, aside from the fact that the Big Bang Theory does not actually call a hard beginning
right
to existence, that idea of even constant expanding, it's been expanding as far as we can model. Yes. But if we're dealing with a bang crunch cycle, it's only just doing it now. And it wasn't then. It might have before, but not before that. Before that, we're just going like this. So, it just happens to be doing that now. Yeah, we are expanding now. I agree to that.
Like that male Mike says, honestly, the argument for how is pretty much these are the rules of how it works, but also, okay, yeah, but God is different because he can use magic. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's always an appeal to magic.
Because if the universe is eternal, it means there has been no creator. But
not necessarily. Well, okay. I don't think that's directly logically entailed.
I think it might.
Well, okay, so there's no creator of the universe.
Yes.
But there could be a creating entity that exists within the confines of the universe itself that does other stuff.
You've got
so that would simply,
You're a creator.
That's right. I'm a creator. So there you go. So, but I would say just so that I would say it's too vague is what he's doing. Is that there's no if the universe is eternal, if the universe has always existed and will always exist, then there is no creator of the universe. But there could be a creating entity within the scope of the universe. So it simply depowers it in that respect. So yeah, there's no universe creator. He has to be more specific in his terminology.
Yeah, he
If
has
the
to
universe
equivocated earlier because he used creator as far as anybody else is concerned. So we have no example of a creator because we use that word everywhere else. But he just tried to make exclusive use of it for God at this point because it can only apply to the God he's talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
has a beginning, it argues that the universe does have a creator.
No, that is not logically entailed at all. No, it's not. It just simply says that if the universe itself simply is the result of a prior state, which you would say it's something else other than the universe. It doesn't necessarily have to be a creator. It could simply be another natural thing that facilitated the beginning of this universe. But then again, we can just throw that out because the evidence doesn't show that whatsoever. There's no evidence to indicate that there was a beginning of the universe. So there's an origin point of the there's an origin point for the observability of the universe. Yes, but that doesn't mean that the universe itself didn't exist prior to its inobservability or unobservability. So
Because obviously we know that matter can't be created nor destroyed,
energy,
and nothing can't create everything.
I'll agree with that as far as like logic goes. So, but then we're just at the universe having always existed, which is not problematic.
And
the only real,
Yeah, that's also not a question of scientifically impossible. That's a little more, well, I'm not sure that's necessarily even going to apply in that sense. It's more of a philosophical question.
More philosophical, yeah.
Yeah.
That is illogical. So if you
He said logical, but he said scientific. Then he immediately makes reference to the philosophical notion. This dude is bad. This dude is so bad.
truly still believe that our universe is eternal, why is the universe expanding?
Because it expanded from its central point. I wouldn't, because that's what it does. Come on, man.
Carbs. My money's on carbs.
What point did the universe begin expanding? That point, according to Big Bang theorists, is the singularity, where our universe started.
This guy is operating with shit like from like 20 years ago. This is like an old school understanding of this.
He got that pamphlet as a kid.
Yes, he did.
Singular point and has been expanding ever since. And again, something had to cause this.
So there would be natural events that did, but it doesn't mean that it didn't exist prior to that. So this is still not the creation of anything. This is still an argument from, what is this? An argument from ignorance? Technically, because he's positing a God because we may not have access to these things. So the de Sitter, Clive Wells brings up the de Sitter universe is forever expanding but had no beginning. So I get that, but I'm trying to like in a logical formation, the conclusion that this is an argument from ignorance, isn't it? Basically,
to a degree, because he's ignorant about what the actual Big Bang theory is, so,
right? But
on a level there immediately, everything else is broken from there. Really, that's the thing. It's just broken. It's hard to put a fallacy on it because his foundation is so far off.
This is killing me. I can't stand it. When I love it, I prefer it when someone makes like a very obvious logical fallacy, begging the question, argument from emotion, argument from consensus or whatever like that. But when they combine multiple fallacies into one, is really, really obnoxious, depending upon their verbiage. And I was trying to suss out where exactly they are because I see it happen so many times. It's like, it's an argument from incredulity that is reinforcing an argument from ignorance that is justifying their begging the question for like each one feeds into the next one.
I've got the tier we're missing. It's a straw man. That's straw man. Everything else is because of straw man.
So we got ignorance. So that's right.
Ignorance, which leads to straw man.
That's right. Argument from ignorance, which leads them to straw man the position.
And now everything propagates from there. Yeah.
So an argument from ignorance, or I say an argument from ignorance or an argument from personal incredulity. Either they can't see it happening another way or they don't know. And
he's predicating on what he's claiming the other side is saying. That's
That's the straw man.
Ignorance is the start. Not knowing it leads to the straw manning.
Right.
So
and then
so
it's the argument from ignorance, leading to the straw man, leading to them
every other begging the question that's going to follow.
To beg the question,
everything else,
and then someone brought, and then to just, and then so they beg the question and then justify that through like special pleading or an appeal to emotion or appeal.
We're probably going to find out a little later as to where it's going to go. But we got the bottom line is the starting thing. He's
compounding fallacies. Yes.
Yeah, we're getting the hierarchy going.
Fallacy Cerberus. I love that. Or chimeric fallacy.
Something had to have created our universe because nothing cannot create everything.
Which is he still hasn't eliminated the logical possibility. So this was just an argument from ignorance, argument for personal incredulity in that respect. And he strawmanned atheism entirely. But he didn't. But the one kicker is he didn't knock down the logical possibility that the universe has always existed. He brought it up. Like he said, the universe always existed, therefore there's no creator for the universe. That's logically possible, but he didn't provide a defeater for that. No, he just left it on the table and then just ignored it.
Not quite, like, because remember, that's part of his misrepresentation was claiming that science said there's a beginning.
That's right. It did do that, which he's wrong on. Yeah,
he's taking that as a concession from the other side already. That's the failing.
All right, that was number one. Misrepresentation of science. Yeah. Whether he's doing it deliberately or he's doing it out of like just innocent ignorance is neither here nor there. But obviously that's just completely wrong. And there was a shit ton, like a dump truck full of fallacies that went behind that. So, yay, abiogenesis.
Yeah. My second argument is that life cannot come from non-life. Now,
these words are so vague. Provide a definition for what life is. Provide a definition for what you mean by non-life, because there is a differentiation between organic chemical compounds and inert compounds, like things that don't. But you have organic chemical interactions that occur that allow for the facilitation of the building blocks of life, which we see all over nature. But these come from elements. This is chemistry. So, are we going to say that the carbon that is necessary for the formation of amino acids is that carbon alive? At what point does it become life? So
I always attack this from the rear end of things. You pop a cap in someone. At what point does life become non-life? And then why is it a one-way direction?
Right.
Ever in the existence of our history, have we ever observed non-life bearing life?
Well, okay, so so that depends upon what you're classifying as life. If he's talking about
life had to begin at some point.
Yes, that's what abiogenesis is. That it's a result of organic chemical interactions under the correct conditions, which we know is possible because we've seen the building blocks are able to form in nature. So long as the things, and we have a good hypothesis. That's why this is a hypothesis, not a theory. So it's logically possible that it does because we see the building blocks all over the place. We just don't know like a lot of the nuanced details. I think one of my favorite analogies here, and I don't know if you'll agree or disagree with this, is that the hypothesis of that we have enough information. Abiogenesis is like a giant jigsaw puzzle, and we have solved large sections of the puzzle, but there are still sections that we have not yet solved. Also, we don't know what the end picture is going to look like, and we don't have a box to tell us what the picture will be. And some of the pieces might be missing, but we don't know yet because some of those pieces might have been lost to history just by virtue of the natural forces of the planet. So we don't know if we have all the data available. We don't have an end picture of what it's going to look like. We don't have a reference point. We're just basically working with the tools that we have. We got the pieces and we're trying to put them all together. We've solved large sections thanks to chemistry and physics and geology and a number of other fields, but we haven't gotten it all solved yet. I think it's a pretty good analogy for where we're at with abiogenesis.
Yeah, and this one is technically, in a sense, a black swan fallacy because, like, if you haven't seen it, he just declared it arbitrarily impossible.
Right.
Yeah.
We've never seen it happen, and that's what's also fucked up because it's entirely possible that it may still be occurring on the planet, But the reason we've never found it happening is, one, that'd be happening at a microscopic level, and this is a really, really, really big planet. And two, anything that forms is automatically enters the food chain. It's automatically already a part of the food chain. And so
bacteria are gonna eat it up.
they're gonna use that shit to produce energy. So anything that did form is automatically, prey for. Exactly. So from the microscopic level all the way up to the macro, it's already a part of the system. So it could still be happening again. It just never gets off the ground because life is already here. The only reason life was able to proliferate beforehand is because there was nothing to compete with. So,
yeah.
According to evolutionists, we have a common
evolutionists, it's so fucking disingenuous.
ancestor. This common ancestor is not apes. Contrary to that graph you might see online,
well, that's a bad depiction because we already know that
life had to begin at some point. According to evolutionists, we have a common ancestor.
Yes, we share a common ancestor with other members of our. Well, we share a common ancestor with all the members of our genus, and we share a common ancestor with members of other genuses that are genetically related to us. But that goes back further and further and further and further. So, like the common ancestor between us and Homo neanderthalensis is Homo erectus, but the common ancestor between us and chimpanzees goes back even farther than that, like roughly 7.5 million years before that. And so the common ancestors go back further and further, but we know this through phylogenetics. It's pretty simple.
This common ancestor is not apes.
It'd be a primate. That's what it would be. Yeah.
Common between who exactly?
Yeah, he hasn't said what the other side is. Yeah, he just mentioned humans. Humans have a common ancestor with who? Like
exactly. He didn't fill the other side of the equation. Like that didn't pass me for 2 seconds there.
If you want to say the common ancestor between us and like Homo neanderthalensis, that's one thing. But if you want to say between us and chimpanzees, that's another thing. But if you want to say between us and like the giant Australian lungfish, which is our closest genetically related our closest related fish, that's the most closely related to humans, to the Homo genus, then you got to go back really far. Still, there's no other half of this.
Contrary to that graph you might see online, we do not evolve from apes.
It's because we are apes, you moron.
Great.
Oh, this kid is so dumb.
Great.
We are apes. We are a version of apes. We are apes. Yes, Jinju. Humans are apes. Piss off a Christian and you'll see it too well. Rock. Yeah, so
I love how you see Jonathan Frakes there.
It never happened. Total fiction. We made it up. I loved him on Ripley's Believe It or Not. It's great shit. Singer Soul, thank you so much for the super chat. Says you should review that Reformed Raleigh video that he did on you. It's so bad. I remember the bloodbath debate, and it boiled down to how do you know anything about the Yahweh monster jail? Yeah, that was awful. That was a particularly bad one, that interaction, because I essentially got 2-on-1'd and there was no moderation whatsoever. And they were, in my opinion, and people could disagree with me on this, they were kind of out of control because Riley would ask me a question. I would go to answer it, and then his friend would interrupt. And then I would try to get back on track. And they just kept turning it into chaos. And that's just how it went. And his review of me was garbage as well. That's that review. I did a review of Reformed Riley on morality, and then Jim Bob did a review of me, of my review of Reformed Riley, and then I did a review of Jim Bob. So it's reacception is what it is. But yeah, that was atrocious. But thank you so much for the super chat, Singer Soul. You rock.
Even according to evolutionists. Rather, an evolutionist believes in the idea of something called the primordial soup.
Why does he say evolutionist? I mean, it's a working hypothesis in abiogenesis, in the idea that the conditions that allowed for the formation of, facilitated these organic chemical interactions that led to this. He's going to like this. I don't even know. I got to imagine how does this guy visualize this shit in his head? I'm kind of curious as to how he visualizes what it looked like, because this low-lying wetland shit, no, because we're talking like deep in the ocean hydrothermal vent stuff.
What the heck is a primordial soup? Basically, over billions of years after the Big Bang, there were particles that rained down onto Earth and created this big, huge organic soup kind of thing. And within this soup came life.
This kid is so dumb. I don't even know where he got the rain down particles that created this soup. That's just he's taken like 4 points in these vast time scales and reduced them down to like particles rain down, and then there was a soup, and then there was life. I mean, the amount of information that he's leaving out of this, it should be criminal how much he's leaving out as far as the facilitation of the process of abiogenesis.
Yeah.
You don't even the spam goes here.
I'm gonna have a share moment, okay?
The spam goes here. Says, oh, good
can't.
God! I didn't think it could get worse. Then it gets worse.
Uh,
Yes, this is your brain on copium, Cord. This absolutely is. This is terrible.
And that life being one singular-celled bacterial organism.
No, because bacteria came later. The bacteria, archaea, and oh shit, what's the third one? I've lost my mind. Bacteria, archaea, and those are the three primary families. Is bacteria, archaea, eukaryota, bacteria, and archaea. Those are the three primary families. So whatever the last universal common ancestor would not have been bacterial. It would not have been a bacteria. That's something else entirely. So no, that's already just a flat out lie right there. Or he's just like flat out wrong.
Yeah. Now there's a question, of course. Life is before cells. If we're looking at the rest of some of those chemical reactions and whatnot in your definition of life, it's not just at the cell level. We're going to talk about self-replicating molecules.
The molecules themselves, yeah.
Metabolize. Yeah. So he's wrong again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And from that organism, it later divided some more, went into the water, became fish.
What do you mean went into the water? What the?
It's in primordial soup. Isn't that mostly water to begin with? This guy needs a new menu.
This guy, wow, went into the water.
Those fish grew legs, came out of the water, and now we have humans and every other living animal and everything else that's living.
Okay, no, what he's describing there is essentially Pokemon. Obviously, this is not a representation of what the science teaches. He's never taken a course on this. This is complete misread. This is likely shit that the other believers that he has listened to have used. Like, this is like some Ken Hovind shit. This is like Ken Hovind, Matt Powell, low tier anti-science, like science denialism bullshit. You know, where they don't understand what they're talking about and they're just spouting talking points. Discovery Institute nonsense.
We've seen videos like this for decades.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
Seems a little far-fetched to me.
When you present it in a far-fetched manner, it will. Okay, it does. Like that's the whole point. It sounds far-fetched because you presented it in a far-fetched manner. You didn't present it accurately, so therefore it doesn't sound accurate. That's the whole point.
But even if, still personal incredulity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it far-fetched? Well, number one, we have
because you fucked it up when you presented it.
never ever observed a single-celled bacterial organism spontaneously coming into existence before.
That's because spontaneous generation was debunked. We know it doesn't happen, but people used to think it did. But now we know that that's long since been debunked. So obviously, this is spontaneous generation that he's talking about right here, which we don't say happened.
Number two,
we got a time scale issue here as well. Spontaneously, how long does it take to go from, say, let's say if we went from the RNA hypothesis, right? Now we got organic chemistry happening before you even hit RNA.
Right.
There's the RNA to DNA hypothesis as to an option for there. How long? You would say spontaneous. You know how people like say, what's that actual time scale? How long did it actually take to get actual cells?
If I remember correctly, roughly in between 1 and 1.5 billion years.
So like 2 moments? Is that 2 moments?
1.5 moments.
I need a scale system for this guy. He was off by like 380,000 years for stable, like, hydrogen.
I like
Okay.
Jay Patrick. Yeah, Jay Patrick brings up. I like how his tone is like, isn't this totally ridiculous? But believes one God entity may have just willed everything into existence, right? With no mechanism as to how he does it. 2 to 3 billion, I think. I was of the mind that, like, from in the RNA world hypothesis, and Leo Phileas might correct me on this one, but if I remember correctly, that to get from like the initial organic chemical interactions to the formation of DNA roughly took through the RNA process roughly took in between 1 and 1.5 billion years. And then then it took like another billion years to actually get to like cellular life that could then facilitate multicellular colonial organisms, and then on from there. But this whole process took billions of years to take place because the conditions had to be right for these things to take place. Like the initial stages will happen again and again and again, just like in a chemistry lab. It's just like if you think of the Earth like a laboratory, and all of the conditions within that laboratory dictating what can occur within the chemical interactions that are being driven by natural forces, it requires the right circumstances or the right conditions for these to progress to the next stage. And as long as those initial conditions allow for the initial precursors to keep running, to keep doing what they do, then all it requires is the correct conditions for the next stage to take place. And that took billions of years to take place. So
2 moments. That's our conversion scale.
Yeah.
A single-cell bacterial organism is a prokaryotic cell.
Oh. Really?
So Leo Phillips brings up DNA actually formed relatively early, within like a couple 100 million years of the formation of life, of like early life. So it would have been like, so DNA life and RNA life, I'm assuming 2 separate kinds, or I said kinds. I totally fucked it up. 2 different forms of life. And I was like, so yeah, like I said, trying to define what life is very, very problematic. There are single cell eukaryotes as well. I know that this prokaryotes is not universal. There are other versions. So this is just completely wrong. Found a timeline. Single cell life was 3.5 billion to 4.2 billion. Life multicellular started 1.5 billion years ago. Okay.
Yeah. We're just
So
trying to
3.5 to 4.2, right.
Yeah. Our current calculation is life to cell. Not
life to cell to multicell. Yeah.
Yet. We're just trying to bridge that gap of how fast that little spontaneous expectation was, because once again, we apparently have to observe this.
But this whole like narrowing it, everything like all single cells into prokaryotes, that's just wrong.
Yeah. Prokaryotes do not include any type of nucleus or nuclei. Humans are made up of eukaryotic cells, and these eukaryotic cells include nuclei. So never one.
Right, because you started just by asserting that it was bacterial, okay? And then you went to prokaryotic, but you ignored archaea. Well, I think is it prokaryotes fall under archaea, fall under bacteria. Son of a bitch! I need to brush up on this shit. But I do know that eukaryotes came off of the last universal. Came off the LUCA, the last universal common ancestor, because there's 3: archaea, bacteria, and eukaryota, and likely eukaryota resulted due to, if I remember correctly, eukaryota is hypothesized developed off of an interaction between one group of archaea and bacteria. Nuclei is plural there, Riley. Nucleus is the singular form. Correct. Thank you, Leo. And I'm pretty sure that it was archaea, and it was a combination of archaea and bacteria that resulted in eukaryote, in the formation of the first eukaryotic organisms. So one enveloping the other, and then that's how that formed. Archaea, I believe, is archaea on Planet Peterson knows this a bit better than I do. This has never really been a terrible concern of mine, but nonetheless, we have a working hypothesis for how that happened. So this is just flatly incorrect.
Once again, in our observable history, have we observed a prokaryotic cell becoming a eukaryotic cell?
So we haven't observed it. Argument from ignorance. We haven't observed. Doesn't mean there wasn't some facilitator that allowed for the formation of eukaryotes alongside archaea and bacteria. So for the three families.
Many people also believe in the idea that abiogenesis, which is a process of the formulation of the building blocks of life, the building blocks being things such as nucleotides and amino acids,
which we see forming in nature all the time on their own, spontaneously. We see that just through natural chemical processes. We find them on meteorites. So
people believe that this could explain the idea of how life can arise from non-life.
Yes, that's one. It's a part of the process. It's not the entire jigsaw puzzle, but that's part of it. So
we're able to create the building blocks of life. Doesn't that mean we ought to have life spontaneously arise out of nothing? Well,
no, not at all. No.
Well, not really, because we're still
never nothing. So first he's arguing that life can't come from non-life, but then he jumped to nothing there.
Right.
Kind of missing a factor. We have the building blocks, but we're missing life. I think I have the answer. I think I know what's missing. Life is missing. Life cannot come from non-life.
Yeah, that's just dumb. That's just stupid because he's skipping out all the chemical interactions that result in that facilitate the emergence of these early precursors. So yeah,
we're down to we haven't observed it, therefore it's impossible.
Right. Argument from ignorance,
and a special pleading case to come.
Special pleading, yep.
Only life bears life, which I believe can only come from God.
And there it goes. Just shove the God in. Just shoehorn the God in.
God, bearing life, gave everything and everyone life. And if you believe that life has always existed for an infinite amount of time, I would tell you to argue with the second law of thermodynamics.
It's really funny. He just finished arguing against abiogenesis. So first he's saying life can't. Wait, you're suggesting life came from non-life. Then he's suggesting that life has always existed. Which side of the mouth? Wait, which side of the mouth are we hearing from right now? I'm losing track.
I've come across this so many times. Yeah, conclusion magic. That's right. And yeah, the spam goes here brings up an important point. It's like, but is your God technically alive? Is it biologically alive? Is it what it qualifies as, or is it technically non-life? Or no, God is life. What is it? They're going to go with something like that. But the problem with this one, with bringing up the second law of thermodynamics, is that the second law of thermodynamics applies to the system in and of itself, but there are localized open systems within that system. The open system itself, like the Earth itself, is an open system. It takes energy in from the sun, and it takes energy and matter in from the universe, and energy and matter go out through radiative cooling and ejecta. So the Earth itself is an open system for the time being. For a localized period in time, it is an open system. Because the energy is coming in, the energy is going out, because the energy is constantly coming from the sun. That is what facilitates the energy necessary for these processes to take place. Life itself is, but the system, like the Earth and the things that are on, are still subject to the second law of thermodynamics, to entropy. But the system itself, the Earth, as long as it's within the position that it's in, and the sun is where it's at, will still be an open system facilitating the proliferation of life until it gets to a point where the Earth can no longer sustain it because the Earth gets too hot. So the system itself is subject to the second law. Yes, everything is subject to the second law, but there are pockets of localized open systems, like the Earth is what that is. So he's just ignoring that. It's like, yes, life is subject to the second law of thermodynamics, but it's possible on this planet because the Earth itself is an open system. So. And Leophilia states, it's also entirely possible and physically consistent for entropy to increase ad infinitum, never reaching a state of thermodynamic equilibrium. Possible. The laws of thermodynamics do not apply within systems that are affected by gravity. So it's interesting. I haven't heard it articulated that way before, but I know that they don't apply in the same way within an open system when the energy is constantly input with energy moving outward, so that it's not subject to the same degree of increase that the system in and of itself is, that the universe itself is. So is the way I understand it. So he's trying to basically say that life requires a creator because life is subject to the second law of thermodynamics, And he's leaving out the fact that the Earth is itself an open system for which allows for the proliferation of these things, but saying like he's basically presenting the Earth as a closed system that's subject entirely to the second law. So
that tells us that our universe is actually running out of usable energy. So if life has infinitely existed, we would.
Which we don't say that life has infinitely existed, because we don't say matter has infinitely existed.
He's now doubled down on that same phrasing where first he's going, we're supporting an idea by biogenesis as a possibility here. And he's going, always, but we're not even saying always. And he's saying that we're not saying always. And now he's contradicted himself and doubled down on it.
And I got to bring this up. Leo Phillies is right. I don't see how that could be true. Black holes have thermodynamic properties and are the most intense gravitational regions that we know of. So that might be something that Leo and Tony can hash out. So that's why I didn't recognize that. Don't apply within systems that are affected by gravity. I know that they don't apply the same in open systems as they do in closed systems. So that there's a differentiation there. But the system in itself, but the Earth is still itself, that open system that the Earth is temporarily, is still subject to the second law of thermodynamics, as is the sun that's supplying all the energy. That these things are being affected equally just because by being a part of the universe, but these temporary localized positions where they allow for open systems to exist. Kind of like my analogy here is the universe is like a giant river, all moving in one direction. And that's the flow of energy towards thermal equilibrium. The increase in entropy on one side, like this. So that it's a giant river. But the Earth is like a boat that forms via natural forces that allow for a localized sustaining of an open system that is still subject to the river. It's still moving along those lines, but for the time being, because of the formation of the Earth and the sun, we can take things out and we can bring things into the boat, which is energy coming into the boat. We can take things out of the boat and put them back out into the system. So, and that's a that can temporarily exist. So slowly but surely. But that's my favorite kind of analogy there, is that the boat won't always exist, but it does currently exist per the natural forces of the universe. And I'm going to bring up the guy whose premiere I accidentally stepped on.
It turns out I slept through it. Like I even set an alarm, and that's how soporific my content is. Just to expand on what I think Leophilius is saying, when you say that systems will always become disordered, well, if there's gravity acting, that will actually cause order, right? The system will compress under gravitational force, and so the argument that the universe must necessarily increase in disorder. Well, locally you will get increases in order. Now, this doesn't comment on the total system, because, as you point out, solar systems and galaxies and galactic clusters, they aren't actually closed systems. There's energy coming into them. There's energy going out of them. The universe is an example of a closed system, and on a universe scale, yes, entropy must increase, but it's very difficult to achieve that on any local system. And in a local system, the fact that we get energy from the sun is a consequence of gravity, which is compressing the material in the sun to the point that fusion can occur, that can release energy that's coming into us. So
this would functionally
have run out of energy an infinite amount of time.
Is the whole system functionally. We could look at things as being like less relevant for a scale of conversation, I suppose, but functionally everything interacts, does it not? So everything is technically open on some scale.
Yes, well, in some sense, but the universe by definition is closed because you can't escape the universe. So to some extent, there is energy and multiple forms of energy entering. If we consider the solar system, there's multiple stuff. There's energy, there's cosmic rays entering the solar system that have their origin in extrasolar processes. So and there's material coming through as Oumuamua and the other interstellar, 3i Atlas and the other interstellar bodies demonstrate to us. So there's material and there's energy entering and leaving the system.
Right. Male Mike, this is strawberry Slurpee is my vape flavor. I've got strawberry Slurpee, and I've got juicy peach. So 2 different ones. So right now, strawberry Slurpee.
If life has infinitely existed, we would have run out of energy an infinite amount of time ago.
Well, we don't say life infinitely existed, so that's not an issue in that respect.
My next argument is
all right. So his number 2 falls flat on a number of different things. I think we covered all, like, his like not understanding how systems work, his misapplication of the second law of thermodynamics, misapplication of a misunderstanding of, like, or I don't know if he misunderstands it, but he didn't present it accurately. A lot of information he left out that's very, very important, and he glossed over. He basically just took like 4 talking points out of a series that's like thousands of talking points and just like said, this is ridiculous because you presented it in a ridiculous way. And hey, Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, good to see you. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for being here. Leophilia says, technical point, the universe is not thermodynamically closed, it's thermodynamically isolated. Closed can still exchange energy, but not matter. Isolated systems can exchange neither. That was kind of my understanding. The jury is kind of still out on whether or not it is isolated or closed. I often refer to it in the past. I've referred to it as an isolated system because it doesn't exchange energy or matter with anything. It all moves in one direction. So which one is more accurate, Tony?
I need to unmute myself, which took a depressingly long time. I was actually distracted by Clive Wells in the chat there. I think technically closed does refer to matter, but so you can artificially construct a closed system in which matter doesn't. I mean, it's I think that in and of itself is a thorny issue. But yes, we'll take the I'll accept correction. Clive is bringing up what distracted me was Clive bringing up the Hartle-Hawking no boundary proposition, which is one of my favorite
earlier. Yeah,
one of my favorites to throw at people because there is no requirement that the universe started to exist. There's there need not be an initial time as such, and the claim that there must, or the claim that the universe can't be infinitely old. We don't know that. That's an assertion that we think is reasonable, but we don't know it. There are a lot of things in physics that actually do require infinity, that do require infinite sums. For instance, in order to have a localized wave function that is constrained to a particular region and is zero or effectively zero outside it, you need an infinite sum in order to get there. So you need to superpose an infinite number of waves in order to get to just to get to a localized wave, and that to me is sort of problematic. Infinity shouldn't necessarily arise in physical discussions like that. Anyway, it was just interesting to me.
Hey, Joseph, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud.
The fine-tuning argument.
Which has been debunked a number of times over, but let's see what he has to say.
Basically, our world is so perfect that it is exactly what humans need to survive and to thrive.
As someone who lives in Australia, this is blatantly untrue.
No.
The world is so sure. Let me dump you up in the Arctic Circle, bud. Let's see how perfect it is for you.
Let me dump you in the middle of the Simpson Desert, or There are cattle stations in the Northern Territory that if you were dumped in, you stand a very poor chance of making it to civilization out of.
Very poor.
They're and they're crawling with fucking inland taipans. So yeah, it's so just how can you say that? Again, one of my favorite talking points here is the sun gives us cancer. The sun, right?
The two things necessary for survival is the two things, like, what was it? The two things that are necessary for survival, oxygen and gravity. And both of them are killing us slowly but surely. So we need them. Can't survive without oxygen, can't survive without gravity. And both of them are steadily destroying the life that is dependent upon them. So, and if anything, if the world, given the proliferation of life, if this world was fine-tuned for anything, it would be insects, likely beetles, because the vast majority of insect species on the planet are beetles. And so, but if you look at the universe, it's fucking black holes. Because they're fucking everywhere. So I would say the universe is fine-tuned for anything, it's black holes. But if the Earth is fine-tuned for anything, it's beetles, because they are obviously the most prolific organism on the planet.
More than 5,000 subspecies.
Or Tony Retief says bacteria. I would say maybe even extremophiles, because they can survive virtually anything. So, but yeah, not for humans. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah,
and you said cattle stations up in the in the Northern Territory. I like to use let me drop you in the middle of the Pacific Northwest with a knife, and let's see how successful you are in that respect. So
and we're still going easy on them, because we could drop him in the middle of the fucking Pacific,
in the middle of the ocean. Let me drop you off at Point Nemo and see how well you do.
and just. Interestingly, I talked to a flat earther recently who was absolutely certain that Point Nemo was at 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude, and could not be argued out of it. But regardless, and 70% of Earth's surface you can't stand on and doesn't have drinkable water.
1%. I think the last I heard was the 1% of the water on Earth is drinkable, because the rest of it is salt water. So 1% is drinkable, and it's not even 1%. It's not even actually attainable, because I think the vast majority of fresh water is frozen in the caps. So
not the majority, no, I don't think. But
maybe, the majority.
Maybe. Yeah, no.
Because it was 1% of the water on the planet is available for drinking, and the vast majority of that 1% is frozen in the ice caps. So
that's true. And I mean, you can look
at. Go ahead.
You can look at specific examples. For instance, India has like 16% of the world's population and 4% of its drinking water. As of the last I checked the stats, there is no city in India that guarantees 24/7 access to drinking water to all of its inhabitants. It's just in India's problems with sort of drinking water and fresh water availability are staggering, and they're only getting worse.
And doesn't places like Saudi Arabia rely on desalination plants?
Yes.
So they have to fix the water before they can use it.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And I mean, this is sort of, to some extent, a lot of the world's problems are energy problems. Water shortages could be solved if we could just generate enough energy to run desalination plants everywhere.
Right. And fun fact about Point Nemo is that it is also considered a biological dead zone, where virtually nothing lives because of how far it is away from the land masses, the necessary nutrients that are put into the ocean from the shorelines. It's so far away and so remote that there is virtually nothing living there. So even if you were at Point Nemo, you couldn't fish for anything, because Nothing lives in those waters. You'd have to go super, super, super far down to the bottom to find life there. But up there in the pelagic zone, there are no fish because there's simply no nutrients for that water.
So a lot of phosphorus, the phosphorus and iron and other nutrients are that sort of transported in dust, carried by the winds and deposited in the oceans. And there have been sort of examinations of perhaps artificially transporting nutrients into the oceans in order to sort of sequester carbon effectively by jump-starting these ecosystems. And this would draw carbon out of the atmosphere. The fact that the pole of isolation, or the oceanic pole of isolation, is by definition so far away from all of the land masses, means that these nutrients don't transport there. So you're exactly right.
Well, of course, natural selection. Humans have evolved to be able to withstand the environment. All right, calm down there. We'll get to that later in the video.
Not all environments, very, very temperate environment. There's a nice little band.
So we've evolved to get skin cancer.
Wait. If we're made, and this Earth was made perfect for us, so he brought up evolution. Yeah, so the way we've evolved, when we can occupy a small section of a very small section of the planet, 30% of the planet. So
if gravity was slightly stronger,
we would have evolved to be stronger in order to compensate for that. We might look the same, but physiologically speaking, we'd be different. We'd have likely stronger muscles, a stronger muscular system, and denser bones to make up for the increase in gravity. So
we'd also probably be shorter.
Probably shorter. So
possibly not erect.
Everything would collapse.
If it was slightly, wait a sec.
We'll get to that later in the video. If gravity was slightly stronger, everything would collapse.
What does he mean by everything there?
I have no idea. And hey, Caligancha, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like how dense, like in order for the Earth to collapse in on itself. I mean, it seems to me he's ignoring the correlation between density, between mass and gravity. That for the gravity to go up, the Earth would be much larger.
Well, he's talking about changing big G.
Yeah. So, but that would just mean that the Earth is just more dense and has more mass. Is all, which means that the light that proliferated on it doesn't mean that the Earth would collapse in on itself.
No, I think he's ignoring the fact that the Earth is compressible.
Okay.
If gravity were slightly weaker, everything would disperse.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay,
and this is based on a simple fallacy that gravity is some constant. It isn't. It changes over time and it changes with location. So gravity is slightly stronger in some locations and it is slightly weaker in other locations. So we've already exhibited that we don't exist in some Goldilocks point where it's at an optimum value. It increases and it decreases with your position, and nothing catastrophic happens. So the very point here is not.
The scales that he's talking about are far larger than he's alluding to, like far grander. We're talking like for an object to collapse in on itself under its own gravity means that the density has overtaken, that the density of it the object itself has become so dense that it cannot structurally hold itself, so it collapses in on itself, which is what happens with stars. But if the gravity is too light, well, that just means that the object has less mass, and so it would be getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So he's definitely not representing this in any way correct. So,
well, he's also doing one more thing with that, which is that he's trying to take the picture of what we are now and then trying to imagine it instantaneously changing to this other way of being. You see, the thing would never have formed the way it formed now. It would not collapse because it would never have formed the way it is now.
That's right.
If the rules were different in the first place.
He's throwing out. He's throwing out all the long process of development that if the Earth were to have developed in a way that it was denser and had greater mass and therefore higher gravity, that the organisms that live on it would obviously have evolved differently in order to compensate in respect to the gravity, to the gravitational forces that they were evolving within. But he's ignoring all that, saying that if we were created as we are, like right now, to be here, and things were different, then obviously, well, so he's thrown out evolution and throwing all this shit out and saying that it had to be created this way and humans created this way to look as it is. It's the sentient water puddle. It's
The puddle analogy.
the puddle analogy from Douglas Adams.
Yep.
Everything
I
is
wanted
so-
to bring that up earlier. Yeah.
So fine-tuned that it's a little suspicious.
My problem with this is that this is working with the assumption that we're intended to exist. And that's what I find if you drill down to the very basis of this. If things are fine-tuned, are tuned to a way to facilitate a particular outcome, that's because the tuning was done because the outcome is desired. You see, that's why you tune a thing. You tune a thing to get an outcome. I tune a string to get a particular note. If the universe is fine-tuned in order to facilitate an outcome, and that outcome is specifically, and by their lights, the existence of humans as we are right now, then my problem is that you'd have to, obviously it's predicated upon the existence of a God, but it's that need for telos. You know, you can't say it's fine-tuned for life for humans because humans aren't everywhere. So the universe obviously isn't, because there are not humans on every single planet or humans on every single habitable planet. So obviously it's not fine-tuned for human beings. And it's definitely not fine-tuned for life. Otherwise, every single habitable planet, we would have discovered life on it somehow, or we would have found whatever. But my problem here is that it's the injection of telos, the fine-tuning argument, predicated upon the assumption that human beings are intended to exist in the way that we exist. And therefore, the Earth is the way it is because that facilitates humans existing as they are, because that was meant to be. And obviously, that's an assumption of telos, which is an assumption of an entity with that intention, which is still begging the question.
Yeah. On the larger scale, intent is the first big one. The second, prior to that, is the assumption that things could be any other way in the first place. Period. Forget about intent. Why things are the way they are. It's like, first, you're imagining it could be different. Period. That's the first assumption. Then putting intent as to why it is the way it is becomes the secondary issue.
Oh, we lost Tony. Hopefully he'll be back.
Did you know that your own DNA contains over 3 billion letters of code on them?
Oh, he's gonna do the.
We're speed running. That's what we're doing. We just put this sucker in the we just put it in the Cuisinart. Okay, we're just like put that sucker on mulch. Okay, we're getting the smoothie version of this right now.
He's gonna get to the it's code like a computer.
Ridges. We're gonna make up all those pesky ridges.
Each and every one of your cells has a complete copy of that code. Every single cell. Your brain has around 86 billion neurons and are each connected to thousands of others.
Big numbers be scary. Big numbers demand explanation.
Which is more than we have stars in the Milky Way galaxy. The human eye can distinguish around 10 million different colors. Your heart pumps out 2,000 gallons of blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels. And get this, your own body can take a threat, identify it, and attack it without you even knowing. Your body is constantly fighting off tens of thousands up to millions of threats every single day. Everything is too good to be true.
No, it's exactly what you expect to see with exactly what you expect to see with organisms that evolve. And that's why our immune system is not solid against everything. It's solid against a number of things, but there's still stuff out there that will kill us. So yeah, this is just too good to be true. This is an argument for personal incredulity.
My next argument is
argument for personal incredulity. He just can't see it as how it evolved that way because he needs that telos. That's the whole point. He's starting with that assumption, so it's begging the question and an argument for personal, and he's justifying that with an argument for personal incredulity. Fallacy after fallacy.
I think number 3 was probably about 4 arguments in and of itself, technically.
Right. Yeah, damn.
The idea of consciousness.
Yes. Consciousness requires magic, depending upon what you define consciousness to be.
If evolution is true, if there is no God breathing life into everything, where does consciousness come from? If
It is, it depends, like I said, it depends upon what you're defining. This is the problem with semantics in this, because ultimately it depends upon what you're defining consciousness to be. If you go with the scientific understanding of what this is, consciousness, to put it very, very rudimentarily, consciousness is the umbrella term that we give to it that encompasses all mental phenomena. So it's everything that your brain does. So even like I hate to say like less evolved creatures, because everything's pretty much evolved, in their own niches, but like chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, other versions of humans that are long since extinct, other organisms have consciousness, just not to the degree that we do. And in some aspects, they have aspects of consciousness that are beyond the capacity of human beings. So it just depends upon how they evolved. So it depends upon how you're defining consciousness. In a very scientific sense, it is an emergent property of functioning brains, typically functioning central nervous systems, but it encompasses a variety of phenomena. And just because you can have a brain that's very, very rudimentary, that's very, very simplistic in its structure, facilitating a level of consciousness that goes to basically just like spatial awareness or a spatial awareness or threat detection, or that's still a level of consciousness. It's just extremely rudimentary. It's the basics for like kind of like the basics for survival. Just because we have the ability to ask questions or like contemplate things or reason about stuff to the nth degree or whatever doesn't make us. It just means our brains are more. Our brains have evolved along a different pathway than other organisms have, because that's what's selected for us. So, but if he's going to say that consciousness is some sort of like magical thing to try and support what is called mind-body dualism, then he's got to provide evidence for that. Like, then where does it come from? Otherwise, it's just, oh, God. God's the thing that facilitates that. So it's definitely. Thank you. The spam goes here. It is not binary. It's not linear either. It's a multidimensional spectrum. Agreed. Sorry, have to go. Oh, yeah. Tony had to go. He got called away. He's a very important man. So
all life comes from this single cell bacterial organism, is all bacteria conscious?
Like I said, depending upon how you're defining consciousness and what you're putting under that umbrella, if whatever you're accepting, science would say that they are conscious to a degree. As far as stimuli, response to stimuli, recognizing stimuli and responding to that, but it's extremely rudimentary. He might probably try to take it out from the umbrella of consciousness and put that into just instinct and say that doesn't qualify, but these are still phenomena. But if they don't have brains, that adds another layer to this. So what is consciousness? You could say that then you get into the difference between sentience and sapience, which is two different things. So are they sentient because they can respond to stimuli in an environment they that way? Or so yeah, if you tried it, like I said, it's going to come down to how he defines what consciousness is, which he hasn't done yet.
When did that life become conscious? And what gives something consciousness? Just like life coming from non-life, we have never observed consciousness coming from an unconscious being.
See, the implication there is that humans are the only thing that's conscious. That he implied that, and he never actually addressed how he's defining consciousness. He's left that to the viewer, which is highly problematic, because the vast majority of the people that watch this are going to have this malformation in their head, or this misrepresentation of what consciousness is. Like it's some sort of magical thing that allows us to do stuff. So, he never defined it, and he did that on purpose. That shows deliberate deception, because he knows if he starts defining what consciousness is, we can start breaking that down and showing how that those features are exist in other species, non-human species. So
my next argument is that immaterial things exist.
Andrew?
Immaterial things. In a way, now technically, that would be accurate. I mean, energy, if we take any kind of energy that is not matter, remember, material versus physical. If I'm going to be generous on that or specific, physical, yes, exists, yes. Matter, nope. We could have things like that.
Yeah. Let's see. I like this male Mike. I don't know, man. Gorillas might be hiding their sentience so they don't got to pay taxes. That's a good point.
As an atheist, if you are consistent, you must agree that the immaterial ought not to exist because
What?
Pardon?
No.
you must agree that the immaterial
I gotta back this up for a sec.
from an unconscious being. My next argument is that immaterial things exist.
Depends upon what I hate to pull a Jordan Peterson, but it really comes down to what he means by exist. Exist in a real sense, in a stands in causal relation to things, or if you're talking about abstracta, whereas there's just like conceptualizations that exist as mental phenomena. Leophilia says, if by immaterial we mean non-physical, which is the standard contemporary usage, then no, there are no immaterial things, which I would agree with.
This is the distinction I was making.
Yeah.
As an atheist, if you are consistent, you must agree that the immaterial ought not to exist because.
Okay, he said ought not, which is weird usage there, but no, not believing in a God concept, which is what atheism is relegated to. God concepts does not entail philosophical or scientific positions on other things. There are atheists that don't believe in the existence of a God, but do believe in immaterial shit. So this is not logically entailed.
Yeah, we're going to need to see what his usage of non-material is.
So he's starting off with, by invoking atheism in this, instead of just going for the immaterial-material distinction, he's invoked atheism, which is a straw man.
Just like life coming from life, immaterial things must come from immaterial things.
What? Material things must come from immaterial? What?
Consistent, you must agree that the immaterial ought not to exist because just like life coming from life, immaterial things must come from immaterial things.
Immaterial things must come from immaterial.
So just like life coming from life, immaterial things must come from other immaterial things.
Okay, so he's definitely drawing like a category split. Material one side, immaterial other side. That sounds very dualist. So let's see I still want to see what's in that category.
Most atheists would argue that morality is subjective.
Oh God.
This fucker is all over the place. It's just like, this is like stream of consciousness shit. It really is.
No. This is field of stream, and blue-green algae is taken over. That's
because if somebody were to say murder is right and another person were to say murder is wrong.
And of course, I'm going to use legal terminology that has its moral implication baked into the definition. If he had said homicide is good, homicide is bad, there's context there. If you use the term murder, and I don't know if Reform Riley's ever going to see this. If you use the term murder, the context is already baked into it that the act of homicide is unjustified. That's what makes it murder. The action is homicide. The evaluation is to establish justification. If it doesn't exist, then that is murder. Otherwise, it's justifiable homicide. It's justified. That's the differentiation. What you should be asking is what you should not be doing is using a term in which the moral implication is already baked into the definition. You should be saying homicide is good, homicide is bad. That's the question, because then in order to make a moral evaluation, you have to look at the context as to what context did the act occur under, to determine justification. But even that relies upon what you consider to qualify as justification for the act, because your standard for justification might be different from my standard for justification. So these things are subjective. You using loaded terminology by putting murder in there is automatically screwing the whole thing up because it's just intellectually dishonest. Okay? No one says that murder is good, because murder by definition, by its very definition, by its legal connotation, is immoral. It is an unjustified act of homicide. Okay, you say the act of homicide is bad or good. There you can have the argument. Action, evaluation, determination. That's how that works. You're starting from the determination and saying this is when the evaluation has already happened. You're starting from here. So completely leaving out the important distinction there, that the distinction is subjective. Okay. The evaluation is subjective. The moral distinction is subjective, which leads to the various outcomes. All right. The various conclusions. You have the action itself, which is amoral. The evaluation of it, which determines a distinction, which then leads to an outcome.
A quick note before we continue on there. Now we've also bridged the gap, or attempted to, leapfrog the whole gap. We went from consciousness down to the evaluative process. Now imagine you have consciousness without the moral calculus involved. Are those necessarily married? I don't think they're implicitly married. We happen to exhibit this. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But can you have consciousness without the morality? Now, when we're talking about what consciousness is in the first place, well, obviously at this point, there's not a whole lot of deciding a bacteria is doing. But is it aware? Now we're getting a big split right there.
And personally, I don't see two people there. I see a vase. You've seen those optical illusion pictures?
Yeah.
You see the middle of the negative space versus the pie. Yeah.
I see other things. So bad person.
How are we supposed to know who is correct?
Okay, we make the determination. There is no there's no objective deal. We decide. The individual decides, and the society as a collective decides. And there may be disagreements upon that, but it's pretty much majority. Welcome to moral anti-realism. There's no problem here. This is not a defeater.
There is no objective authority outside of their opinion.
Oh, I see. He's used the optical illusion to do the deal, but that's something that's material that exists. I mean, obviously there's something there, but it's being viewed from two different perspectives. So this is the three blind men examining the elephant.
Because the only objective authority would be God in this case. And
a non sequitur a day is worth two in the bush.
And God's isn't even consistent, which is hilarious. God's not even consistent in his moral framework.
An atheist might think they're being consistent with their worldview by saying that, but I like to twist the script a little. Even with a subjective opinion on morality, they are still inconsistent with their worldview.
How? I would love to hear this.
Because morality is immaterial.
It's an abstract concept, yes, but we're not saying that it exists as a real thing that stands in causal relation to shit. It's not a concrete thing. It's abstracta, yes. So what? It comes from it's literally a mental phenomena, or it's a result of mental phenomena. So what?
No, I'd give a bit of pushback. I get a bit of pushback on that one. It only plays out as far as we're aware and as far as he can demonstrate. It only plays out in the physical medium. It is a description we give to a process that is entirely physical.
That is entirely physical, yes.
Yes. So in that sense, to say that morality is immaterial, wrong. You see all this? This is doing all the work. This right now is doing all of the work, and it's solid-ish. It's doing all the work. It's all happening in here. There's no non-matter thing I can point to and go, yeah, there's a thing that's not this. It's see this area here? There's probably a consciousness I can't identify in here. It's doing all the things without being a thing. So no, it appears so far to be entirely bounded by physical, and it's a process that plays out. It's the process that matters. You see, like, once again, if you on a plate, the process is not happening, but all the matter is still there. So life to non-life, thought to non-thought, it takes about this much motion.
I need to say that rape is wrong, which I hope everyone agrees with, has absolutely nothing to do with the materialistic part of me. It's the
it does entirely, because You have a definition for what it is. You were taught that definition. You've learned it and you accept it. And that is what society defines it. You know, these are things that you were taught. Okay. You were taught like these particular behaviors. This is what they're called. And this is what is involved. This is how we determine them. It still boils down to the physical, because the concept itself is a label that we put on a particular action. You are taught to recognize what that action is so you can identify it and differentiate it from other actions. So it still boils down to the material. It's still stuff that your brain is working with. Yeah, it's your brain's process to make the evaluation. Yes, but it still boils down to the material. It does have to do with matter because it has to do with your fucking brain.
Same with consciousness. Consciousness has nothing to do with the materialistic part of you.
That's a huge claim that requires evidence to back that shit up. Please show us consciousness without a brain. Please demonstrate consciousness exists without a brain.
Consciousness is simply the awareness of what's going on around you and the ability to respond to that. Now,
he just described sentience, the ability to recognize stimuli and respond to stimuli. So not sapience, but sentience in and of itself, to recognize stimuli and to respond to stimuli, which the vast majority of organisms on the planet have the capacity to do. So I don't know why he's gone with this. That's entirely biological. If he's going with that definition of consciousness, remember how he never defined it in the previous point. But if he's going with that, then that's just straight up biology. The ability to recognize stimuli and respond to stimuli.
if your argument for all of these
Fucking plants do that.
things are, well, it's chemical reactions going on in the brain.
That's what happens, to facilitate the recognition of stimuli and the response to stimuli, yes.
And that we have no control over these chemical reactions, then I will tell you, be more consistent with your worldview.
Wait, huh?
As an atheist, if you say morality is subjective and these moral preferences are simply chemical reactions going on in my brain, then you cannot say that we ought to punish criminals.
No, I can, in respect, not as an objective statement, but as in respect to a goal that we want to attain. You're leaving out an important part here, is the referent point, okay? We don't make these as objective statements. We're saying that they are true in respect or in relation to a goal that we want to attain. We ought to punish bad people because the outcome helps to facilitate less people doing that action because they don't want to be punished like that. So it's a goal that we have in mind. So we come together, we agree upon what is moral and what is immoral, and then we impose a system of control that helps to facilitate positive outcomes while limiting negative outcomes. And that's our legal system. That's law enforcement, and that's our judicial system. And so we mete out punishment for people engaging in actions that go against what we're trying to attain. Okay? The referent is what you're leaving out. So you're right. We don't make these as objective statements where they are like mind stance independently true. They are mind stance dependently true, dependent upon the referent, what we're trying to accomplish. So there's a goal in mind. He's left out an entire 1/3 of this whole thing.
Well, one extra bit in there is one can make the evaluation, the moral evaluation, and still not come up with the action to be taken place that he's asserting.
True.
The justice, like I can make a judgment of a situation and go, yeah, I'm not going to do anything. And I've accomplished both now.
Well, of course I can say we can punish criminals. I don't want people going around murdering everybody.
That's the subjective consensus of the vast majority of societies.
If you're an atheist, you can't say that while being consistent with your worldview.
Yes, we can. It's not consistent in the way that he's presenting it. But if you remember that there's a referent in what we want to attain, then yes, we can. Because it's in relation to something else. It's relative to something else. So that's the whole point. We're not saying that it is that any one particular thing is mind stance independently true, and that therefore it is mind stance independently true that a person engaging in an action ought be punished. We're saying that we agree that these particular actions are immoral and should be disincentivized. And therefore, those individuals who engage in it, we ought punish them to incentivize certain behaviors and disincentivize other behaviors within the society to ensure the accomplishment of our goals. That's how that works. Why can they never represent this shit accurately? They always leave major parts out that provide necessary context that show the logical consistency. They do it every freaking time.
Because if one atheist says to the other, I think you should be punished for murdering everybody, the other atheist can say, well, I think it's correct to murder people. And
it's still using the loaded legal terminology.
You did it previously as well.
Yeah.
But also, if you murdered everybody, there wouldn't be anybody in this conversation.
There wouldn't be anyone to do. So, yeah, disagree upon the justification is what it is. Now, the guy on the right may say my actions were justified. The guy on the left may say your actions were not justified. So therein lies the rub. Yes, there can be difficulty in there in disagreements of justification for why a person did an act. Okay, but that's why we have a legal system to parse these things out. That's why we develop that system to help parse out and what we agree upon as far as that which constitutes justification for an action. That's why we have that. And not everybody agrees with it. Not like, for example, stand your ground laws don't exist in every state. Okay, some states have a requirement to retreat. That if you don't try to get away, okay, that you trying to escape the situation takes priority over you taking another person's life. But some states say no, stand your ground, castle doctrine, shit like that. Someone comes at you, you have the right to end them right then and there. Depends upon what state you're in. Welcome to subjective moral distinctions.
And this is all because of chemical reactions going on in my brain. You can't tell me whether I'm right or wrong because there's nothing outside of us to tell us who is right and wrong.
It's because we're not making a statement that these things are mind stance independently true. So they're still not problematic and not a defeater.
Which would ultimately allude me to my next argument that free agency or free will cannot exist without a God.
Or with one.
Or with one, right? Depending upon how you define the God. So this is weird. This is
because again, if these are all chemical reactions going on in your brain, who is to say that we have control over these chemical reactions? In order for us to have free will or free agency, there must be a willer or an agent behind.
Does that agent have free will? I'm just curious about that.
That goes
does the agent giving free will, does it itself have free will? Then what gave it free will?
God is will.
Of
course.
Behind these decisions. So atheists, what part of your body is making these decisions?
Well, obviously my brain. And I don't actually prescribe. I'm not I don't like wantedly. I definitely don't subscribe to libertarian free will. I do typically, for the sake of argumentation, side with compatibilism, but I lean very, very heavily towards determinism. I'm becoming more and more in line with deterministic, with that the universe is deterministic in that sense. We perceive we have free will, but it could very well be that our perception of free will isn't of itself, our biological perception of free will isn't of itself causally determined. So the jury's still kind of out on that. What's up, nobody on fire?
Hitchens. Yeah, that was Hitchens, by the way, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of course I believe in free will. I have no choice but to believe it.
I have no choice. So
what's up, buddy?
Look at you, dudes, sporting the Artemis support.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Fucking A.
Yeah, is this the kid that we talked to one night?
It is.
Yeah, I thought so. So I was like, this kid's a lol cow. I gotta jump in here.
This shit has been so bad, dude. Like, for there to be free will, there has to be a willer.
Well, and that whole I don't know if you saw my comment, but that whole thing that he said about how like if we assume consciousness is like this immaterial property, there's this line that's hard to cross of how it would be emergent from physical processes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But that same gap exists for God, who's immaterial and conscious, and then willed all of physical things to exist. Like, it's the same gap. And so it's like this, like the saying that the physical can't lead to the immaterial, it works the other way too. And so God, by that like logic, couldn't have instantiated all the physical things, right?
How's the immaterial give rise to the physical? Yeah,
Right. It's the same
An
gap.
interaction problem coming on.
And Ancient Churchianity, good to see you. You want to come up and defend your position? Feel free. You're more than welcome. And Punta de l'Est, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. And see, Tony Regime, if there's a Willer, does that imply a Willie? Oh, apparently.
You did ask where thoughts come from.
Is it
Some
you
people
making
have
these
two brains.
decisions, or is it your body part making these decisions?
Well, technically, I mean, I am my brain, so it's one and the same. I mean, it's my body. My brain is a part of my body, so it's still technically me. I am the identity that is, I mean, JL is the form of the identity that's slapped onto this permutation of biological construct. So still me, you know, just
Meanwhile,
my
how
brain
much-
is facilitating these things.
Meanwhile, how much of your emotional response is hormonally regulated, which is actually coming from your gut bacteria? So I'm sorry, you're a colony. You know?
But the kicker on this one is that ultimately this
Very
is an appeal.
collective.
This is an appeal to emotion, is because the idea of not having free will is emotionally untenable for some people, that they don't really have agency, that their perception of agency is illusory. And some people have a real problem with that. So this is going to be like, if you tell, like, if things were deterministic, well, then they're deterministic. It doesn't really change things. It doesn't alter us biologically. Even if we had an awareness that things were deterministic, we would still operate the same way we operate. So we would just have that additional deal. But that additional kind of like step, it would be like, this is the way it goes. It definitely would throw our justice system into upheaval as we try to determine moral culpability in a system that is causally determinate. But nonetheless, he needs to provide a defeater for determinism that is not just, we don't like the idea of not having agency. There's got to be a defeater for that. Otherwise, it very well could be deterministic. That wouldn't change. It doesn't change shit. He hasn't defeated the logical possibility or even the physical possibility of this. So this is just, I take this to be just an argument from emotion. And hello, I Killed Earl. Good to see you.
If an atheist says, well, it's my brain making these decisions, I say, okay, are you your brain? And if they want to go as far to say, yes, I am my brain, I would tell that atheist, okay, be consistent. If we both point at a human brain outside of a body, are you really going to tell me that that's a person? And again,
what do you got, nobody? Come on, dude. What do you got?
Dude, that was dumb as shit. I don't even, that wasn't even, he didn't even say anything. Like, what does that even mean? If the brain's outside, is it still working? I guess. I don't, like, is it a brain in a vat? Yeah, I guess it's still, sure. What are we even talking about?
It doesn't need an oxygen supply or anything else going on. None of those auxiliary processes, you know, like we're all here to serve the almighty poop tube, really.
Yeah.
I saw that smile on nobody's face.
What the fuck?
But several times in this, we had to stop and be like, this is so dumb.
When did he release this video?
Actually, I had it pulled up just for a second. I needed to double check it. 1 second. He released this, come on, internets, 8 months ago.
Okay.
They grow up so fast.
This is before me and you yelled at him.
Yeah, this is before the big kerfuffle. Yeah,
him, and he brought his friend, and they were both so confused. That was so weird.
I have to say, I mean, I know I crashed hard. I was pissed. I was really, really fucking mad at that because, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but my memory of this is that they would ask a question, I would go to answer it, and in the middle of that answer, his friend would jump in with some sort of counter, or like some sort of diversion, like he would divert off from something, and I would try to recorrect, and then Riley would jump in, with some shit, and it was just chaos. Every single question turned into fucking like pulling teeth in chaos, and I was trying to get it reined back into the subject, and then the more antagonistic they got, the more aggravated I got because there was no moderation on that. Like, dude, allow him to finish the question, and then I got hot, and then they started going, well, if he's going to be like this, we're just going to leave. So
that's exactly how it went.
Okay, so my memory is not flawed on this. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, they were fucking clowns.
If this hypothetical person were to say that yes, this still is a person, I would say, what if I take just one single brain cell? Is that single brain cell a person? Or does it have to be multiple brain cells? Basically, if you really do hold this position, it is way too ambiguous. And now
No, because it depends on how we're defining what a person is in that respect. Obviously, there's no logical inconsistency here. I don't know where he's coming up with this bullshit. He didn't address determinism. He didn't logically defeat determinism. He didn't address how like our perception of agency or perception of some degree of free will could be illusory. He didn't provide any defeaters. That's why I think ultimately point number 6 was just an appeal to emotion. He doesn't like the idea of not having agency. Most people don't like the idea of having their agency taken away from them. They prefer to have agency. So therefore, that's the way it must be. And so he's trying to find a way to justify his preferences as to how he perceives things. And yes, I killed Earl. I got spicy. I did. I know it's rare. It's so rare for me to get spicy. It never happens. You know, takes the right. It's like abiogenesis. It takes the right, perfect circumstances for me to get spicy.
final and most important point, and my favorite argument against atheism, is the uniformity in our nature.
Wait. Uniformity in nature or uniformity in our nature? That's two different contexts.
What do I mean by this? I mean that our nature is consistently the same. Not just our human nature, but I'm referring to all nature. Nature as in our materialistic world. Gravity, thermodynamics, molecules, atoms, everything you can think of that has something to do with science is consistent in its properties. So if an atheist ever says, well, I don't believe in God, I believe in science.
You love how he's just like, how he's totally just...
This would be a perfect time for this guy to be like, and Hume's problem of induction. Without God to make sure everything happens the same way, then we cannot infer that the future will be the same.
Maybe he'll bring it up. Because I actually haven't watched this fully through the whole thing. I was going to respond to this. I just hadn't gotten around to it yet. Maybe he'll bring it up.
Science is based on the uniformity in our nature. Essentially, it's based on...
No. Science is based on observation. First step of science, observation. The fact that we appear to determine a pattern of any kind of consistency is just kind of cool.
Yeah. Now, we may operate. Now, the laws that we use to describe things, we do science under the kind of like assumption that these things are consistent, but like they're consistent and they're going to stay the same. But we are willing to change that position should there be something that crops up that shows that they're not consistent, and we recognize that certain laws are limited to specific conditions. That if you alter certain circumstances, that they won't. So the law, that's why we have so many laws that describe so many different phenomena under a variety of different circumstances. So we say if the circumstances are this, then this phenomenon will perpetuate this way. That describes that. But if you change the underlying circumstances, then you'll get a different outcome. And there are laws that describe these things. But we don't hold to them dogmatically as a baseline. We'll say that these can change given the evidence that shows that they do. And so science is very malleable in that respect. We do our operations as though they are, and they are consistent. They lead to consistent results, and the methodology is recursive in that respect. But we are not dogmatic to a degree that we won't ever change them. We won't simply say, oh, fuck that evidence because it disproves everything we said. And that's not what science does. So, and Sean Estridge, I do see you down there. Give me one sec. We're going to do this because it took forever to bring somebody to get somebody in. I'm going to pull this down. We're going to pause there. Sean, can you hear me? Can you type in the private chat? Let me know that you're that you can hear me all right. Awesome, cool. Can you do me now? If you to come up on stage, you don't have to be on camera. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. But can you show me that in the backstage? Can you show me that that you're a person back there? It's just to avoid us getting P-bombed or anything like that. They could threaten the stream. I just need to know that there's a person behind there so that before we bring you up. But you do not have to be on camera on the stream. We can just do this audio, but I just need to make sure that you're set up and there's a person there, if that's cool. I'm not going to show you to the live stream if you don't want
to. That you have clothes on.
And then so everything is copacetic. It's just a quick security check for the stage itself, because I don't want to. I've seen people get P-bombed before and stuff like that, so I just want to make sure that we're all good. But I don't have to put your face on screen if you don't want. Perfect. That's great. If you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to be. That's just the check I needed. You want me to bring you up on camera, or do you want to turn your camera off? Okay, we can bring you up.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. So just want to make sure on y'all's position. Y'all are, of course, all atheists, correct?
I am an atheist. I'll let them speak for themselves because I don't want to put words in people's mouths.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
no, it's all good.
I don't use the label, but we'll see what you bring to the table.
Everyone would call me an atheist probably if I described myself. So yeah.
Oh yeah, people would say that, but well, people. Yeah.
You can definitely say that we are non-believers in that respect. Are you a believer? Do you have a particular?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm of course Christian religion. I'm Protestant actually right now, so Reformed Protestant to be specific.
Okay.
But yeah.
So did you have did you have something about the topics that are on the screen, or did you have some evidence or argumentation that you wanted to present, or did you just have questions for us as non-believers? What you got for us today?
Well, so I guess my question, because the main question you see brought up amongst Christians, which I haven't found a good answer among atheists or really agnostics or really anything of that sort, is if God does not exist, then where does morality derive from? And so I know that's probably a basic question y'all have heard a million times. I haven't heard a valid answer on it yet, so I'm just curious to what y'all's answer would be.
So I can give you my breakdown on this. Okay. Now, morality in and of itself, that field, okay, is just concerned with the capacity to make what we call moral distinctions. So like the field of morality doesn't dictate what is and is not moral. It's just moral distinctions. That distinctions between things that are what we call moral and immoral, or good and bad, or right and wrong, that these things can be made. And so that's what we refer to by morality in and of itself, the ability to make those distinctions. Now, human beings, by and large, make these distinctions based upon a number of different factors, but predominantly it's the things that are preferred, and the things that are not preferred. So the basis of this, the way I look at this, is that human beings as a species are capable of what we call empathy. And empathy is the ability, the biological ability to internalize the emotional experience of another agent. So, and this is by hearing them, by seeing them, by seeing what's happening to them. We see their physical reactions, we hear their physical reactions, we can internalize that, and then that facilitates a response, an empathetic response with us. So you see an animal, a dog, in pain. You yourself are not physically in pain, but you can internalize the pain that animal feels. You see with a human being, you see your child crying, upset because they hurt themselves. You can internalize the pain that your child feels. So that's empathy at work. That empathy is typically triggered by what we identify as mirror neurons, which function within the brain that allow us to engage in this behavior. The entire limbic system in your body helps to facilitate this process. Now, that baseline of empathy, which is not the same for all humans. People empathize differently. They empathize to different degrees. But as a species, we are empathetic. And so we tend to empathize with those things that are right in front of us. All right. So the individuals that you grow up with, your friends, your peers, the authority figures in your life, those because they're always around you, they have a significant empathetic effect on your own life. And so as your brain develops, you're able to empathize with these things, and you see things out in the world as you experience them, and you can draw from that. Now, with a baseline of your empathy, that begins to inform your preferences, the things you prefer and the things that you don't prefer. From there, you begin to develop what we would refer to as kind of like a moral awareness, an awareness of things that you don't like, that you don't prefer, and things that you do like and you do prefer, because you can see the outcomes of them and you prefer those outcomes, whether they're other people engaging in behaviors or yourself engaging in behaviors of your own behaviors. And then from there, we establish moral frameworks for the groups that we are in that are basically in alignment of what we agree on and what we disagree on as far as behaviors and actions go. We all agree that this particular action is bad and we should not engage in it, and we should not allow people to engage in it because we empathize with the outcome of that. We see the negative, we internalize the negative outcomes of that. And that's how we facilitate, that's how we develop our moral frameworks. You have your own individual internal moral framework, and you have the moral framework of the society that you're a part of. Some things you may agree with, some things you may not. You may not agree with the death penalty. You may agree with the death penalty. These are moral distinctions, but the vast majority of the group does impose those upon the society that you live in, and then enforces them with the legal system and the legal system and the judicial system. So that's how we develop it. It's our ability to connect with other members of our species through our natural capacity for empathy that informs the distinctions we make as to what we would like to, what we want to see and what we don't want to see, because it's based upon what we don't want and what we want to happen to us is how we're able to internalize these things. And we call that the ability to make those distinctions morality. It's biologically grounded, not the same for everybody. There's a lot of overlap because we are all the same species. We all evolve the same way. So there's a lot of overlap, but they're not identical.
All right, and it broke up a little bit. I kind of I heard most of your point. I just want to make sure if it's not a problem on my end. Can y'all hear me fine, or am I breaking up over there?
No, you're good. You're solid.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. I live in the mountains, man. Yeah. So I don't want to. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you continuing, or did you have anything else?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I pretty much finished it up right there.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I don't want to straw man your point here. So, but that was a lot, kind of. So to kind of reduce it down, what you're saying is morality is not. It's the deciding of what's good and bad, and it's dependent upon. It's different for everybody. So the morality could be different for each individual person, but we come up with laws based on a consensus of what the population believes.
Right. And typically that is in reference to whatever goal we want to achieve as a society. So if we put together a society and the goal for that society is everyone to be happy, okay, that's the goal, the agreed upon goal, then we need to reinforce behaviors that facilitate the achievement of that goal. And we need to disincentivize behaviors that get us away from that goal, that detract from our accomplishment of the goal. And we do that. We reinforce them and de-incentivize them with the laws that we put in place. But I'm pretty certain that there are probably laws in place in this country that you disagree with.
Sure.
That you would find in I think that there are laws that I find subjectively, I find them to be immoral. But there are also actions out there that are not criminalized that I find to be highly immoral. You know, this is where that subjectivity comes in, because I have my own moral framework, but I live in a society of many, 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 many different minds and opinions. and we all kind of come together to find a framework that we can all kind of live under. But because it's subjective, because it's subjective, we're going to get conflict, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I would kind of reject that notion outright. So I think the whole coming up with laws based off of a consensus of what the population views as good and bad, I think that's a whole separate discussion within itself. But I think the first discussion is things being more individually good or bad dependent upon the person. So I actually do not think it's subjective. So I would reject that outright. And so I guess the reason why I guess I'll start off by asking, would something like I would just reduce it down, so I would say, would something like murder or rape be objectively wrong? Would it be wrong in every scenario, in every circumstance?
Yeah, but here's the problem. You used two terms that already have the implication baked into their definitions. Let's take murder, for example. By definition, murder is a legal term. And by definition, it is the act of homicide without justification. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So the question you should be asking is the act of homicide immoral?
Yeah. So, okay. So is the unjustified killing of another human being immoral every place, every time, anytime?
But we've already determined it. We've already determined that because it's unjustified. See, it's already baked into that. See, here's the framework. We actually just covered this in the video that I'm responding to, that we are all responding to. You have the action in and of itself. The action is the act of homicide, the action of taking another life, homicide. Then you have the evaluation of the action by an external agent. The agent looks at the action and says that was an act of homicide. The question then becomes, is that act justified or unjustified? Then we apply a metric to determine if it's justified. The metric itself is also subjective. Does the context of the action meet the qualifications that we have established for justification or no justification?
Yeah, so that's my question.
And then we make a determination as to whether it was or it wasn't in accordance with the system that we have established.
Yeah, so that's my question inside there then, is what metric do we use to determine whether or not, and I won't use the word murder, but I'll say killing.
You say the action of homicide. Yeah.
Yeah, the action of homicide. Yeah. What metric do we use to determine whether or not homicide is justified or unjustified?
And so then we go to the legal system and we look at the context surrounding the action itself, and we determine who was the aggressor, what was involved, who did what. Like for example, but remember that even this is going to be subjective, because you have some states that have stand your ground laws or castle doctrine. Someone breaks into your home, you can smoke them right there.
Yeah.
Someone accosts you, stand your ground, pop, you drop them right there. But some states don't have that. Some states put the responsibility to retreat ahead of stand your ground. So different states, depending upon the people that live there, they want certain laws passed. They don't want other laws passed. So depending upon where you are, the jurisdiction that you live in, that could be a determiner for whether or not you had justification or you did not have justification. Or if you weren't guilty of murder in the legal sense, but you were guilty of manslaughter, which is a lesser version of that. You still took a life, but the circumstances don't make it murder. They make it manslaughter or negligent homicide of that, or something of that nature. That's why we have all these descriptors in order to handle the varying context that can surround the action in and of itself.
Okay, so can there be a time where the legal system can be wrong in making this determination?
So that would depend upon you as to whether or not you agree with that. But as far as like objectively goes, there is no objective. There's no like it is mind stance independently true. Okay. Subjectively, mind stance dependently true. That's what subjective means, is mind stance dependent. Our stance is that if you take the life of another person and you lack what we determine to be sufficient justification, then you committed the act of murder, or you committed the act of manslaughter, or whatever, depending upon the circumstances. Okay, but there's nothing external of us that dictates that the act of homicide is mind stance independently true that it is immoral. There's nothing that exists that does that. We make the determinations ourselves, which is why you can be in a situation where you wind up taking somebody's life and you were totally justified. And I might agree with you. You had 100% justification, but the state says, no, you didn't.
Yeah. So I guess that's in my opinion.
Right.
I guess I would say that's the epistemic problem within that framework, because if it is dependent upon what I view. So, for example, if I go out and murder somebody, or someone goes out and murders somebody, and within their own moral framework, if someone goes out and commits the action of homicide against another person, and within their moral framework, it is justified. Let's ignore the legal system in this sense, but within their moral framework, it is justified. But we all agree that it's not justified, because I'm sure we'd probably have relatively the same marks of what would make the act of homicide justifiable and what would not, probably. I'm just assuming that. But if someone goes out and commits a act of homicide that we would all view as unjustified, but in their mind they would view it as justified, within their personal decision they would view it as justified, and there is no objective reality to go back, that person could almost justify any act of homicide there is.
You are correct in that sense. How many people are sitting in prison right now on death row who firmly believe that they were justified in their actions?
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot, but but that's why I'm saying we need an objector to go back to, because if we all right, let's rewind back to roughly the early 1900s and back in Auschwitz. Could what happened in the Holocaust, could that be morally justified?
So this is in a moral anti-realist system. I would say that it's not justifiable to me. But if you're talking about like mind stance independent, like the mind to do the evaluation, see, that's the whole problem here. We are saying that we collectively say here that the actions of the Third Reich during World War II, that those actions were immoral. That's us doing an evaluation outside of it. The people committing the actions may have themselves found it to be immoral, or maybe they didn't. They were just following orders, or they did believe that what they were doing was the most moral action that they could, because they believed they were fighting a legitimate enemy in that respect. So yes, you are going to get conflict with people who disagree upon the standards of justification for why an act took place. That's why invariably we wind up having wars. It happens. The problem is that I'm a moral anti-realist. I'll speak for myself and not for the other guys, but I'm a moral anti-realist. I hold that there are that objective mind stance independent moral distinctions are not things that exist. Okay? These things are true in relation to the society that they are in. And then, but they're still subjectively determined. My problem here, the problem that we run into is that you're referencing something that is established, something above humans, that is saying what is objective and what is objectively true and what is not. So the implication is that there's a God there that is giving down what you call objective moral distinctions. This act is always wrong, irrespective of any context. But the problem is this. What is that agent referring to? If that agent is itself a mind that is making those determinations, what is it that agent is referencing that makes those things mind stance independently true? Because if it's a mind that is making the distinction, then the distinction is dependent upon that mind. So if the ultimate thing in reality is a mind or a God, as you would describe it, if that's the one making moral like pronouncements, like I pronounce that this action is immoral, it's always immoral. Well, is it always immoral for the entity for the entity itself? Or can the entity change the context in order to engage in the behavior? So therefore, depending upon its lights.
Yeah. So no, oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. My apologies.
No, the last thing, I usually follow that up with the question: how can something that is defined as being mind stance independent be grounded in a mind?
Yeah. So I would jump to the first claim first, if that's okay. So back to the Auschwitz example, and then I'll get to the other question. But back to the Auschwitz example, you said that if I remember correctly, again, I don't want to miscategorize your position, but you said that what happened there may be morally wrong to you, but it's not morally wrong to
them,
the Nazi regime at the time,
whatever members, individuals,
sure.
right.
Yeah, sure. So again, even though all of us on this panel would view it as wrong, I mean, that really doesn't matter. That really it's really a non-argument, because you've already admitted that all of our decisions and all of our personal judgments could be wrong, and it could be there's a possibility of it being immoral.
No. It's not that it's wrong. It's that it's important to us in virtue of the society that we want to live in. Okay, but we're not saying that there's no like objective wrong. We determine individually that it is wrong. We collectively come together and say we agree that is wrong. The determination that it is wrong is entirely subjective. It's subjective to the individuals, and we collectively agree upon our subjective distinction.
Well, you did say there was no objective right or wrong.
Objective distinctions, mind stance independent distinctions, are not things that exist. It requires, in order, the discernment of right or wrong requires an evaluator to determine if it's right or wrong. That makes the distinction mind dependent. There has to be something there to do an evaluation. There has to be an evaluator who does the thing. So,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. It's mind dependent. I guess of course our disagreement is whose mind is that, or what mind is that? And so I don't
not even. There's a question about what's the implication. See, I guess I'm suspecting you're not going to like the implication of it being subjective, because you try to put up a picture of something you think that we might disagree with. Auschwitz. We probably think that's a bad thing, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Here's a thought for you. Take a look at every other country across the planet. How many of them have different laws about what's legal and not? How do you feel about honor killings?
Oh, I mean, there's a bunch of different laws. I don't see what that.
Yeah, honor killings.
Well, no, like honor killings, like honor killings in India, like in like honor killings in India, where a family can literally take the life of a member of the family if they dishonor them.
So here's a thought for you. Are those people religious? Because apparently you can have very subjective morals with different gods. So even having gods doesn't change that at all. Take it into a set of Christians. How about whether or not it's moral to get a blood transfusion?
Yeah.
What denomination are you?
Reformed, but
wow. I guess
Reformed.
you got lucky. Maybe you can get blood to save your life.
Well,
others
hang on. To make sure that I want to hear what Sean has to say. Go ahead, bud.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut off. But yeah, again, I think that's like, with all respect, I think it's like a non sequitur. I don't think that's an argument. I think just because there's other different countries and other different religions with other different beliefs and other different laws regarding the act of homicide, whether via honor killing or whatever kind of laws they enact. Again, just because there are different laws and different religious beliefs does not mean that there is not an objective belief to go back to. I mean, and so
hold on. Hang on a second. It's not what we're posing is not an argument. What we're posing is evidence for the subjective nature of distinctions.
Well, yeah.
There's two sides.
Hang on a second, dude. I just want to make sure that we stay on point. The whole point is that you're trying to draw it back to an objective distinction, a mind stance independent distinction. The problem is that if there were objective moral distinctions, those objective moral distinctions would be mind independent, which means that they would apply to any god as well. that God would have no say or opinion or power over the truth of those things. So because they're mind independently true. No mind, irrespective, regardless of power or position, would be able to change that. So if homicide is mind stance independently true that it is immoral, then the act of homicide applies to the God. If it doesn't, then they are. If it's simply the God itself making the proclamation, then it is subjective. It's mind dependently the case.
Well, so I think that may be our issue. I think, and maybe this is on me, I think we're conflating terms here kind of. So if I'm hearing you correctly, my response would be no, I don't think it would then apply to that God. And the reason why would be because, well, I've never said that action of killing or homicide is objectively wrong. I don't think it's objectively wrong. I think murder, the unjustified killing of another human being is objectively wrong.
Right.
But there still has to.
Hang on, Andrew. Let him finish.
Well, there's still now. I know the next question is, well, how do we determine which could be justified and which can be unjustified? And I think that's dependent upon God. But again, I would say God is not bound to the justice system because God is the creator of the justice system. And so again, I would disagree with the premise.
What I was highlighting before when I brought up other religions and I brought up a specific subset of Christianity is that you can't even determine. Let's say, imagine for a moment that objective morality could even be a thing.
Yep.
I'm rejecting your access to it. You can't determine. How do you determine what is the actual versus, well, that other Christian just got it wrong? You've got no way to argue over that next time.
Question? I don't know if I fully.
Well, the problem is that we've already established that the justification in and of itself, that which constitutes justification, is also mind dependent. So you basically just argued that the God is able to do whatever it wants for whatever decrees for whatever reason. And that's not, because if I'm an agent, position and power don't dictate, like authority does not dictate objective reality. Objective reality is true regardless of your position or your power. So if something is true of reality itself, like a fundamental thing, if like this thing is true, mind independently true, then everything within reality follows that. It doesn't have any choice to. Okay. But there's an entity you're saying that is basically the most powerful thing, that the rules that apply to us don't apply to it.
Yeah, that's
which makes these things entirely subjective. They're mind dependent. Because the God can simply declare that it has the justification regardless of what we think of it.
Yeah. So no, that's not that's not my stance. That's not what, and I mean, maybe that's how it came off, how I articulated. No, that's not my stance. So my stance is, I do believe that the morality of God does exist within an objective sense, within an objective framework. What I'm saying is that the determining of justice, I don't think God does anything unjust. And so I guess I'm coming in there with that presupposition, and so that's where
unjust by whose metric?
Unjust by his own metric. I don't think
he does. So he determines his own level of justification.
No. What I'm saying is, I believe God determines that which is just and that which is unjust. I don't think God exists. I don't think God is bound by the justice system.
But I'm not saying it's bound by the justice system. I'm saying that you're basically saying that whatever God establishes as its own justification is objectively true. But no, that's just an agent saying that whatever I do is always justified. That's just like, might makes right. That's all that is.
Mhm.
That's not making an objectively true statement about anything. That's saying that the God is always just right about whatever it wants. And that's deeply problematic, because I can say that the God does act unjustly. I can say that an entity that is defined as being all powerful, okay, be able to will reality out of nothingness, that an entity that is all powerful doesn't have to drown all humans on the planet. It could simply Thanos them out of existence. No pain, no agony, just gone. Instead of drowning them and letting them die in excruciating agony on the planet, that an agony that doesn't serve any purpose.
But
of the two options, which is the more moral?
But again, I think the framework. And I'm not trying to be facetious here. I promise you, I'm not. But I think the framework still fails, because I'm not saying that God is just this smiter in the air who's saying, I'm going to give y'all all these rules and I'm not bound by any of it. I think God exists above the justice system that he sets up. And I believe that what he declares is good is objectively good and objectively wrong. It can't
be, because how can you ground a mind stance independent distinction in a mind?
How can you ground a mind stance independent distinction in a mind?
Right.
Can you rephrase the question for me?
So objective and subjective. Objective and subjective here. Objective is mind stance independent. Subjective is mind stance dependent. If you're making a distinction or an evaluation in order to come to a conclusion, you're defining the distinction itself or the evaluation as being mind stance independently true. How can a distinction be mind stance independently true and have its ultimate grounding in a mind?
So basically what you're saying is you're trying to say that it's an argument that a lot of atheists use. What you're trying to say is that
it's called the Euthyphro dilemma. Yeah, it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that if morality is dependent, to kind of simple it down, if morality is dependent upon God, then it actually is subjective because God is a subject. Is that what you're?
Yeah, it's subject to God. It's subject to God. The evaluations are subjective to God.
Yeah,
they're subjective to the mind of God. They're not independent of God's mind. They're not grounded in a substrate that even the God must adhere to.
Yeah, so I mean, I would still say it's a category error, because I would say that it's more than just being subject. I would say it's more than just being subject to a mind. I would say it's being subject to a mind that does not change. So if it's based upon a human mind, then yes, I would say.
What do you mean it doesn't change? Aren't humans under a new covenant?
That doesn't mean his mind. That doesn't mean
the moral standard did change.
No, God's moral standard from the Old Testament and the New Testament did not change.
Really? So there is no new covenant.
Yeah. That doesn't, just because a new covenant is instituted does not mean his mind changed. If his mind
change, it does, because the parameters of the new covenant were different from the parameters of the old covenant.
So okay, I got a content question for you then. So since we're talking morality, we're talking about.
Remember, nobody. If you want to jump in at any point, just let us know, man. You just got to unmute.
Yeah.
I don't want to make nobody feel like we're running over.
I'm sorry. I feel like
no, you're good.
All the time here.
So
I haven't done one of these in a while. I like it.
So what's strange to me is a majority of people who work in the field of meta ethics, a majority of these people are atheists and objective moralists or moral realists, right? So what it really comes down to is how we derive what we even determine to be what we should do and what we shouldn't do, what we ought or ought not do. And there's I'm familiar with Alan Gaworth or Julia Annis, and that'd be the principle of generic consistency with Alan Goworth in mind, where he's saying that it's like what is logically entailed by being an agent tells you what at least you can't do to other agents. And then Julia Annis takes like the like virtue ethics approach, which I'm not very well versed in. And I've had some conversations alongside T-Jump, and he talks about this idea of like consent being like the main factor that helps us derive whether or not something was morally permissible or morally impermissible or whatever.
Imposition of will. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like all the what's the word I'm looking for? All the empirics are against it being relative to God, in that all or a majority of people who work in or philosophers who are prioritizing meta ethics and ethics in general, they're majority atheist and majority realist or objectivist. And so I just don't see a correlation whatsoever. I see, and then just like JL and Andrew were saying, there are kind of examples of not reaching the same conclusion within Christianity itself or opposed to another religion or whatever. I don't think a moral argument for God is like really effective at all. Like, I think if we all want to keep talking about ethics and which path in meta ethics is like the best or the one we like the most, like that's a great conversation. I love talking about morality, but I just don't see any implication of a God at all anywhere. That's all I had to say.
The primary issue that I run into is that these conclusions are dependent upon an evaluation. To determine what ought be done requires an evaluation, and that evaluation is dependent upon an individual stance. And individual stances are informed by a number of other factors, but they are individual to that person. That's their stance. So the moral evaluation is stance dependent. Now, if God is an agent with a mind, and God is like the number one thing that exists, it's the underlying substrate, then if God is making a determination and there is nothing external of the God to reference, like for example, what is evil to God? That which it doesn't want, that which it does not prefer, that which is not in alignment with what it wants. Well, that's just God making those determinations for God. Those aren't rules that the God must itself necessarily follow. It's just its own subjective determinations. God wants X. God does not want Y. Well, in reference to what? If God is the only thing that exists, what is it that is not good that is determining what good is? There's no external referent. So it's whatever God decides, which means that these distinctions between right and wrong and good and evil and moral and immoral, these are entirely subjective to it, to whatever its proclamations happen to be at any given time. And so therefore it passes those down in your worldview. It passes those distinctions down to the agents, but it itself is not referencing anything as to what the context or what the mental content of these things are. You could say that God is good, but that doesn't actually say anything, because God is good in reference to what? If God is the only thing that exists, what is it that exists external of it that tells you what good is by informing you what good is not? Right? So you just have the God entity. You define it as being good in reference to what exactly? I don't know, because there's nothing to provide that context or content there. And then you have the God making distinctions as to what it wants, and the demarcation is what is moral and what is immoral. But where's it getting those distinctions from? There's no underlying substrate in your worldview, so therefore these have to be dependent upon its own mind. If they were objective, it would be the God referencing something else to say, this is what is true about reality. And those rules would still apply to the God, because that's how agents work. If your God is an agent that is separate from everything else that is itself, God is equal to God, God is not equal to not God. So to keep it logically consistent, we can't just special plead for the God entity to say that its subjective distinctions are also its stance dependent distinctions are also stance independently the case. That doesn't make any sense. That's logical contradiction.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot there. So I mean, the first point about the people who study and analyze metaphysics, and majority of them not agreeing in a objective morality, and majority of them being atheists. I mean, that still isn't a good point to me. I mean, majority of people hundreds of years ago supported chattel slavery. So I mean, like, just because the majority of people believe one way, that's really not a point for me. But I think furthermore, I still don't, and maybe this is just me looking at it with the wrong outlook, but I still don't see I still do not see, if morality is dependent upon God, it being subjective. Because yes, it is dependent upon the mind of God. Our morality is dependent upon God and his nature and his ontology and his mind. But it would be subjective if it was a changing mind. But because there's a caveat, since there is a unchanging mind, it therefore makes the stance objective.
No, that's not what objective is. It hinges on. It could be subjective, and God could just hold the same subjective standard for eternity, but it would still be subjective to it. I think it's best. I think it's best if you simply answer the question: is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good?
Well, I think I would make the argument and say that God's ontology is good. Like, God's ontology is holy, and
that still pushes it back. Because is God good? Because okay, so basically in that sense, because you pushed it back one step, and there's actually a response to this. The question that I asked you was the Euthyphro dilemma, okay? But you then responded with, "Well, God is good." But the problem is that statement only kicks it back one step. And here's the response to that. I want to make sure I articulate it correctly because I wrote this down. 2 seconds. I have a whole bunch of shit here. Yes. So what you just proposed is what's called the third horn of the Euthyphro dilemma. That there's this third horn that God is defined as good. So whatever it does is good. The proposed third horn just repackages the Euthyphro dilemma. The Euthyphro dilemma is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's good? You say, well, God is good. Okay, but then I have to ask, well, is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness? Or is God's nature good merely because it is God's?
I mean, again, I don't really see the dilemma here. So I would say that. Oh wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good to go. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. So again, I'm having issues seeing the dilemma here, because again, I would say that God's nature, God's ontology is good, but again, it's going.
That's it. But that in reference to what exactly?
Yeah. I see what you're saying, and again, it's going to be hard to fully explain it, because when we describe God, we have to use anthropomorphic language. You know, we have to describe him in human terms.
Well, that's what we're relegated to, sure, but it's not difficult to explain it. It's because it's a dilemma. It's an exhaustive dilemma. It's one or the other. But the problem is the implications of both are deeply problematic for your worldview. On one side, if something is good because God commands it, that means it's subjective to it. The distinction that it is good is subjective to the God, which means that moral distinctions are subjective. Moral anti-realism is the case. But if God is doing it because it's good, that means that God is not ultimate. There is a substrate that grounds even what it must determine. And so either morality is subjective or God isn't ultimate. It's one or the other. There is no third. And if you do the whole, well, God is good, it just pushes it back one step. Well, is it good simply because it's God's nature? Or is it good because it aligns with an external standard that establishes what good is as opposed to what is not good? But in your worldview, God is the only thing that exists at the top. So Good in reference to what? It still
Mhm.
winds up being subjective. So long as you want to keep your God
Well,
being ultimate.
Yeah, no. So again, I still don't see the promise because I definitely think that God can will things to be good. So for example, in the Genesis creation account, God created this and He saw that it was good. God can create things that are good. So creation coming from God can be good, but His ontology itself still can be good while Him still being the ultimate authority. The same way how
But the
His
authority doesn't
ontology.
matter. The authority doesn't matter. The authority has no bearing on whether or not it is objective or subjective.
Okay, his ontology can still be good while God still being the ultimate being. I do not think.
Okay,
I do
but
not
the
still
ontology
believe-
just pushes it back. Is it good because it aligns with an external standard that dictates what goodness is as opposed to not goodness? Or is it simply good because it's God's?
It's
If
good
it's simply
because
good
it
because
aligns.
it's God's, that makes it subjective.
But what I'm saying is, I don't believe it has to. I guess that's why I'm not communicating well. I don't believe that it has to align with the external
It
standards
does because
outside of God
it's
for
logical. It
good.
does because the entailment is a logical contradiction. So
Could you explain that?
It's got to go one way or the other. It cannot be both. It's a
So
logical contradiction.
how would it be a logical contradiction if
Because you cannot ground mind independent evaluations in a mind.
why not?
Because they are definitionally mind independent.
No, but what I'm saying is, do you not believe that not somebody like as in one of like not as in human beings, but what I'm saying is, if there is a God, let's go with the presupposition that God is real. You do not think that God can ontologically be good, as it just like God can
No,
ontologically be
because there's a logic issue there. What if God is
Okay.
if God exists and and at one point was the only thing to exist? What is it good in reference to? For example, think about it like this in your mind. If God is the only thing that exists, pre-exists creation, the only thing that exists is God, and God makes the statement, "I am good." What is it referencing that is not good, that is mind independently not good, in order to supply the context for what good is?
It's a false dichotomy because
It's not. I wasn't presenting a dichotomy. I'm asking you if God is the only thing. It's not. It's not a false dilemma. It's not a false dilemma. I'm asking you about how we determine what these things are. It's if there is a context of what good is, that context. If you're saying that there is a mind stance independent context for what good is, it cannot rely upon what you think is good. So I'm asking you, if God is the only thing that exists, if your worldview permits that there was a point where there was only God and then God actualized everything else, it's not itself. So if God is the only thing that exists and God makes the statement, "I am good," then what is it referencing that is not good for good to be a coherent statement?
Yeah, again, I would say good is a form of anthropomorphic language that we use to describe God in reference to other things. But before anything else is created, God could still be perfect. And so,
In reference to what? That's an evaluation. In reference to what?
Well, hold on.
Well, we can't.
Go ahead, nobody.
I'm sorry.
Well,
My bad.
Hold on. So if we're using good in this like analogous way, where he's not the same good that we're talking about, it's just how we're able to speak of him. How can he be the source of what's good or justified or moral if when we say that he is, and I don't know what you mean when you say that he's like ontologically good, I think you mean that he has like a necessary nature that is predisposed to being good, doing good actions or whatever. But if we're now saying that good is just like analogously referring to God, then aren't we equivocating and we're not even talking about the same good in both contexts?
No, I mean, I don't believe it's a equivocation fallacy. I don't think it's maybe. Yeah, we can fall short in our description of God, I believe, but I still think we can use successful anthropomorphic language to describe God. And so, I mean, like when we say things like God regretted, God doesn't literally regret. God doesn't literally regret things, but we still can use our best language to describe his emotions in the moment.
Well, that defeats the Bible.
Well, maybe we should.
How does it defeat the Bible?
Because the Bible, by your worldview, is God breathed.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so it literally states that God regretted in the Bible. So that came from God. That was God expressing its regret.
I think you're proving my point. It's God breathed, but it's still written through human hands. So it is.
Did it have to be? Wait. But did it have to be? Did it have to be? Okay.
Did what?
You're saying that there are ambiguity. You're saying that there are ambiguities in the Bible because it was written by humans, inspired by God, but written by humans. Therefore, that there are some ambiguities in there that lead to different interpretations. Correct?
Yeah. There could be different interpretations of the Bible for sure.
Right. Did it have to be that way?
Like, did there have to be different interpretations?
Yeah, the way God set it up, did it have to be that way?
Well, again, I think God could give a infallible church, and God can give an infallible scripture. The infallible scriptures. I mean, the scriptures come from the church, and so you can have an infallible church to interpret infallible scriptures. And so, just because people have the wrong interpretation, I mean, that.
How do you know they have the wrong interpretation? Have you solved the problem of hermeneutics? Have you solved the problem? Wait. Have you solved the problem of hermeneutics?
No, I haven't personally solved the problem of hermeneutics, but what I'm saying is if they don't line historically with what the church taught, then you can say it's the wrong interpretation because you can see a succession down from Jesus to the 12 that he chose, and then the successors of those 12 apostles. So
how do you know that? How do you know them in history got it right?
How do I know that their interpretation was right?
Right.
Because they were the infallible church set up by Christ.
That's the claim. But how do you know that?
Wait, those fallible people were infallible?
Yeah, you're saying that those fallible people, the naturally fallible people, that those people themselves were infallible in their action?
Again, it's a category error. So you can be fallible, but you can be a fallible person individually, but when God can still use a fallible person to produce infallible scriptures or infallible decisions. So for example, like
why? But why? Why would it ever do it that way? That creates problems.
Wait.
No. I'm trying to drill to the core of this.
Yeah.
Why would it do it that way when it knows infallibly that would cause problems?
I don't think it does cause problems. I think
it does. That's why you have 6 different.
Well, no. I think for y'all and y'all's worldview, it causes problems. I don't believe it causes problems.
Wait.
I guess, and I'm
how
not
does it cause problems in our worldview? We don't
like,
believe that it exists, and we don't believe that it exists, and we're logically consistent in our worldview. So, what problems does it cause for us? The problems exist when you start bringing in an entity and claiming that it's making subjective determinations.
I think you're putting it in presuppositions I don't agree with. I
haven't presupposed any. No, Sean, I haven't presupposed anything. I haven't presupposed anything.
Yes, you did. I don't think you're logically consistent in your worldview. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
What have I presupposed?
You're saying that how can it be a problem with us if we're logically consistent in our worldview? That's a presupposition. I don't believe that you're logically consistent in your worldview. And I'm not saying that.
I'm asking you, how is my worldview not logically consistent?
Because you're saying you're making a statement of something being morally wrong, and that how this could be wrong and that could be wrong. But then when I say
I'm not claiming they're objective, though. I've stated multiple times that these are subjective determinations. I'm not making any kind of an objective claim.
Okay, well then again, it's still I think it further proves my point because earlier you said that it was evil and it was wrong for God to kill people. I said I make the subjective determination for myself as to whether they are right or wrong. I am not making an objective statement about reality. So when you said that when God killed the people through the flood in the book of Genesis, did you not make a statement of that being wrong?
No, I said the question I asked was which action would be more moral? Drowning them all in agony, or
before
Thanos
that, you said
hold up, I'm not done.
Before
I asked you a question. No, I asked you a question. Which action would be more moral? Drowning everybody in agony or Thanosing them out of existence?
Again, before that, you said it was wrong. You
No, I
said that
didn't. I
drowning
didn't
them in
make no.
agony was wrong.
Sean, I did not make that statement. I said of the options
Yes,
that
you
are
did.
available. I said, so is I asked you, is it more moral? I asked you from your framework.
You
Is it
did,
more
but
moral?
I'm not trying to put
I'm
words
not
in your mouth.
done. I'm not
Before that, you
finished.
made the
I'm
statement
not
of being
finished.
wrong.
No, I
You made
didn't.
the statement.
I
Yes,
did
you
not
did.
make that statement. We can go back. No, I did not make that statement that it was
Yes.
wrong. I asked you, which is more moral? God drowning everyone in agony or God Thanosing everyone out of existence? Which is
I'm
the
aware
more
of what you asked. I'm aware of
Right.
what you asked. What I'm saying is before that, you made a statement of it being wrong. You made a statement of fact of it being wrong.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
And
I said
that's the thing in question.
every
How do you
moral
know it's
distinction,
wrong?
Sean, every moral distinction I've made has been subjective. If I view it to be wrong, it is subjective to me. Or if I view it to be immoral, it's subjective to me. I have never once made an objective moral statement.
Again,
I don't
and
make objective moral statements because I'm not a moral realist.
Okay, you did. Well, you did not say it was subjectively wrong for God to kill the people in the flood with agony. You said
I never made any statement like that. I asked you what your determination is
me, and
between
then
the two
before that,
options.
No,
No, I didn't.
no.
I never made an objective moral statement regarding the flood event.
Even if I go with what you're saying, right? You don't have objective belief on the moral flood event. I still think it is a fallacious or an inconsistent worldview to have this view on subjective morality. Because
I can subjectively view it as being immoral because that's my subjective evaluation. Especially given if you define the God as being all powerful and all merciful and all just, then by that definition, it would be more just and more in keeping with morality if the God simply blinked everyone out of existence instead of torturing them to death.
Yeah, again,
but that's my subjective. But Sean,
how do you know something
it's not, Sean. Sean, that's my subjective determination. I view it as being more moral to blink someone out of, especially if you have the power to do it. Okay, my subjective determination is that it would have been more moral for the God to blink everyone out of existence that it didn't want to exist anymore, as opposed to drowning them all to death in agony. If I'm the entity and I have the power to do one or the other, drown everybody in agony or blink them out of existence without pain and without awareness, I would blink them out of existence because I don't need to torture people to death in order to make a point because I'm God.
Well, again, I think I still think it falls. I think when you use the word torture, it falls inconsistent because you can't, in your worldview, if you want to be consistent, you cannot say it's torture because you do not have a objective reality of what torture is.
Yes, I do.
Look.
Okay.
Look.
So in that respect, go ahead, nobody. Go ahead.
Just look. Every time
dictionary.
Now you're throwing ad homs, and so like
no, that's not an ad hom. Like you think we don't know what torture is. What does the word torture mean?
Again, I'm saying I know what the word torture means.
Well, I know. Well, you're saying we don't know what torture is. So what is torture?
And Sean, I have experienced. I have experienced what one would define as torture.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm not saying y'all don't know what torture is.
But guess what?
My word
for me to be but guess what, Sean? For me to be logically inconsistent, I would have to be making objective moral statements, and I'm not doing that.
Y'all are putting words in my mouth. So what I'm saying, I never said you don't know what torture is. What I'm saying is you don't have an objective reality of what torture is.
What does that mean? I don't have a reality of what a word means.
Okay, hold on. So
of what the action, what torture is itself, not the word. You know what I'm talking about.
What do these words do?
When you say to someone who endorses subjective morals that their standard is not objective, that is trivially true. JL doesn't need to say it's objective. He's saying it's not objective. So when you say, oh, but you don't have an objective baseline or framework, he knows that. That's not even engaging with him at this point. Just if you want to try and stress test his subjectivity or his subjective take on morality, I would do that. But I wouldn't just say, oh, but you don't have an objective framework or grounding or baseline, because he knows that. He already knows that. He doesn't care.
Yeah, my grounding is my empathy. That's the only grounding I can appeal to, because it's it's the grounding I have access to. So go ahead.
So it'd be better to like stress test it instead and see like where you can poke holes in that, I guess. But like to tell him that it's not objective, that's just, he knows that.
Well, no,
I think that morals can be. I think that certain morals are objective just through what it means to be an agent via like my reading of Alan Gaworth and being a fanboy. I could be wrong though. Like, I don't know, but I don't believe in God. I think there are objective morals to an extent. He doesn't think it's objective though. So like when you say you don't have an objective frame of reference or whatever, he knows that. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah. And I would push back on nobody. I would say that the oughts that you are predicating as being as indicative of being objective, I would say that those oughts are still predicated upon valuations, and those valuations are subjective, and those valuations are not universal. That's how I would push back on that. So
I could get to that, but what I'm saying is, I guess the reason why I bring up the reason why I make the claim of not having an objective definition, or not having an objective reality of what torture is. I'm not saying you don't have a definition of what torture is, or that you don't know what torture is. He has it there. So again, I know for a fact everyone on the panel knows what torture is. What I'm saying is that there's no objective and when I said that you don't have an objective reality of what torture is, your response was, yes, I do. And so
no,
it's not what I said.
That's not what I said either.
Okay.
So here's a question for you, since we missed the point on
well,
here.
Hold on.
No, hang on 1 second, Sean. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, because we're kind of.
I want to blow this up so you can see it.
We're circling the drain on this thing here, because see, when we say torture, we have a meaning for it. So, action or practice of inflicting severe pain or suffering on someone as a punishment, or in order to force them to do something. So in the killing of people, that's the punishment, right? God's taking action to punish people. He's going to unalive them, right?
Yeah, sure. So, pain or suffering. How do you know what suffering is if you stand in a subjective standpoint?
Okay. If I'm stabbing you with a hot poker, do you know what suffering is?
You don't know that though, because you're
standing from. No, Sean. It comes down to the evaluator. Okay, I'm determining what suffering is because drowning is one of the most agonizing experiences you can have. I know because I have drowned. It is one of the most agonizing experiences that a human being can go through. Okay, now I can take my experience and say that drowning human beings as punishment is an agonizing death. Okay. There are people who have drowned and been resuscitated and have come back to express that that was the most terrifying and agonizing experience I have ever had. That right there is all we need. There is no like objective standard for what this thing is, like this mind stance, independent standard for what torture is or what suffering is. We have to qualify that. We literally have to evaluate the experience to determine if it is suffering or if it is torture. But we come up with these definitions to describe these things, to differentiate them from other experiences. If God drowns the planet and everybody drowns to death, I know what the experience of drowning is like. I can empathize with that. That was horrifying, terrifying, and agonizing. That is torture.
Yeah. Again, I would disagree. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but again, I would disagree, because I would say just because you stand from an emotional standpoint or an empathetic standpoint, and you can look at that and say that I know I would be suffering in that position because I have, you still have no framework or basis to know whether or not that person is suffering. So
yes, I do have a framework. It's not objective, but I do have a framework.
And so again, that's where I guess that's where my problem lies, is saying that it falls short. Not that it's inconsistent. I know I said earlier it's inconsistent. Again, I used the wrong word there, but what I'm saying is, if I was to reduce it down to the absurd, if I was to do a reductio absurdum on it, it reduces down. It shows the worldview as absurd.
It doesn't show it
Okay.
as absurd.
Oh,
It just
hold
means
on.
it doesn't show it as absurd. It just shows that distinctions are subjective. That doesn't lead to absurdity. The only absurdity comes in when you start saying that there are mind stance independent.
Oh,
Okay.
hold on.
Absurdity
Okay.
would be like if I was saying that I'm a moral anti-realist, but I'm saying that certain moral distinctions are mind stance independently true. That's a logical contradiction. This still boils back down to you making the claim that there is an agent making determinations subjective to it because there is nothing external to reference outside of itself. So it's making determinations.
I'm not making the claim that I made determinations subjective to it.
Okay, so how are you claiming that these distinctions are mind stance independent when they are grounded in a mind?
Because I still go back to his ontology, and then we're going to get back to the three horns argument we had. But what I'm saying is his ontology is still perfect. So he can
What
make
what does perfect mean? Where's the reference?
Without flaw.
Well,
in reference to what?
Okay, I don't think there needs to be a reference there for an all-knowing. Wait,
no, there has to be. There has to be because if you don't have a referent, then how are you getting the content to describe what it is?
Again, if we don't have a reference, yes, me and you may not know what good is if we do not have a reference of bad. I do not think God has to have a reference of flawed to know what if God's ontology is good or unflawed or perfect, I don't think he now has to have a flawed reference because him being all-knowing, he knows what flawed already is.
Can you clarify something for me? What do you mean when you say his ontology is good or perfect?
His nature is good or perfect.
Right, but wouldn't that just be like a disposition his mind has? You're saying that like his essence is good, like his essential nature is good, but it's not like when you say his ontology is good, it sounds like he's like the best shape he could be or something. Like it seems really weird to me. Like so you're saying he has an essentially good nature, right?
It's without flaw or without defect. I mean, so I'm not talking about a physical appearance. I'm talking about his whole person, himself, the God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. His whole essence.
So we ask again: is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness, or is God's nature good merely because it is His?
God's nature is good because it is His.
Then it's subjective.
I don't think it's subjective.
It's logically entailed, dude. It's logically entailed.
It sounds like you're saying it's inescapable for us, but it is subjective to him.
I think
it can't be both.
I agree that it's inescapable, but I also believe. I guess. Well, maybe we're conflating terms. Can you define? I'm not saying you don't know. I'm saying maybe I have a different understanding. Can you define subjective and objective? Maybe that's where we should start.
Subjective is mind stance dependent. Objective is mind stance independent.
Mm-hmm.
So for a moral evaluation to be objectively true, it cannot, by definition, be dependent upon a mind.
Mm-hmm. Again,
and if its trueness is dependent upon a mind, it is by definition subjective.
Again,
there's a big implication here. The real thing that's turned into is your definition of good and bad is merely that which God likes.
No, I would say my definition of good and bad is good would be what aligns with his nature, and bad would be what completely goes against his nature.
Okay, so
I mean, yeah, sure.
Is killing people indiscriminately? I guess that's a good thing then, because that's in God's nature.
I'm sorry. Go. Say again.
Killing indiscriminately is in God's nature.
How's that in God's nature? God
does it.
Where?
All over.
Where's all over?
Let's take a look here. Let's take a look at what. Here's a thought for you. Do you know what happened to Job's servants?
Can you tell me what happened to Job's servants?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on a sec, Sean.
Here we're in Job.
Hang on a sec, Andrew. Sean, you know the Bible, purportedly. You know the story of Job.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is though, if he's quoting scripture, then I'm gonna expect that he knows because he says it's all over. So I mean, there's surely
Yeah, which
easily.
means I'm going to give you multiple references.
Yeah,
As soon as we go through
exactly.
one, we'll go to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay. So here, in trying to test Job here, he lights up Job's servants.
And what was the reasoning behind that?
Oh, just somehow he thought Job might not like it.
So he kills Job's servants because he believes. Is that what happens in the story of Job?
Yeah.
That's what happens in the story of Job. He kills Job's servants because he thinks that Job might not like it.
Because it's a test.
This is all testing Job. You don't remember
it's a test. It's a test of Job.
Yeah, no, I know what happens in the story of Job.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Again, I would
say we're lighting them up.
Yeah. So again, he doesn't kill Job's servants because he thinks that Job does not like it. And
to test them.
No. He's testing Job to see how strong and to see his resolve.
Yep.
So he literally murders his servants because there's no justification for this action.
Wait, no, but again, you're assuming that.
No, I'm not assuming that. That's what the story says.
It's on screen right now.
No. You said that God murdered his servants.
He did. There was no justification to do that.
So
again,
you're telling me, wait, Sean, you're telling me that an all-powerful entity.
No.
You're telling me that an all-powerful entity needs to take people's lives in order
because you made the statement earlier that you do not make objective and subjective statements. You just made an objective statement.
No, I didn't.
I did not make a moral.
Okay,
I did not
Sean,
make a moral statement. What
moral
statement did I make?
I'm asking you, Sean. Does an all-powerful entity? No, Sean. Sean. That's not what I said. I'm muting you, dude, because you keep trying to put words in my mouth and catch me in a trap, and you are flat out wrong on this. I asked you.
You said God has no justification for it.
I said it's not justified because God is all powerful. It can do it another way that is more moral.
On my side, yeah. Hold on. On my side here, you missed the point I was making. See, yours was that which God does is good. You said that. I've pointed to this. My statement is now taking what you said. This is God's nature. This is what God does. And by your definition, this equals good. I'm not saying what my evaluation is. You just said that equals good because God did it.
So God killing those servants was a good
We're confirming
thing.
what good is. That's what we're doing now. We're pinning down your idea. Anything God does is good. That equals good.
Okay, again, and my response would be that God can still be good in mercy. God can still be good.
This is good. I just want to establish this is good.
You're cutting me off, man. God can still be good in mercy. God can still be good in wrath. God can still be good in testing. And so the ultimate outcome for Job was good. Again, God can kill, and I'm not going to use the word murder like my friend JL here did, because I don't believe it's murder, because I don't think God is bound by the justice system. But again, I don't think no one else.
I didn't ask any of that though.
What good is? You just said the I don't know, so that's just an appeal to mystery.
Again, I didn't say I don't know. That I don't know never came out of my mouth. I didn't say I don't know. What I'm saying is that I believe that God can still show His wrath, and God can still do.
That's fine. That's fine. But what did I bring up? I said that God kills indiscriminately all over the place. Point one. There's one. I can go to the flood and just count everybody in the flood.
But again, God can kill and it still be good. It's not evil. Fine. It's not wrong for God to kill.
I know, but you challenged me to show you. I just gave you the goods. But so we're going to confirm what else is good.
Andrew, before we get too deep into that, I love how he's saying that God can do these things and it's still good. By what metric? By whose metric?
I don't even care yet. I'm still trying to find out.
That's why I'm trying to drill down to it. So, Sean, you said God can do all these things and it can still be good. By whose metric?
What I'm saying is, God. Again, I'm going to go back to my first point. God by God's ontology, God's nature is good.
Great. Is
So-
God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of
You
goodness?
gotta let me
Or is
finish
it
my
God's
sentence,
nature
bro.
simply
You
his?
gotta let me finish my sentence.
No, we're just going to wrap around back to the exact same question, which you have not, which you've
I'm
already
not,
answered.
I'm not wrapping around to that. I'm not wrapping back around to that. What I'm saying is God's nature can still be good. God's nature is good, and God can make.
In reference to what?
There doesn't have to be a reference to something.
There does. There does, so that we can, so that we know the context or the content of what good is, because we can discern it from that which is not good. Just saying
Again,
God is good. No, just saying God is good. That's an uninformative tautology.
Again,
God equals
there
good.
has-
No, Sean, listen. It's an uninformative
listening to
tautology. God equals good. Good equals God. God equals God. That doesn't tell us anything.
There has to be a reference for us. There has to be a reference for us, because we cannot understand the concept of good without a reference of bad. For God, there needs to be no reference in the present time, because God is all knowing of everything in the future.
But just because it knows everything doesn't mean that doesn't make it objective. It simply says that God the next logical step is that it's whatever it decrees.
No, God by his nature can be good. He needs not
because God said so.
Because that is his nature.
If it's I don't even know how to even approach this. If it's objective, but it's still in God's mind, what's the difference between drowning the babies in the flood and killing Job's children? What's the difference?
Again, I would say neither of those would be morally bad acts by God, because God is not bound by our justice system. God has created a good justice system for us. So again, there's uncreated good, and then there's created good. That is just a doctrine.
So look, okay. So in one situation, he's doing what he will, whatever it is, purging the earth or testing Job, right? In either scenario, he kills a vastly different amount of people. Did he make that choice for a reason?
I'm sorry, can you ask again?
Did he choose to kill millions of innocent babies during the flood when he didn't have to for a reason? And then to test Job, all he did was kill his servants and children and not wipe the earth again just to test Job. Is there a reason that he...
Ultimately, yeah, there is a reason.
What is it?
You gave me two different scenarios. Like, what is the reason why he flooded the earth?
I mean, they both have to be good, but they're both drastically different. Like, is there a reason they're the same? Is there a reason that they're different, like executions of his will?
So he flooded the earth to purge it from sin, from evil, and he allowed.
It didn't work.
I'm sorry?
It didn't work.
How? Why would you say it? How? I mean, how did it not work?
Didn't Noah's kids sin like within a week or something?
Again, yeah. So he purged it from that evil at the time to start a new righteous generation from Noah to lead to the Messiah. So again, so I would just go back to what I would honestly just go back to what JL was saying and answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, okay, look. So when you say that, now what pops up in my head is, why didn't he just skip to the Messiah part? Why would he flood the entire earth?
Well, ultimately, if you're gonna go down this reduction of questions, I don't know the answer to every single question because I'm not in the mind of God. But what I am saying is that I am not above God. We are subject to God. We are under God. So again, just because I do not,
if he exists, yes.
Yeah, if he exists, which it does not. So,
which it does, but again,
no, I can prove that it doesn't.
Well, look,
I know for a fact that it doesn't exist. So
morality has not convinced anyone here.
Yeah,
like the chat either. The chat is like, there are some friends of mine bringing up like the atheist moral objectivists that I'm a fan of as well. I don't think morality is going to get you there. Like,
It won't.
and again, I'm not going to say like, I'm not going to stifle the conversation and say like, oh, morality's boring. Like, I think it's fun to talk about, but we're really not even like stress testing JL's subjectivity for morality. I don't know Andrew's stance. I'm super sympathetic to objective morals, but the way I get there is nothing to do with God. And so then, like, I just don't see how this is giving ground at all to God. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted, I mean, ultimately, you'd have to demonstrate that the thing exists. Like, how do you know that it exists without begging the question? Would be the ultimate thing.
But
Well, that-
again,
well,
you
that-
did come in and say you wanted to talk about morality because of that, and like, so I don't mean to like tell you not to do that. That's not what I'm saying.
No. You're, no, it's fine. That's part of the reason why I bring up morality is because that's part of the reason why.
Right, and I have it, and I don't believe in a God. I know that I don't believe in any gods. I know that the Christian Abrahamic biblical God does not exist. Yeah, I know that for a fact. But
Again,
morality
I
doesn't
would
get you there.
disagree with that. I would disagree with that premise.
No, I know it doesn't exist, and I can demonstrate how I know it doesn't exist. But nonetheless,
Again,
morality doesn't get you there because I explained moral anti-realism, and it's logically consistent.
I disagree with the previous premise that you know that the Abrahamic God does not.
You want me to show you?
I mean, sure, again, if you can't tell me whether or not
the God is defined as the God is defined in a logically contradictory way. Logical contradictions cannot exist, therefore it does not exist.
If you can't tell me for a fact whether certain moral
the morality is irrelevant,
right or wrong, then
that's just objective. That's just objective and subjective. I hold that if a God does exist, morality would still be. If morality were objective, it would be objective regardless of the existence of a God. But I don't hold that it's objective. I'm a moral anti-realist. I don't need to supply an objective standard for morality in order to justify my lack of belief in a God. I can go for a justification for why I don't believe, and I would just need to go to the argument from divine hiddenness for that. But I can tell you that the Christian Abrahamic God, as it is detailed in the Bible, that entity does not exist because it is definitionally a logical contradiction. And logical contradictions cannot exist.
How so?
Because an entity cannot be all-knowing and cannot be all-knowing. There's the all-knowing free will paradox. Those two are logically contradictory. There's the all-knowing. There's the logical.
Hold on, man. You're moving fast. Explain. I know what the all-knowing and free will paradox is. Explain why that disproves the Abrahamic God.
Because
is PhD Tony in the back?
PhD Tony is in the back.
Yeah,
he is returned. I'll bring him up. So we cannot have free will and the God can. We cannot have free will and the God be omniscient at the same time. So either the God is not omniscient and we do have free will, or the God is omniscient and we don't. If you want to claim that God is omniscient, that God does not exist if you claim that simultaneously we have free will. So you have to redefine the God or drop it entirely.
Mm-hmm. And so, and again, this is not me. I'm not trying to play Huey with you. But what biblical basis do you have to even say that the Christian believes in free will?
Wait. So say that again one more time.
Well, if we don't have free will, then we can't sin, right? If we don't have the ability to choose between good and evil, then we can't sin. The very existence of sin requires that we have a choice, right?
Yeah, and so again, there's different severities of the will, and there's different beliefs amongst Christians, which I do not believe it still disproves God. But what I'm saying is, obviously, some Christians have a higher view of predestination, and some Christians have a higher view of free will. And so, again, like I said, I align more with the Reformed camp that has a higher view of predestination. So I do believe that God has his predestined elect.
But we have no free will.
No, I still believe we have free will.
We can't if it's all predestined.
Or I guess this is a better. I think so we don't run into the same errors like we did with the last topic. Define free will.
The ability to choose. The ability to choose without impediment or incentive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because impediment and incentive are things that skew your choice.
Yeah, and go deeper on impediment and incentive.
So no, actually, just to cut you off, I have some questions for you that I
Yes.
think might
Sure.
distill this discussion. So you believe that everything that God is good, everything that God does is good, but
sorry, can you ask
there
that
are
again?
things that God has done that you can't explain, right?
I believe everything that God has done is good, but there are things that I can't explain about God.
Okay, all right. So how
Yeah,
do you?
yes.
So what is your warrant for holding this position? What is your justification for that belief?
For what belief? That God is good?
That God is good despite the fact he does things that appear to be evil.
Because I think that human beings are by nature evil and fallible beings that can get God wrong. And so just because something appears different to, I think we desire evil in our very nature. And so I think just
And
because
that doesn't answer my question. My question
it
was,
does,
what
just
is your
you don't like
warrant?
the answer.
No, it doesn't answer my question. My question is, what is your warrant for this belief? What observational evidence do you have that justifies this conclusion? Just saying, I believe, I believe, I believe is not a warrant at any
Yeah, I didn't say I
point
believe.
for the next. That is exactly what you said. You said, I believe humans desire evil and are incapable of understanding God. Well, okay.
Well,
What's your warrant for that belief?
Everything's going to be based off what I believe because I have a different
No,
presupposition about. Hold on, I'm coming in on a different premise. So yes, if I do say I believe,
no,
I'm
sir,
starting off
no,
with I
sir,
believe.
no,
I
sir,
think
no,
God is
sir.
real.
We're talking about the definition of warrant. If you don't have a warrant, is your belief warranted? And if so, how?
By the actions of God, and that would be through his sacrificial death on the cross. That would be through creation, and I would go back to the
But
previous
what's your
argument,
warrant for believing that those things are true?
historical accuracy.
There's no so that even if all of the historical claims in the Bible were true, and they're not demonstrably, trust me,
They
my
are.
academic field of expertise is paleo sea level, and Noah's flood is the most ridiculously and demonstrably untrue assertion you could possibly make.
Again,
But
your
let's move
academic field doesn't matter.
beyond
That doesn't
that.
mean anything.
Let's move beyond that. So let's accept that sort of that all of the natural stuff that occurs that is claimed to occur in the Bible is demonstrably true, which it isn't. That does not make the supernatural claims that are made in the Bible true, does it? They are logically not connected concepts. Spider-Man isn't true because Spider-Man is not true because it's set in New York, is it?
Again, if we make the assumption that you just admitted to, even though you don't agree, you said for the sake of argument, you will make the assumption that if everything in the scriptures is accurately.
That's not what I said.
If you're gonna
what I said, and you need to actually listen to the things that I say rather than imagining that you know what I'm saying. What I said was, let's accept that all of the naturally possible events described in the Bible actually occurred as described in the Bible.
That was not your verbatim sentence, bro.
Yes, it was my provision.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was. I said naturally occurring. Those were the exact words, and I chose them with precise care. Yeah. Do not lie to me, sir. It is forbidden in your Bible to lie to me.
You said
to
what?
To be fair, when you say historical accuracy in the text, what that's saying to all of us is the stuff that makes sense to us. Like, so you're talking about the Bible and you're talking about its historical accuracy, right? Now, when you're trying to use that, when you're talking with like a bunch of atheists, they're going to say, obviously the supernatural things are all in question. but you said historical accuracy. So to me, and I assume to most of, and PhD Tony, everyone else, Andrew, JL was maybe still pissing, but
I'm back.
the implication with historical accuracy is like Sodom and Gomorrah or some shit. It's not God existing. Like that seems like a, obviously PhD Tony was talking about like what he'll accept could be true about history.
Well, yeah. Again, when I say historical accuracy, I would say you can't just accept what you appear to be true. And I'm saying this with respect, because even take the account of Sodom and Gomorrah, that is still a supernatural event. When
It's not. It's not. It's been explained.
No. There are supernatural events that happens in there. When Lot's wife turns to a pillar of salt, is that not a supernatural event?
But that's that's a peripheral event. Can I ask you what you mean by the term? What do you mean by the term history?
That still happened with
Sean. Wait, hold up. Hey, Tony, Sean, hang on a sec. Sean, the claim about Lot's wife is not historical. That is a theological. No, it didn't.
It is within the
there are
historic
claims,
framework of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Sean, I'm trying to be chill here. There are claims in the Bible that are historical in nature. There are claims in the Bible that are theological in nature. Okay?
I know.
The claim that Sodom and Gomorrah, the claim that
How about you shut up and let him listen and let him finish speaking?
The claim
How about
that Sodom
you shut up and let him listen and let him finish speaking?
The claim that Sodom
I
and
will, as soon as you set a good example for actually behaving. You are supposed to be here representing a religion that is based on tolerance and forgiveness, and instead you're being an aggressively rude dickhead that talks over everybody as soon as they're half a sentence in. And no, I'm not going to shut up to let you have the last word. That'll never work. So shut up, listen to what he's saying, and then respond.
Again, I can't hear him talking. That's cool.
So, Sean, there are claims in the Bible that are historical, and there are claims in the Bible that are theological in nature. The claim that someone like Jesus existed, that can be understood as a historical claim because it's completely in line with nature. A guy named Yeshua existed in the first century. Fine. The claim that Jesus performed miracles or was resurrected is a theological claim. They are not the same. The claims surrounding Sodom and Gomorrah, those towns being destroyed by God, that is a theological claim because it's proposing that God is the one that destroyed them. Lot's wife turning to salt, that is a theological claim. That is not a historical claim. The entire book is not a historical record. It is a combination of history. It's a combination of history through the lens of the Israelites, through the lens of the Jews, of the Judean Jews specifically, and their mythology and their theological claims. So we have to be able to discern between the two. When you're talking about the supernatural things, those are theological claims because it assumes the God exists for those things to be true. Okay? So don't mix the two up.
Again, yeah, so there's not a mixing. I understand that there's a difference between a claim about history and a claim about theology. My claim is if every historical claim in scripture is true,
which it's not.
Yeah, sure. If you want to believe that, you can.
No, they've been debunked.
Yeah.
Like again, Sodom and Gomorrah, number one, like for example, no, I'm going to give you this. For example, Sean.
No. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. What I'm saying.
No, I'm going to break this down really simply. There are historical claims in the Bible that are patently incorrect. Okay? That are literally, there is no evidence to support them whatsoever.
No,
for example, the claims regarding Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay? Number one, we don't even know specifically where those towns were. We do know the area on earth where they were in the Jordan Rift Valley. We also have evidence, direct empirical evidence, that the towns that were in that area were subjected to multiple earthquakes. And that is because the Jordan Rift Valley lies on a pretty unstable fault line. We know that for a fact. It literally lies on the fault line in between the Arabian Peninsula and I can't remember the name of the other one, but that's why it's a rift valley. Okay. That's where the water accumulated. So Jericho, the city of Jericho, and other towns were subjected to multiple earthquakes. We know that when Jericho went down, one of the oldest cities on the planet, it was subjected to an earthquake that razed the city. We have evidence of this. We've dug it up through archaeology. We have confirmed it. It was an earthquake that ultimately destroyed Jericho and took it down from its height. The same thing is most likely the case with Sodom and Gomorrah, even though we cannot pinpoint where on the planet those two cities were. But we do know that of the excavated archaeological findings, that area was extremely susceptible to earthquakes, and the very, very rudimentary architecture they had back then was susceptible to collapsing due to earthquakes and those earthquakes causing fires. So there has been no evidence to indicate that Sodom and Gomorrah, or whatever the remains of whatever civilizations were in that area, were brought down by a supernatural event or even an event from like a meteorite. Okay? Because we would find evidence of that. What there is evidence of is that these cities were razed by earthquakes.
There is at least some evidence for a meteorite hit in the region. But a more fundamental question is, what do you imagine the term history to mean? For example, let me give an example. Is the Iliad history or is it a story?
Okay. Before I answer that, first, I'm going to go back to my previous point that I did not get to finish. And with that being said, what that was that if I understand there is a difference between history, there's a difference between novel fiction, there's a difference between theology. I am aware of that. No one is unaware of that. What I'm saying is, if all the historical events in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation are true events,
but they're not historical events.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if they are true historical events, as you said, there's a difference between history, or as JL said, there's a difference between historical events and theological assumptions. Yeah,
Historical claims and theological claims.
Exactly.
Well, there's a difference. More accurately, there's a difference between a history and a story.
Yeah, sure. Again, there's a difference between a historical claim and a theological claim. And what I'm saying is, if we go on the assumption that all the historical claims in the Bible is true, that's a circular definition.
Tony has a point. Tony has a point here, Sean. It goes to the question: why would you assume that they are?
I'm not assuming. For one, I believe they are, and I will say I cannot give.
But what is your warrant? I don't care what you believe. Why do you believe that? And can you convince anybody else?
Let me talk. Drink your beer, man. Just shut up. What I'm saying.
I'm not drinking any beer.
Shut up. What I'm saying is.
No, I won't shut up.
We're talking again.
So go ahead. Try and talk over me. See how that goes for you.
But Sean, that is the important question. We get that you believe. We get that you believe it. But the question then is, why would you believe it when you can't confirm their veracity?
What I'm saying. Okay, for one, just because I can't confirm every single reason why I believe something is not going to make me not believe in something, unless again, it could be proven that it's logically inconsistent, which I don't feel like you've given me good proof yet. But what I'm saying is, just because I can't give every reason why I believe that this is historically true, do you think this is problems that Christians has never faced before? That these are answers that's never been given?
They don't answer them. They don't answer them. They just appeal to faith.
You are a classic. We had a discussion last week.
Tony, no one.
I'm going to intervene because I have something to say here. You're a classic example of what I was describing last week, which is to say that you are willfully irrational and you don't care that you can't rationally explain your God. And you are the classic example of this. You don't have a warrant for any of your positions. You don't have any observational evidence supporting your beliefs, and you are perfectly happy adopting that position.
Okay, I don't know what you're saying, man.
And this is a major problem with your
time. Tony, I can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but Sean, here's the issue. yes, these have been questions that Christians have dealt with for like millennia. Okay. People have been challenging them for a long time. They cannot back it up by demonstrating that their God exists, which is why there is always the appeal to faith. Okay. The problem is faith is not a tool for epistemology. It's a tool for emotional validation.
Well, again, and
I'm curious on
again.
Let him respond.
Again, for one, I would in part reject that claim because I do believe that every single human being, whether atheist or agnostic or theist, has some sort of faith in something. But again,
I don't.
Hold on. I disagree.
No, I don't. I'm just flat out telling you I don't. So that directly contradicts your belief.
Again, I disagree with you, and I can get into
okay, that's fine. Okay, let's parse this out. No, but Sean, let's parse this out. Name one thing that you think that I have faith in.
That you're right.
No, I don't. Probability is behind me.
Again, do you believe that you're right?
Right about what?
From a probabilistic standpoint, yes, but I'm also fallible. No. Sean,
do you believe that you're right?
Sean,
about
you
what?
have to let me finish it.
From
a probabilistic standpoint, yes, I'm justified, but I'm also a fallibilist, and I recognize that my position can change if evidence is presented that would warrant changing it.
I recognize that I'm fallible. I recognize that all of y'all are fallible. But
Sean, you have to listen to what I'm saying.
Again,
don't actively listen.
Shut up until he's finished speaking, Sean.
I believe.
No, the reason why I'm not listening is because the goalpost from earlier has been shifted that I'm trying to get back to. Tony here has already said, if I grant you, if I warrant you that the historical events, not the theological events, but
yes, and you don't know what the word history means.
No one knows what you're saying. Let me talk.
Yes, I do know what. Yes, people do know what I'm saying. You don't know what the term history means. So when you use the term historical events, you use it to mean the events that I reject as even being plausibly historical. You are trying to extend the term historical event to cover things that are ahistorical.
You don't know what events I'm including in there, Tony.
Yes, I do.
No, what events am I including?
I want to get a quick clarification. So when you talked about history, you started that one of those next sentences starting from Genesis. So Genesis was apparently a starting point for what you're counting as history. So maybe you should clarify for us.
Okay, so
what do you mean by history?
I will say anything. I'm going to say that anything that is not, for y'all's sake, I will say anything that is not supernatural. So things
what does that include? It's the Garden of Eden? Is that supernatural?
Let's just focus on the Gospels. How about that?
Well, why start? No. We're not going to just go there. Well, what's not supernatural? Like, how about Jesus raising people from the dead, walking on water?
Yeah, I think historical. Yeah, I think. Okay, how about I name historical events and you tell me whether or not it's plot.
No. Well, no. I'm pinning your definition down. We're fixing your definition. We're gonna find out what you're saying.
We're having disagreements on what's historical.
I know, which is why I want your definition. You're gonna clarify.
What I'm saying is, if I name historical events in Scripture, for example, the death of Christ, would that be a historical event?
What does it take to justify something as being a historical event?
Maybe.
Is it?
I mean, it is possible. It is possible that that's a historical event, but we don't have sufficient historical evidence to suggest that occurred. Now,
Again,
for the purpose of the argument that I was going to exploit, even if we accept that the death of Jesus occurred, that does not make his and occurred, well, it can't have occurred exactly as described in the Bible if we're rejecting supernatural events, because supernatural events are involved in the crucifixion narratives. The earthquake, the eclipse, the tearing of the veil, the water
supernatural.
leaving from the wounds. These are all supernatural events. But if we accept, even if I accept sort of the non-supernatural events leading up to Jesus's death, that does not make the claimed resurrection in any way plausible, right?
Again, what I'm saying is that Tony already said earlier, he's going to say he didn't, which is fine. Tony said earlier, if I warrant you, if I grant you the historical events, and I will put the caveat that are not supernatural, Christianity is still, the Abrahamic God is still false. And what I'm saying is
that's not what I said at all.
That's not what you said verbatim.
No.
That is what.
No, it's not what I said at all. What I said was,
Tony,
I'm going to clarify what I said because you've got a real. You apparently have real trouble with Australian accents. What I said was this.
I do, yeah.
Even if all of the non-supernatural events described in the Bible occurred exactly as described, that does not make the supernatural events claimed in the Bible true.
Good. Right. I disagree.
Why?
I
why?
like that claim. Okay.
What?
No, why do you disagree?
Okay, because if the historical events in Scripture happened as if described, that would mean the death of Jesus did happen. Take the supernatural claims out of there. That would mean Jesus literally died. But then that would also mean that, again, let's not even focus on him descending to hell, him getting the keys, but
where's that described in the Bible?
1 Peter.
1 Peter, right? Was that written by Peter?
Yes.
And what's your basis for concluding that?
Again, you're doing a red herring, bro, because you're going.
No, he's not. But here's the problem, Sean.
The entailment. My point.
I'm trying to get back to your point. Sure.
Yeah.
You can accept the historical claim that a guy named Yeshua lived. He preached a heretical version of Second Temple Judaism and was subsequently nailed to a stick for his troubles. He started a cult, got in trouble, was subsequently nailed to a stick for his troubles, thanks to the Roman Empire, because that's what they did.
Yeah.
But that doesn't logically entail that he resurrected.
So then again, what about the historical claims in Scripture that he was seen by over 500 people after?
Those aren't historical claims.
Hang on. That's not a historical claim. Hang on, Sean. That's not a historical claim. That is one. Yes, it is. Stop. I'm explaining this. There is no claim from 500 people that they witnessed Jesus. That is Paul's claim about 500 unverifiable witnesses. So it's not a claim of 500 people who we know who they were, each describing their own individual experience. That's one guy making a claim about 500 other people.
Yeah, it's one guy.
Slightly different.
It's one guy making a claim about.
Worse.
You're right. Hold on.
No.
He's
not technically right. Hold up. You need to understand this. There's actually one level worse. Paul heard that this was the case from an unknown source. Who knows how many levels deep?
Again, it's one you're right. It is one person making a claim about 500 other witnesses in 1 Corinthians 15.
No, not quite. Very close. One person saying
repeating
they heard from someone else.
Yeah. And okay,
and 500 some odd people.
I'm not in obviously I can't disagree with that because that is true. That is what the Scripture says.
We just want to understand the scope of what it is.
Sure.
So he made it
sure. But what I'm saying is there are still verifiable claims. There are still claims in Scripture after his death that he was seen that by Paul.
No, there aren't.
Hold on. Yes, there is.
No,
Paul
there aren't. Name one.
Yes,
name one that we can verify.
I'm naming it. No. You said if the historical claims if you grant that historical
yes, but if it's if it's just a story, right?
But no,
if it's just a story, it's not a historical claim.
Tony, you said that if I grant you that the historical claim is true.
Yes, but now you're suggesting no. Now you're suggesting that the consequences of a supernatural act are historical. And that's not a historical claim. That's not a historical claim. That's not a historical claim. It's not a historical claim.
John made the claim that he saw Christ. Paul made the claim that he saw Christ.
I'm the mod. Sean, my stage. The issue being here is this. It could very well be a historical claim that Paul heard that from somebody else and he repeated it in his letters to the Corinthians. That does not mean that what he saw, that's just the historical claim, is that Paul heard from somebody else and he repeated it in his letters.
Paul
That
made the
does
claim
not
that
mean-
he saw Christ.
No.
Paul made the claim that he saw Christ.
But that does not mean, okay, the historical claim is that Paul made the claim.
No,
The historical
Paul-
claim is not that what Paul saw was what he thought he saw.
That is the historical claim.
No,
That's the claim.
No, it's
That's
not.
the claim in question.
No, it's
That is
not.
the claim in question.
So how much training do you have in historiography?
How much do you have, Tony?
I've done 2 years towards getting a graduate diploma in history, in particular medieval history.
Again,
So
the
yes,
claim-
I
the
have formal
claim in
training in
question
the
is-
analysis
the
in
claim in
historiography.
question is
And
the
now,
historical claim.
given that I have expertise, you're just trying to talk
Paul-
over me because you
did
don't
Paul
want to
make a
hear
claim-
from
did
somebody
Paul
who
make a
actually
claim that he
knows
saw
what they're talking about. Because
Did
you
Paul
would
make a claim that
rather
he saw Christ?
continue with your misconceptions about
Did
what historical
Paul
claims are
make
and what
a
history consists of.
claim that
And
he
you're
saw
still not
Christ?
bothering to listen to the definition of
Because you're
history.
Because you're not listening. You're not listening, Tony.
You
Paul make
you
a claim
asked
that
me
he
a
saw
question
Christ?
and I was still answering it when you started talking over me. I'm
Paul
still
make a claim that he
answering
saw Christ?
what training I have regarding historiography and what historiography means.
Mm.
What it means for something to be historical. The claim is, what we have is that somebody claiming to be Paul wrote down a claim that Paul claimed to have seen Jesus. That's the historicity of what's being claimed, right? Now. You said that we would leave aside the supernatural. You said we would leave aside the supernatural claim, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the resurrection is a supernatural claim, right?
Yes, but seeing him
Jesus appearing to Paul is a supernatural claim, right?
Jesus appearing to his disciples are not supernatural.
Is
claims.
it no?
Yes,
but Sean,
it is.
No, it is supernatural. But
They
is
have
it possible?
supernatural
No,
implications.
but
Yeah,
Sean,
yeah.
is it
They have
possible that Paul?
supernatural-
But Sean, is it possible that Paul was wrong?
Hold on. There's a quick thought
Oh,
for
hang
what
on, Andrew.
Paul-
I want to get an answer to this. Is
yeah.
it possible that Paul claimed that he saw it? Is it possible that Paul was misinterpreting a phenomenon?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure sure. You could say anything's possible.
Okay, so the historical claim is that Paul is making a claim. The historical claim says nothing as to the veracity of what Paul is claiming.
So then I guess where my confusion is, or not confusion, but like my question would be, did Paul, because Paul made the claim that he saw Christ. So we'll say that. Paul made the claim that he saw Christ. John made the claim that he saw Christ. Matthew made the claim. Luke
Those
made
never
the-
came, those were never stated in the Bible.
They all make the claim that they
No, they
saw
don't.
Christ.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No, they
Those are
don't.
totally different. Those
Where?
are totally different.
Where?
And
Paul was after
and-
him dying. Those are
And
totally
yeah,
different.
Paul was after Jesus already ascended to heaven, and Paul's encounter is more of a supernatural encounter on Damascus.
Paul also states that the rock that Moses or whoever it was, Simon, I don't know,
was Christ. That they
yes,
drank out
the rock that sprung forth water when being struck with the staff was Christ. Yes. Why? Like all of these things are so asinine.
Again, yeah, there's a difference between symbolic language and literal language, and so again, that doesn't really mean
What, dude? Okay.
But
So
let's-
let me see if I can put a
the rock
put a-
being struck was Christ.
No,
That's
I wanna
symbolic language.
instead of getting
I mean,
weighted
that's
down,
like-
instead of getting mired down in the weeds of the book, okay? My tendency is I take the Bible and I lump it in with all the other texts that you yourself reject as just Jewish mythology. It's the history through the lens of the Jews, through the lens of their beliefs. They interpreted phenomena a specific way, and they wrote it down the way that they thought that it happened. A lot of it was wrong. Historically, the evidence shows that, but that's fine. That's neither here nor there. That's no different than any other holy text that's out there. People believing a certain thing, interpreting reality through the lens of that prior held belief. That's fine. I just lump them all together into one. In order for anything supernatural or theological in the Bible, in order for any of those claims to actually be the case, the God must first necessarily exist. I think we can agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I like to do is, instead of getting mired in the weeds of theology, which is already arguing from the standard that the God exists and this is our interpretation of the theology, screw that. If the God doesn't exist, the theology falls apart. It's just mythology that's been passed down. So how do we determine that the God exists as a causal agent, as a concrete thing, independent of human minds? How do we determine that without begging the question?
Yeah. So again, I would say there's multiple ways how you could determine that. I mean, first I would
remember,
say
without begging the question.
Yeah. I mean, I would say there's the argument from the cosmos. So of course, the most famous argument against atheism, there's the cosmological argument,
which is refuted by the direct evidence.
Again,
there's no evidence to indicate the universe had a beginning. So
aren't there multiple cosmological arguments?
There are different ones, yeah. But the Kalam falls apart because it makes an assumption about the nature of the universe that the evidence literally refuted.
Well, and the Kalam like assumes that like causation is real and like all this like heavily contested stuff, right?
Well,
so yeah, but ultimately it starts about everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. It fails on premise 2. The evidence, the direct physical evidence, refutes that. There is nothing that indicates the universe in and of itself had a beginning. So the cosmological doesn't work. Not to mention, even if the universe did have a beginning, that doesn't say that the cause of it was a god. So it's still begging the question. It's still begging the question of the existence of the entity to do what they think it's doing.
So if the universe does have a beginning, what would be the cause of it?
Some prior physical state resulted in the inflation mechanism.
And so what's that prior physical state?
We do not have any information that would allow.
That's the that's
you
the kicker.
don't have any information on it.
No, Sean.
No.
Hang on a second. Sean. We don't need to supply an alternative for our answer to be logically consistent. We can say we don't know, and we are not going to posit an answer until we are evidentially justified in doing so.
Yeah, and I think
you have yet to demonstrate that God exists to do all the things you think it do.
Well, again, I think I'm justified in doing so. I mean,
it's a God of gaps.
But that doesn't matter. Like this is the
Tony,
thing.
I know what I think. I know.
I'm not disputing what you think. I'm not disputing what you think. I'm disputing what matters.
Tony, listen.
What you think does not matter.
Tony, life would be easier if you listen. What I'm saying is, I'm not making an argument based off what I think. What I'm saying, Tony, life will be easier if you listen. What I'm saying is, I'm saying I think just because I'm coming in with the assumption that God is real. That is the only reason why I'm using
but you've no support for that, right?
Look, Sean. So when we say that there's a necessary thing, like a disposition for things to exist, there's a necessary baseline state of reality, right? We all agree on that. It's either infinitely in the past or there's a necessary start, whatever. So how do we get to God though? Like just because stuff exists, we don't gain ground approaching the God hypothesis. We just know that stuff exists. So what's the inference to that? It has to have a mind, that it has to be immaterial, causally efficacious, outside of time.
Yeah, of course.
Like all of this is wild.
I would go back to what I was saying before. If we want to get to that immovable mover, you look to things around you. So the first test would be, and again, I would bring up what I first brought up in this debate, would be morality. And I know you have your arguments.
Hold on.
I know you have I'm not going back into the morality rabbit hole. I promise.
No, that's fine. So, but when you say unmoved mover or whatever, are you presupposing there's no infinite regress? Because there's no problem with infinite regress. There's no logical contradiction.
I think there is a problem with infinite regress.
Yes, but nobody cares what anybody else thinks, mate. This is the problem.
Again,
we can.
I'm still talking, mate. I'm still talking.
Mate, I can give
what
my justifiable.
Isn't no consequence. It's only
John,
what you
John,
can demonstrate that has any weight.
I can give
I
my
don't.
justifiable.
Why are you talking over me? I was
Because
talking.
you're not listening. Because Tony, you're
This is a
interjecting.
demonstration of your Christian goodwill, is it?
Because you're interjecting, and I don't understand.
No, I was speaking and you interrupted me.
Hold up. At this point right now, Sean, you did interrupt him while he was talking.
No, I was
Yes,
giving my
you did.
answer,
No.
and
Karen made a
my
statement.
answer.
Karen made a statement.
No,
Tony was
that is
following
not
up.
What happened? I was
Yeah,
giving
I'm
my
sitting
answer,
here
and
watching the whole thing, dude.
He interjected.
Karen made a statement.
He interjected and said,
No, I didn't. You're just denying reality at this point.
You're denying reality. I was responding to the guy in the middle. He
No,
interjected and said,
I was talking and you talked over me.
You interjected and said, "You
No,
can't
I
give
didn't.
me an argument off what you."
No,
did.
I didn't.
That is what you. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Are you like high? Yeah, that's what you
No,
said, bro.
I'm not high. I don't use drugs. So
sure?
you keep on throwing out these accusations about my
Karen?
character, which is very
Yeah.
Christian
Oh,
of
fuck,
you.
I said Karen.
but-
Shit. I'm
You
so
don't know
sorry,
what
nobody.
Christian
I was looking in the side
Yeah.
chat. I fucked up. Nobody on fire.
Yeah,
Fuck.
no, it's funny.
Pay attention, JL.
So-
What the shit?
Okay, I'm kind of wondering here, Sean.
Uh-huh.
I tried asking you this before, and you've done everything. But let's just jump right to the justification. Just throw it right on the table. Right on the table.
What's your question?
You said you had justification, and then of course we never hear it. So let's hear this justification you've got for the position. The idea is we got stuff, right? Do we agree? We've got stuff.
The
I
justification
wanna make
on
sure
why
we're on the
God
same-
is real.
I want to make sure we're on the same page. Do we agree we got stuff?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Stuff, other stuff,
I don't know if I understand your question.
stuff. Do we
Like-
agree stuff exists?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Holy shit,
I'm sorry.
dude! How dumbed down can I make this?
I'm like.
Mug.
Stuff, I'm like, I don't know.
Try using
Alright,
one
Thank you. Real
syllables.
quick, thank you, Karen Dave, for the $2 super chat. I
Good.
appreciate being compared to a handsome dude. So thank you so much, Karen.
Good. Okay, you're trying to propose the idea.
Mm-hmm.
There was not stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Justification now. Go for it. What tells us there was not stuff and then stuff?
Because you can't. Because all the stuff that we have has a creator. So.
Oh, no. You're just assuming it. What's the justification for that claim? We know you believe that. You say there was not stuff. What shows there was ever not stuff?
What's the justification as to why the stuff in your room right now hasn't
No,
always?
what demonstrates that there was ever not?
He's talking about the universe,
Okay,
cosmologically
so-
speaking.
One, because the universe, like you take the Earth itself, that's within the universe. You know, it ages, and eventually you can trace it far down, and it's gonna die out. You know, so if it has an
Stuff
end, then
changes
it must.
shape. We agree. What tells me
Yes.
there was ever not stuff? Because see,
Well, if-
nothing you said changed the amount of stuff
Well,
that there is.
It does, because if it has an ending, then it must have a
What do you
beginning.
mean an ending? What's an ending?
If it die, if it can advance to a point to where it will be no more, then it must have a beginning.
The energy still exists.
Yeah, let me put it this way.
Wait.
Okay,
And
picture this. If I drop
Just to
hold on,
clarify.
I got my sample right here. If I drop this mug, it goes to pieces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the stuff's still here. It's just not in the same organization it was before. Who cares?
The energy when the planet eventually dies,
The pieces
when
are on the table.
our Earth eventually dies, when eventually billions of years down the road, the sun goes into its death phase and it swells into a red giant and consumes the Earth. That's going to happen in the future. But when that happens, the energy still exists.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not in the same form that it was. So there is still stuff. The stuff is still there. The stuff just takes different forms.
Where are all the houses that were built 2,000 years ago?
Would you agree that the universe is aging?
What does aging mean?
You know what aging? You're playing human. You're playing.
No. Hold up. Well, we talk about the age of the universe in terms of how far light has traveled of the observable universe. Sorry, not the entirety, because it's possible that there's more universe beyond what we have observed. Sure. But we talk about it in terms of how far light has traveled.
This is perhaps best approached thermodynamically in terms of increasing entropy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're making this far more technical than we needed to along.
Right.
We're
so
find out not stuff.
But when the universe reaches a state, if it does reach a state of thermal equilibrium, that's not the end. That's just the state of energy at that point. That's all that is. So we're talking about just states of energy in this respect, but the energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So there is nothing wrong with establishing that the universe is in and of itself like infinite or eternal, and it just goes through different states because that's what energy does. And we can get into like stuff like, universal quantum fields and shit like that, but we're still not getting to a God.
And we haven't disproved the claim that time space is a closed bounded surface. So in like a sphere, like the surface of a ball. So time space could be closed, and we could come back around. There are lots and lots of possible cosmological arguments that simply don't accord with what you're trying to construct.
And a quick note, when I asked you what justifies the idea that there was not stuff and then there was stuff, you jumped forward to where things are going. I want you to stay behind. What tells me there was not stuff?
Well, no.
Your argument fails because we have no more evidence about the end of the universe than we do about the beginning of it.
True.
We do not know how this universe is going to end.
I jumped forward because my claim here, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the universe is aging, if the universe is expanding, then that must mean that the universe changes. And if the universe changes, then that must mean the universe could not, by definition, be eternal.
That's simply false. That is not logically entailed whatsoever. It could change infinitely.
Like, what do you think the Big Bang is about?
Well,
atoms smashing together, and it created.
No,
well, I don't know. Like,
oh wow!
Okay,
That's
how it is. Like, so ignore not that. I'm saying, do you think it's a hard beginning?
I don't accept the big. Well, I mean, again,
that's another problem. That's a huge problem.
Well, what
do
is the
you
Big
think
Bang?
Well, let me. Okay, that's hang on.
Time.
Hang on. Hold up. So, Sean, the better
Hold
question
on.
is here: what do you think the Big Bang is describing?
Time, space, and matter all colliding together.
No, that is not what the Big Bang is describing whatsoever.
Do you mean expanding?
Hold on.
Sure.
We're gonna get off the rails here.
Well, I mean, it's going to go in a direction, but I mean, it's important if he doesn't have the foundational understanding of what these concepts are.
Yeah, if he doesn't think that it's the beginning.
No, it doesn't matter because we're already arguing for the pretend. He's arguing again that stuff was not there. I'm waiting for that.
Right.
Stuff not there. Justify why you believe that there was a state of not stuff and then stuff. You say you have justification for that.
That never came out. That never came out of my mouth. I can never infallibly prove.
That's what
I didn't say
creation.
anything about infallible. I'm talking about justification. It may not be perfect.
Again, I cannot definitively.
Do I have justification that this is in my hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, but is it infallible?
No, but I.
But I don't need infallible. So don't.
I can't.
I'm asking from you that. You're stating that you
finish.
believe that there was a state of not stuff. What justifies that?
Again, I cannot definitively prove anything. But what
I asked you for any justification.
Real quick, sorry, I got to jump in. Thank you so much, Punta de l'Est. Thank you so much for Punta de l'Est for the super chat for 5,000 South Korean won. KRW, I appreciate that. If it is South Korean, I'm pretty sure, but I'm assuming it's South Korean. I'm assuming North Korea, someone from North Korea wouldn't be listening to this, but I appreciate that. But Punta Deles says, why are Christians so against an eternal universe? Their heaven is also eternal.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Heaven is not eternal?
No, God's glory is eternal. Heaven is a created place by God.
What? Then transitivity makes it eternal. What
So-
are you doing, dude?
No.
I just want to know whether we've got any kind of justification at
What's
all.
the-
Do you have
wait.
any justification to actually offer for the idea of there being not stuff?
Yes, the regress of if there's something in front of me that's created, it regresses to a creator.
To what?
If there's something in front of
But
me,
this
it
is a
must have
circular argument.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yes, I can say I'm sitting here at my desk. My desk was created by people. I assembled it. This vape was created. There's created stuff all around me that humans have created.
Yes.
But it's a composition fallacy to say that because there are things in the system that are created, therefore the system itself is created. That's what's called a composition fallacy, or fallacy of composition, meaning that what is true for parts of the whole is necessarily true for the whole itself. That is not logically entailed. So just because we can see that there are paintings and there are buildings and there's watches that humans can make, does not logically entail that the universe in and of itself was also created.
Do you see what's going on here?
No, I ask you. I'm going to make sure
No.
Sean follows me on that. On the composition fallacy.
I got the sample for you. Look at me. Do you see what's going on here?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like a lamp.
It's a lava lamp.
Lava lamp. Yeah.
So picture.
Yeah, same
So what's being proposed here is stuff moves.
Mhm.
Stuff constantly moves. Stuff is always moving. You see, when you say first mover, you're also pretending there was a state of non-motion, which I'm sure you're also not going to give me justification for. So far, what we're putting on the table is the idea of stuff always moving, because that's all we have ever known. That's all we can ever see. So the lamp is a good metaphor for all of reality. And reality change is a function of reality, as far as we can tell. But the stuff that makes up reality, there's never more, there's never less. It just changes shape and moves around. So now we got stuff. You see the little globules that are floating? That's stuff. You're saying there's not stuff. So what justification do we have to think there was actually not stuff? And I don't want to hear just an I believe. What evidence supports that idea?
Again, I can't give ground evidence for the cosmological evidence. I can't give definitive evidence for the cosmological argument. But again, just because I can't give I'm not a scholar in that. So just because I can't give a definitive argument for it does not do a problem for me, because it's not a problem for me, because this is
Okay.
So to clarify,
you know what the cosmological argument actually says?
What does the cosmological argument actually say?
The Kalam. Dale, do you want to get the rundown for it?
the Kalam cosmological argument, premise one: everything that begins to exist has a cause or has a beginning.
Mhm.
Everything with a beginning has a cause. The universe began, therefore the universe has a cause. That cause is God. Is essentially what it's expressing.
So what we're doing here is a logical argument where if we take those premises as true, we should end up with the conclusion that it has a cause. But we.
And
have
what's
to
the
have a
question
reason
is,
to
why
take
should
them.
you take them as true? Why should you take those?
I know, that's the problem. We're not taking that as being true. Your cosmological argument, we don't accept that claim, and you're not putting anything on the table to believe it for.
Right. For example, there's no evidence to indicate that there was ever not something. That's the key. The evidence indicates that there has always been something. The question then becomes, and plus you can go with this from a logical perspective as well, because the way I approach it is from a purely philosophical standpoint. I hold that because there is currently something, and something cannot come from nothing, or what we would call kind of like the philosophical void in that respect. So like just pop into existence spontaneously is like that something cannot come from nothing. That there has always been something, because something exists right now, something has always existed. The question then becomes, What is it that has always existed? The thing that we have access to is the universe. We don't have access to a God to show that it has a causal relation to anything. People claim that there is one, but they can't show it. They can't demonstrate that the God exists and that it mechanistically did whatever they think it does. So we're not begging the question. We don't assume that God exists to do whatever we think it does in order to argue for its existence. So that's why it's begging the question. We're assuming that God exists in order to do the thing that we think it does. So the reason the Kalam falls apart from the premise too, because the universe, there's no evidence to indicate the universe hadn't existed. But that's a very, very old argument.
Yeah.
Because before we had, that was made positive before we had the understanding of the earth, of the universe that we have today. But nonetheless, it still doesn't get you to a God. So, and even if the universe did have a hard beginning, that doesn't logically entail a God, because it could be some other physical state that we simply don't have access to, which is logically possible, but we can't definitively prove it because we can't empirically prove it because we don't have access to it, which is fine. But it still then would not assume the existence of an entity with that kind of intention. So it still goes back to the one major question. How do you know that the God exists, or can you demonstrate that the God exists as a concrete thing, meaning it stands in causal relation to other stuff? It's causal, not abstract, but causal, that exists independently of human minds, meaning that if there were no humans, the God would still exist. So how can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that without begging the question?
Well, yeah, so that goes back into what we were saying before, because I mean, what you just said kind of it gears my framework is like something cannot come from nothing. And so
right.
So
I hold that the universe has always
yeah,
existed.
Yeah. And I understand the burden of proof is on me because I'm the one making the claim that it's God. And so the burden of proof is not on y'all to disprove God. I completely understand that. So what I'm saying is the reasoning why I would say that is God is because to determine what that something is, again, I would use morality is what we talked about earlier. I would use historical evidence. And I mean, I would also use not my personal experience, but well, mine too, but personal experience.
You skipped one level. You see, you went right to finding a reason and having to point to a God. Why are we looking for a God when we haven't answered why not stuff?
Well,
we have no reason to look at anything at all until you have a reason to justify that there was ever not stuff.
Well, Sean's argument seems to be morality exists and that requires God. That seems to be his fundamental argument. Have we
previously in the stream? I already gave the foundation for subjective, for like moral anti-realism.
Yep. But
which is
have we
consistent.
shown how morality comes from evolutionary pressure?
Yes, as far as like survival capacity. Yes, yeah, we went through all of that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. That's all part of that, like how the distinctions are ultimately subjective, and like moral distinctions in and of themselves are dependent upon evaluations, which are dependent upon stances, so on and so forth, and the survival mechanisms that they facilitated throughout history. But we ended up on the question: how do you ground? If he wants to say that they're mind stance independently true, we wound up on the question: how do you ground a definitionally mind stance or how do you ground a statement that is by definition mind stance independent?
Yeah.
In a mind.
I heard you go over the Euthyphro dilemma.
Right.
But do you understand, Sean, that there are mechanisms that explain altruism in humans and in other animals, and indeed we observe altruism in other animals?
I mean, yeah, sure. There's truism in other species.
Now, altruism. Do you know what that word means?
No, define it.
Okay. So altruism is doing something that seems to be against your best interests, but in the interests of entities around you.
Okay.
Even then, I mean, I push back a little bit. I hold that true altruism doesn't actually exist because the agent to actually do the thing. It's beneficial because it's an outcome that they prefer, so it's still doing something for them.
That's the position of that the cynics adopted, that there's no such thing as generosity or altruism.
I don't know. I don't hold that altruism exists in its abstract sense. That we can say that things are altruistic, but ultimately the sacrifice that is being made by the agent is still for an outcome that they prefer. So therefore, it is.
But nonetheless, hence my use of the word apparent.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. That's good. I'm good with that.
Okay. So I did anticipate that by saying apparently against their best interest. But do you understand that we observe altruistic behavior in non-human animals?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you understand that this is part of the natural world, that it's not restricted to humanity, that animals show an understanding of the concepts of fairness.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
They have some concept. They have some concept of it.
Right. So if I adopt a purely naturalistic explanation for the development of humans, I can say that our altruism and our moral sensibilities are simply an extension of these properties we observe in animals that are designed to allow us to construct large, cohesive social structures, which we rely on to give us our evolutionary advantage. Do you understand that?
Well, I again, if animals or if other species have an idea of things they ought to do or ought not to do, that's not a, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's not a ground argument to why morality for human beings would be purely subjective.
But this isn't. So I'm not addressing that question. Your position seems to be morality exists, and this can only be explained by God existing. Is that your position, or is it not?
Yes.
Okay. So the argument that I'm trying to present here is that there are other mechanisms by which morality can have developed. Do you concede that this is the case or not?
Could you define morality in the way you're using it?
I would define morality as the distinction between social and antisocial activity.
I guess I would disagree with I would disagree with the definition there, because what do you mean by social or antisocial?
It's just what you ought or ought not do in the relevant context.
So if everybody behaved the same way, would society be enhanced, or would it be deteriorated?
Depends on how they behaved. I think society could be enhanced if everybody behaved the same way, depending on what it was, and society could be deteriorated if everyone behaved the same way, depending on what it was.
Yes.
Yeah, earlier we didn't get into evolutionary game theory.
There exists positive and negative outcomes from this.
Right.
Yes. That's the whole point. That which produces positive outcomes is good. That which produces negative outcomes is bad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's how I define that. These are the fundamentals from which I work up to a concept of morality.
Mm-hmm. So what if someone does something and it produces a negative outcome for one person and a positive outcome for another?
Okay.
Well, that would depend on context very much.
That's how we would make
the individual. Yeah. How good was the positive outcome for the other? What was the justification for the action? So
that's when we do our evaluations.
How about we jump right to the end? We already know that people disagree, right? Sean,
Yes.
Everyone disagrees as to what's right and wrong, don't we?
Kind of.
Hey, do you want to go to Tehran right now?
Not. I mean, what do you mean
You
by
want to make a little tour?
Well, I feel like there's a.
Are
I
you
feel like
going
there's
to
a
agree
general.
with me right now, or do I need to make it real obvious?
I feel like there's a general. I mean, sure, everyone disagrees on a base level, but I feel like there's a general consensus that
You know what that is? That's okay. Here's a thought for you.
There's a general consensus in the West that rape is wrong. So again, or that
really?
murder.
Have you been on any of Justin's streams?
No.
Oh boy, you want to see rape apologists come out? Because like God put that shit up, right?
I'm sure there's a few rape apologists out there, but what I'm saying
I'm talking those who apologize for the fact of God engineering it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
again, I'm sure
that's fine. But I'm just talking about disagreement.
Because there's a minority, just because there's a minority of people.
So here's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a baseline commonality. Here's a thought for you. Do you have a survival instinct?
Everyone does, yeah.
So that's kind of an intrinsic thing, you think, is it?
If you want to call it intrinsic, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like it's part of being the animal. Like unless the animal is broken, pretty much all the animals seem to have survival instincts, right?
Yeah, sure.
Good. We're going to take the other side of morality because JL takes one side of it in the formula that I usually use for this. Here's a thought for you. I want to survive. You and me, picture this blank slate world. All of a sudden, you and me, we're on a field. I don't know you. You don't know me. I'm a threat to you. You're a threat to me.
Mm-hmm.
Easy thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might have to take you out.
Mm-hmm.
But I might get hurt or lose that fight. I don't want that. Right? Do you think you would feel the same probably?
Sure.
Cool. You know what that's called? Mexican standoff. It's called I don't want to die. And you're a threat. I got to deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got to deal with this. And how are we going to do this? We're going to negotiate. Now we're going to start having rules about how we think what we think is okay. Now, I may have other things I might not like you doing, like taking stuff from me. Because if you take stuff from me, that's a threat to me. That's my supplies, man. I need my shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you too. Do you see how easy it is to come up with a baseline for morality? It's called everything that's a threat to me. I don't want happening to me, and you don't want happening to you. And we go, you know what? I think we can agree on this much in 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, we can come up with a list of don't touch my body. What are you doing?
Yeah, but then what about
5 seconds?
Yeah, but what about? But again, the reason why
rape. What you brought up rape? Don't touch my body. What are you doing, bro?
So the reason why it was so easy for you to come up with that example is because I easily agree with you on those stances. So let me reframe.
I know that's the whole point. You're wondering why there's commonality. I'm appealing to your commonality. You wanted to know why it's common? I'm telling you why. This is why it's common.
It's not the whole point. So let's.
No, it's my point.
Let's redo
my point.
Again, okay, well let's redo your point for you then. Let me help you. So let's redo the example here. So let's say we're on an island and you're saying, "Oh, well, I don't trust this guy. I want to take him out, but I feel like I may get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. I believe the same thing." And then so we come up with these rules. You say, "Hey, don't touch me. I don't touch you." And I say, "Actually, no. I want to touch you and there's nothing you're going to do about it. I think I'm justified. Yep. You think you're justified."
Yep. Let's go. Good. I go here by default. This is already the next step. So what happens is you're right. So it's not just that I want to kill you. No, I think I may have to for my own protection because I feel the risk to myself, realizing the danger you pose. So you know what happens? Not only do I make that agreement with you, I make it with the next guy.
How do you do that?
We're the you know what? You know why?
We're the only ones on this island. How are you doing that?
Oh, no. See, things will break down. Don't get me wrong. When it comes down to one-on-one in the rest of things, but we're talking about society because you see, you're talking about why everyone thinks rape is wrong.
No, you said on an island, just me and you, bro. We're the only ones on this island.
I know, but we're answering the previous one for why we think all those other common things are wrong.
No, we're staying on the example.
No, your example was about why everybody does a thing. So we're talking about plural people.
No,
so
your example was the two of us on an island. You say you come to the agreement. Don't touch me.
Yeah.
Because
Now,
that would be wrong. That
so-
would be wrong for you to
Yep.
touch me. I come to the agreement. No,
Good.
I'm going to
Okay,
touch you.
fine.
because it's
We'll
morally
fine.
good.
We'll boil this one down. We'll bounce off instantly. The second I see that threat, to me, I take you out. Yep.
That doesn't explain that doesn't cool, sure. That doesn't explain morale. That doesn't explain
Sure it
who's
does.
right and who's wrong.
It's called I see a situation that I don't consider acceptable. I count you as a threat in a way, and I deal with that threat.
Yeah, again, I'm genuinely not trying to be contrarian, but like that doesn't
You're not. You
that
wouldn't
I
even
make
be
a value
succeeding at that.
statement. I do an evaluation of a situation subjectively as to the threat you pose, and I take action.
So what's up, nobody?
It's just he's giving you a justification. You're threatening to what? Like molest him or something?
No.
And he's saying like, I'm justified to like fucking stop. Like he's literally just defining
Yeah,
a
if you're wondering
moral
what my
standard.
justification is,
No.
Just
you know
from
what?
your
my-
just from
I
your
mean-
example, he defined a
Yeah.
moral standard.
No,
Yeah,
my question is, how do we know which justification is right? So what is
there is no such thing. Zero.
So what-
The
so
answer,
what you said-
the answer is there is no such thing as ultimate justification.
Oh, so
I
we
make my
don't.
justification.
No, they're
I make
even-
my call. I make my decision, and you're toast. That's
So-
it.
so-
End of
Okay, so
story.
now wait, hold on. So hold on, Sean. Are we going back to society now instead of the one-on-one island?
No.
We'll get there right. We'll get
No,
there
no,
right
no, no.
after.
We're still-
gonna-
no,
we're
that's
gonna
where we
finish
just
this
jumped.
conclusion.
No, we're still
That's
in
where
the
we just
island.
jumped.
Still
We're
in
gonna
the
finish
village.
this. We're gonna finish this to conclusion,
Yes.
and then you're gonna take me to society now.
Please, yes.
Right after.
we're-
I just
please,
answered you.
Please.
I just
we're
answered.
still on the island.
I just answered. What do you take on?
I'm trying. No. I haven't. You have not answered. We are still on the island,
There is
Well,
no right. I answered you. There is no ultimate
No,
right. You're just dead.
bro. That's not what I'm saying. We are still on the island. In this scenario, you say don't touch me. I say I think I can. Obviously, this is not
I answered
that
you.
would never happen. But
You want me to answer again?
But what I'm saying, and then you tried to justifiably kill me. Let's say you fell in the scenario, and I kill you, cut
Oh,
your
well.
parts up,
Yep.
eat them,
Oh, well.
whatever. Am I wrong in doing that?
Ultimate wrong.
I say
Wrong,
yes.
wrong according to
You
me,
would say,
but I'm dead.
okay.
Wrong
is that-
according to me, but I'm dead.
I would say subjectively, but
Yeah,
in order
wrong
to because
according to me, but I'm dead.
I would say subjectively, but because there's only there's only two people on the island, there's no one else to make the evaluation. So because you're the one evaluating your own actions, you feel you're justified.
That's fine.
But from an objective mind stance independent
now
deal,
what?
no, neither one.
Okay, and
So,
so and
Rashawn,
and
now
that's a consistent view, and I'm saying it's absurd because then I could just do what I could just. have
John,
my
you've got
way
to
with
stop
you.
using the term absurd because absurd means logically inconsistent.
Let's.
It means illogical. There's
Yeah.
nothing illogical about morality being
just-
subjective.
So Sean, I'm going to appeal this. Now we finished the island. Now we're going to take you in society.
Mhm.
So now, like I said, I got this guy here and this guy here. We got these two people here who also have the same agreement as me. And they're going to watch you go back on your word. And you know what's going to happen? You see, this person here and this person here are afraid that if they screw up, let's say this person here screws up and violates the contract. Me and this guy here, we're going to gang up on him and we're going to toss him the hell out or maybe just take him out completely. You're right. That's going to happen. That's what we do. We get rid of bad apples. Welcome to reality. You get rid of the bad apples. That's why jails exist. Why? Because I don't want to have to worry about sleeping at night. So if I see a predator, I see a guy who's like you're describing, I'm going to do this anyways. Do you know what we do? We get rid of them.
I agree.
Welcome to reality.
Again, I
And
agree.
so what? Now what? How does it get you to anything more? This is what we do. This is literal life.
Yes. Yeah.
I can tell you straight up, Sean, 100% of human beings could come to an agreement on a particular moral evaluation. We could all agree that the action of sexual imposition of will is wrong. We can all agree on that 100%. That does not make that a mind stance independent truth about reality. What that means is that we all agree on it because say it's 100%. It's not even 100%. It's not even universal right now. But say it was universally 100%. All human beings agree on this one moral proposition because we all have a sense of bodily autonomy that we don't want violated. We all come to this agreement. That is our subjective viewpoint predicated upon our stance. It's stance independent. We have a stance that we value bodily autonomy. We don't want bodily autonomy violated. We can empathize with the people who have their bodily autonomy violated. So we make laws to predicate it against that. But that is not a mind stance independent like law of reality itself. That's just us coming together collectively and saying, we see an action and we don't like that. So we're going to make laws against that.
And that's the problem. That's the problem.
It's not a problem.
It's
not a problem.
The problem I see in that's the problem I see in the position because
how is it a problem? How is it problematic?
Are you going to let me answer how it's problematic?
Yep. Go for it.
So that's the problem I see in the position. I deem it as problematic. And my reasoning behind why I see it as problematic is because, as you said earlier, unfortunately, we can all agree that imposing your will on somebody's body is wrong. Raping another human being, murdering another human being is wrong. 100% of the world.
Amendment needed. Amendment needed for that. I don't want it. I don't accept it. Jail doesn't want it. JL doesn't accept it. We together both agree to that. That's survival instinct alone. Besides just saying wrong, no, I don't want. I do not accept. And you know what that means? Violators will be facing consequences.
Right.
Agree. But what I'm saying, but again, that's not touching my point because what I'm saying is I agree, violators, I would say give murderers and rapists the death penalty. And again, that could be a different conversation for a different time. But what I'm saying here is that if somehow we were able to get a consensus of everybody in the world, everyone in the world takes a poll of whether or not murder, rape, or any type of violator like that, whether or not they agree that they don't want that. We would not get 100% agreement on we don't want that. There will be some people in this world that says we do want that. Now, obviously,
I agree.
Well, hang on, Andrew. Let him finish.
I'm agreeing. I'm violently agreeing. Now what?
Okay, but you still haven't gotten to a problem yet.
Oh, I'm getting there. And unfortunately, again, everyone would not agree with our position. But obviously, majority of people would agree with our position. I'm sure y'all would agree that majority of people will agree that rape and murder is wrong. There would be okay. So if morality, and this is a genuine question for me, if morality is not objective, if it's not, if morality is dependent upon our mind
stances, yes,
our standpoint, our mind, can there be a chance that the majority is wrong in this poll?
No, there's no such thing.
Andrew, hang on a sec. Before we get off.
So can there ever be a possibility?
Sean, here's the problem. Sean, the answer is no, because you've already established prior to the question that morality is subjective. You're basically asking, if morality is subjective, then can morality be objective? And the answer is no, because it's one or the other.
Could there ever be a time in which we are wrong and could there be a time where murder and rape could be
according to
okay, Andrew, hang on a sec. You got to let him finish.
Nice.
So
could there be a time where murder or rape could possibly be a moral good, a good thing for society?
The problem is the terms you're using already have those connotations baked into them. You need to use the correct connotation. Could there be a time when homicide and sexual imposition be considered the right thing to do? And the answer is, if there was a society that agreed upon this and established it as law, then yes, for that society, it would be the case that wanton homicide, regardless of justification, is completely lawful, like the purge. You can have a purge society, okay? If they deem it to be lawful, that that's the thing to do, then that's what that society does. We can disagree with that and choose not to live in that society, or we can choose to fight it and try to change it.
And see,
All you have to do, I'm not done. All you have to
example.
do is look at the Purge movies and look at the disagreements on that. How there were groups that wanted to change it, groups that actively accepted it. But in the end, it's still subjective.
Now,
Okay?
I want to give a real world example.
There is no making objective statements if morality is subjective. So your question being that if morality is subjective, can morality be objective? No.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question. What you're saying is that you're pointing out my problem with your worldview. Again, I'm not even going to make the statement.
No, I'm asking you for why is you stated that subjective morality is problematic. I'm acknowledging that, yes, depending upon the stances and the collective stances for within a society, they can determine what they view to be moral. You may disagree with that, but it doesn't mean either one of you are objectively right or objectively wrong.
Yeah,
it's still subjective. They have a different moral framework than you do. Neither one of you is objectively correct or objectively wrong. You just have two subjective stances that disagree with one another. That's what it is. That's where it boils down to.
And that's the problematic part. I guess that's the problematic part for me, because if you're going to be consistent in your subjective worldview, then you would have to say there is a chance that, again, the Holocaust, slavery, rape, or the imposing of the will on one's body, or a act of potentially unjustifiable homicide, all those things could be morally beneficial for society.
No, wrong. Hold up, Andrew. I got this. You've misstated that. As a moral anti-realist, I have to acknowledge that there can be a group of individuals that can state subjectively that those things are moral, not objectively. Okay, I could say that yes, there in history there was a nation on this planet that viewed the systematic genocide of particular groups to be the most moral action. They held it to be that. I don't agree with that. Had I been in 1930s Germany, I would have left. If I had my moral framework that I have today, I would have gotten out. Or maybe I would have fought against the system and wound up giving my life for something that I believe in. But nonetheless, just because I'm a moral realist, I'm not saying that my stances are objective. I'm saying that my goal is the one that I prefer. I align with people that agree with the goal that I want to accomplish within society. That group over there, they have an entirely different viewpoint. I'm not saying that I'm right over them. I'm saying that I don't agree with their outcome, and I don't agree with how they're doing it. And I don't want them to come over and subject me and mine to that same system. So we ought to stay away from that system or eliminate that system entirely so it doesn't pose a threat to us.
So how do you know your preference is right?
I don't claim it to be objectively right. It's right for me. It's the one that I align with. I'm not claiming it to be objectively right. I'm claiming to be, that's the one that aligns with me.
So is there ever a time then in the future that you is there ever a possibility in the future that you can no longer align with that?
Could the United States change to a way that I would fundamentally disagree?
No. I'm not asking the United. I'm asking you personally. Could there be a time in the future where you no longer align with your moral framework and you believe that rape or the imposing of one's body on another or the unjustifiable homicide of another human being could be morally justified?
That would be contradictory. If it's unjustified, how could it be justified? It's one or the other.
No. Okay, let me take off the term unjustified. Do you believe that your moral framework could possibly be wrong? And could there be a time in the future where you believe that imposing your will on one's body and the homicide or the killing of another human being just out of pure desire could be morally justified? Can your mind change and start to believe and ever believe that at some point?
Only if there was only if there was like literally a fundamental change to the structures of my brain. Insofar as the way my biology works and the way my limbic system works and the structures of my brain as they've developed over these 45 years, that unless there is a fundamental like change to my brain, like a section of my brain cut out or a section of my brain damaged, and I'm fundamentally altered as a human being, I lose my capacity for empathy. Maybe that could change because there is a biological component to this. But as it stands right now, no, because my moral frameworks are predicated upon my stances, which are informed by my empathy. So unless my empathy changes, I see no reason why that would. But if you fundamentally alter my biology, yeah, it's possible. But you'd have to fundamentally alter. You'd have to fundamentally alter me.
Why does your biology need to be changed for your?
Because if you destroy the part of my brain that allows me to internalize the experiences of others, that could disassociate me from other people's experiences, and I may become more accepting of this, and I may not be able to make those like moral distinctions as I used to make them, or I may not see value in them, or I may not even be able to think that far. It depends upon what changes are made to my brain.
Well, there needs to be no biology change. I mean, the brain develops.
Yes, it does. If you fundamentally alter the structures of my brain, you fundamentally alter me.
No,
of course.
But what I'm saying, of course, but what I'm saying is the brain develops naturally, and the brain and your heart,
right,
and your feelings, all that changes naturally. I'm not saying someone needs to go in and just
no, I'm saying it's possible that it could change, but in order to facilitate that change, you'd have to fundamentally alter my brain. Like fundamentally, like damage structures of the brain, so that I am not capable of. No, you'd have to damage areas of my brain that would limit my ability to make the distinctions and do the reasoning that I have now.
What do you mean by damaging areas of your brain? Like what?
You'd have to damage my frontal temporal cortex. You'd have to damage my limbic system. You'd have to damage my literally my hippocampus. A number of structures that could fundamentally, literally alter my personality to a specific degree, because it hinges on how my brain is. I suffer a stroke and certain areas of my brain die. I may lose some of those functions to reason in a certain way, depending upon where I had the stroke in my brain. So, or if I suffer brain damage, like I get in a car accident and I like damage my head and it's like swelling, and then all of a sudden areas of my brain are no longer functioning anymore, I may lose the capacity to reason the way I used to. So therefore, when making moral evaluations, I may not function, I may like physically not be able to do that anymore. So then the conclusions I come to could be fundamentally different because my physiology has fundamentally changed.
So what about people who change their moral conclusions though without getting into?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to take this on. I'm trying to agree with you here. Yeah, so what happens? We're going to find out, because right now all you're doing is complaining about the fact you don't like that things could be we could have disagreements and how we deal with it. We still haven't jumped to an actual problem. You just don't like the picture.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all we're doing.
To point it out, I understand your consternation that subjective morality or moral anti-realism does result that there are conflicts. But I posit those conflicts between moral distinctions, they do exist because morality is subjective, and there's no evidence otherwise like that. That's the reason those things exist, is because of its morality is subjective. That there is that you may not like that is irrelevant and is not an argument for moral realism. I'm just saying that it's not. I understand that there is conflict and there is difficulty in finding a through line between the individual, the group, the city, the country, the nation, the world, to find a through line about what we all agree on is what is moral and immoral on every single thing, regardless of context. Yes, that's very, very hard. Is it impossible though? I don't think so. I think that when you bore it down to the nuance, to specific nuances, we could find that through line if we put our minds to it. But nonetheless, there are still overlaps in this. It's still subjective, but we do, as the same species, we do tend to have the same kind of agreements on things. The problem is the rules that we impose upon ourselves rarely translate outside of our groups. Okay, I have my family, and there are rules that apply within our family, considerations that apply, but those things don't necessarily translate to people outside of my family. But I'm also a member of my state, in my community. There are rules there that don't necessarily apply in other states. But then again, I'm an American. Okay, same as everybody else here. But there are rules that apply here that don't apply in, say, Mexico, or say Brazil, or North Korea. But then again, I'm a human, as we all are. There's rules that apply there. We don't have any other non-human, so it's kind of hard, we don't have any alien civilizations. So we can find it. The conflict is going to be natural because morality is subjective. It's what you would expect to see. Okay? But there's no problem there. It's just that you don't like the fact that there's conflict. And I get that. I don't like the fact that there's conflict either. I wish that there wasn't. But I've accepted that there is because morality, moral distinctions are subjective.
Well, I would think for me to. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to hear what Sean has to say here. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I was just saying, I would think for me to prove to you that morality is objective, there would have to be other things that I would have to prove. Like, for example, I would have to prove to you that God exists, which would go back into the ontological or the multiple arguments there is for God's existence that you reject. And
because none of them work. They're all logically fallacious.
Well, sure, and you could believe that, but what I'm saying is,
no, I know it. By the axiomatic rules of logic, they're all logically fallacious.
Yeah, I would disagree, but what I'm saying is,
well, I know you disagree, but why? They're axiomatic. The axiomatic rules of logic.
I can't give you a definitive answer on.
No, but hang on a sec. You agree with the axiomatic rules of logic, right?
No,
A is equal to A. A is not equal to not A.
But what I'm saying is, I cannot give you a definitive answer or I cannot confidently defend every single one of those arguments for the existence of God. But what I'm saying is my point here is...
Okay, hold on.
No. I want him to get to his point.
We're moving goalposts in a bad way. Yeah. We're allowing a huge jump away from the target where we were, because you were pointing to morality. Mm-hmm. Let's just ground where we were. You don't like the fact that we have different opinions of this. By the way, this exists on a planet right now. Take a look at anywhere that still allows for arranged marriages, for husbands to have their way with their wives regardless of their will. So these societies exist right now.
Yeah.
This is the world right now.
Yeah.
Now, when you say there's some other morality, all you're caring about is that you think there's a guy out there that's doing some judging, but we haven't proven that that's the case yet. We're supposed to take a look at the fact that we have morality in some case, and it doesn't agree right now. How does it get to a God?
And real quick,
think there's going to be a judge.
And real quick, thank you, Collapsivalism, for the $2 super chat. Says flight delayed home, time to troll. Thank you so much, Collapsivalism. And says JK, take my Google money. Thank you so much, dude. Woo. I appreciate the super chats. You rock. Thank you for the support.
So this is the world right now. We're living exactly as that's described. Mm-hmm. You just think there's a judge coming later. That's nice. We've already described what we do as morality. Morality is the thing where, yep, it's going to be different here, different there, and you don't like it. So what? What does this tell us about reality?
I agree. It doesn't matter what I like. I still have to get to how do I know that, or why does it have to be dependent upon God? Well,
it's not apparently yet. We all disagree, right?
We know it's dependent upon your stance. We can say that, Sean. It's definitely dependent upon your stances.
Yeah, but it's the point to God. See, the idea of morality, this is what we do. Here's society. We've literally described from the bottom of two people on an island on a Mexican standoff down to cultural groups coming to agreements in an area and then violently disagreeing with the guy over there. And before you know it, Hitler comes up. Hitler thinks he's fine. And the rest of the world says, fuck that guy. Right. And that's what happens every time. So what does this tell us about a God?
But what I'm saying is, for me to prove that morality must be dependent upon a God, I would have to prove that said God exists.
I know, but you were supposed to be proving the God with this argument.
Yeah, but the problem is that still doesn't cross the Euthyphro dilemma bridge, because it's still either subjective or the God is not ultimate. There's either a substrate beyond God that it is appealing to for these statements to be mind independently true, or they are coming directly from the God, and therefore they are subjective to the God. That whatever the God declares to be good or bad or moral or immoral is subjective to it. There's no law or rule that the God must follow by definition. Nothing dictates to the God what is good or what is not good. God declares what is good or not good.
And I've already given my answer for that. I don't think there has to be something to
there does, because if there isn't, it's a logical contradiction.
And I've explained why it's not a logical contradiction.
It is. You haven't. Where's the P not P? No, where's the P? Where's the P not P?
Because God is all-knowing, and God knows what is good and what is not good.
By whose determination? No, by whose determination? By its own determination.
By what's contradictory to his nature.
No,
So,
hold up. That
We're
just
there.
pushes it back, and I already explained this. It still relies upon, is God's nature good because it's his, or is it good because it aligns with an external standard for what goodness ought be? And you still said God's nature, it's good because it's his. That's still subjective.
Again, just because it is dependent upon God, because maybe I think we're defining subjective as, I think we have two different definitions on.
No,
what
you already agreed. Subjective is mind stance dependent. That's the definition of subjective.
No, I said
I got my opinion. JL has his opinion. God has an opinion, but apparently, see, God's opinion has just different consequences. See, when you and I are on the island and I disagree with you, we know what those consequences are. So we're coming down to consequentialism. So
yeah,
in the end,
I don't go down to consequences. I think that subjective, I would classify it as dependent upon a created mind subject to change.
Yeah, it is. So, but
Yes,
no.
yeah.
Dependent upon a mind, yes, but it could still be the same. It just means that it's eternal subjective distinction. It's still dependent upon its mind, but it can stay the same forever. Subjective doesn't entail change. Subjective doesn't entail change. It doesn't have to change. It could.
It doesn't have to change, but I'm saying subject to change, meaning it can change.
No, but
God's
there's nothing.
mind.
There's nothing that God is subject to, so it would never change. But it would still be subjective.
No, you're not. I think maybe I'm not explaining my point. Well, what I'm saying is dependent upon, for one, there's the qualifier of a created mind. Dependent upon a created mind.
No, you're adding that.
No, dependent upon
an uncreated mind can still have a stance.
Hold on. Dependent upon a created mind, subject to change.
No, that's not the way it works. You cannot ground something that is definitionally mind independent in a mind. You cannot ground it there. That is a logical contradiction.
I'm not grounding anything that's definitionally.
You're grounding them in God.
I'm not grounding anything mind independent in a mind.
You're grounding the moral distinctions in God and saying that they are objective. And that is a logical contradiction. You cannot ground a mind independent statement. You cannot say that a statement is mind independently true and then justify that by appealing to a mind, which would be grounding it in a mind.
I'm saying created mind independently true.
No, that's not what that is. Subjective is mind stance dependent. You cannot state that a proposition is mind stance independently true, meaning not reliant upon a mind, and then say that it comes from a mind. That's not the way that works. That is a logical contradiction. The grounding, the thing you ground it in is the mind of God. No, the thing you ground it in is the mind of God. So the moral distinctions that the God makes are subjective to it.
The mind of God, the mind of God is not created.
It doesn't have to be created. It can be an eternal mind, but that eternal mind can still make the eternal mind can still make subjective distinctions.
So let's fix the definition here, because see, Sean's switching from what we're counting as morality, like our evaluation of what I accept. See, your idea of right, wrong, and ought and all that, I don't actually have oughts. It gets a whole lot messier because there is no such thing as an ought on mine. Ought means there's gonna be a consequence. I don't have to tell you you're wrong. I just have to express how much I don't like your activity. By how much I ensure that activity doesn't continue by whatever means I choose, right? That's you and me on the island. And then you and me and this guy over here agreeing that we don't like your activity if you're going to do that. And that if you do something to me, he's going to make sure to do something to you because he also doesn't trust that you're not going to do it to him next.
Well, yeah,
So we covered this, but we're going to fix your definition for morality because see, you just want to give a different definition for morality.
No.
I want to clarify. I want to clarify the content of what you're offering me.
Mm-hmm.
Morality is whatever God tells us to do. Has nothing to do with what happens to him.
No, that's not what I said.
Apparently, It does seem very much so, because you don't want to be grounded off in our. You want
It's a might makes right scenario. It's because because God is the ultimate thing. That is what everybody ought do, because God is the ultimate thing that said it.
Yeah, so what? Hold on. What does ought mean when you say God is good? What does it mean to be good? Like his nature? Because like we pointed to Job, right?
And I still think
a lot more of God's actions.
Well, I still think even with the account of Job, I still think his nature is good. So again, that doesn't change my view.
Whatever. I just want, we're going to catalog what falls under the category.
Okay. I'm really getting really tired of treading the same territory, because you keep running into the same logical contradictions that you run into before, Sean, and I'm not certain why it's problematic and why this is difficult getting across, because we've given you the definition of what subjective and objective is, what they mean in a philosophical sense. Okay, there is no using proprietary terminology to try and get around these things.
The reason why it's problematic is because within your logical framework, you can't say, and Andrew was consistent, but I don't know what your stance is, JL, but like within your logical framework, you cannot say one ought to do something and one ought not to do something.
No, I can. No, hold up. I can in reference to a goal. But I don't make objective statements about what people objectively ought do unless it's in reference to a particular goal. If the goal is agreed upon, then we ought do that to accomplish the goal. But it's still relative.
Should one ought not to impose their will on somebody?
I subjectively hold that imposing will upon others causes them pain.
Why?
And as an empathetic being, I say that I subjectively conclude that they ought not do that. If we want to live in a society in which people don't have to worry about that.
How does it cause them pain?
I empathize with it. I know what it's like to have my autonomy. Hold up. No. I know what it's like to have my autonomy violated. When I see it happen to someone else, I can empathize with that experience.
But you don't know if it causes them pain. So again, how do you know?
Okay, hold on.
No. Stop. We are not. No, Andrew. Sean. You are not going to back this up into how words don't have like set definitions for linguistics. There's not this
what
Jordan
I'm saying
Peterson.
Is you just don't know.
No, stop. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. This Jordan Peterson semantics bullshit is not. This Jordan Peterson semantics bullshit is not going to fly, and I will keep muting you. Okay.
You can't get an ought from it is.
I'm not saying that you can. I'm not saying you can. You cannot logically derive an ought from what is, but the bridge that crosses that are moral evaluations, are ethical evaluations.
But you're trying to get an ought
I can
from
say
That's what
the ethical evaluation, the referent point is the goal.
Okay.
I'm not making an objective statement.
Not to impose their will, JL.
JL.
Because doing so violates the goal that we have agreed upon as a society.
Okay.
Why does that matter?
Give me a quick second.
Okay. Oh yeah. Hold up. Now we're finally at the kernel. Why does that matter? Because I personally, it matters to me.
It doesn't matter what you personally believe.
You're right. And guess what we do with people who say that? We eliminate them from the society, don't we?
Yes.
If you want to come tall and say, I don't give a fuck what your society wants, I'm going to do what I want. What do you think we do with such individuals?
We eliminate them, but that doesn't answer the question.
That does not make an objective moral statement.
Question why one
yes, it does.
No.
Why you ought not? No. Sean, it does answer it, because why you ought not do it is if you want to remain a part. It does. I'm answering it right now. You ought not do it. The determination that you need to make is that you ought not do it if you want to remain a member of society and enjoy its benefits.
So what if I don't? Then should I ought to do it? What if I don't?
No. Then if you don't, get the fuck out. Or no. If you don't, get the fuck out, or we will get you the fuck out ourselves.
So but again, if I don't care what you would do, and if I want to do it, and if I don't care about enjoying the benefits of society, and if I don't care about the consequence, and again, I am totally against rape. I think rapists should get the death penalty.
That's fine.
I get that. You don't need the caveat. I get where you're going. If you choose to live like that, that is your choice. we are aligned against you and we will eliminate you.
Okay, and if I don't care about the consequences, should I ought to impose my will?
There is none.
No. You can determine what oughts that you want, and you can try and impose them.
So people could, if they want to, they can determine whether or not, and they should.
Do you know they do that every day?
Well, hang on, Andrew, hang on a second. Trying to get a sense of it. The answer is, if people choose their oughts all the time, those that do not align with the society, we have a remedy for them. If someone up and decides one day that they're going to do something entirely antisocial, we have ways to deal with them, and we do.
So if I choose to go forward and impose my will, then if I choose to go forward, if I ought to impose my will, I choose to go forward and I impose my will. Was I wrong in doing so?
In the context of the society in which you live, yes. Objectively speaking, no.
So could there have been a chance? Can there be a chance that I was justified in imposing my will?
If the society changes position and says that you were justified, then that would be a change, but it would be subjective. I can still disagree with you subjectively.
But can I personally give a personal justification for it?
You can say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you want for your justification.
And could my justification be right?
To who?
No. It'd be right. No. It would be right to you. It's a subjective determination. If your own personal justification, the way you justify it, it is entirely subjective whether or not that aligns with what the society agrees upon.
We disagree.
Because the justification, that which merits or that which constitutes justification, is also subjective. So you can commit an action.
I'm disagreeing with that premise already.
No, it's not a disagreement with it. It is subjective. There is no argument around this.
I'm disagreeing.
How?
Disagree
point,
with what?
Point to how you're grounding an objective moral statement.
Because I believe that God chooses what justifies and what is justified and what is
so it's subjective. Right. So it's subjective to God because God chose it.
Because God has a uncreated mind.
Hold up.
God's mind
is God chose it. If God chooses what is moral and immoral, it's subjective to God because God is not referencing anything external of itself.
When Sean, when that determination happens, what's going to happen? So God doesn't like it. God doesn't like it. Now what?
I don't understand your question.
You're saying, according to God, X. Yeah, then what?
Well, then there's judgment.
I know, but you're getting our judgment now. You're just talking about somebody else's judgment later.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about some judgment supposed to take place after we die. I'm going to be dead and I'm going to care. I care about judgment now. I care about justice now.
You're just imagining there's going to be an action that's going to happen later. That's nice.
What's
going to happen now?
So, what you're saying? What's their earthly consequence for proceeding in, like, for example, the imposing their will on somebody's body?
That's our responsibility. That's our responsibility to ensure that crimes are met with justice.
I believe God has set up a justice system.
That's nice. You imagine more stuff.
We don't care because the God doesn't exist to do that, and you haven't defended that nor justified it in any way.
You're going in with presuppositions that
it's not a presupposition. I know it doesn't exist. There could very well be a.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do, and I've already explained how I know that.
No, you don't know that. You didn't give a good
explanation. Hold up, Andrew. Please explain to me how, by the rules of logic, I'm wrong.
You're asking Andrew to explain for you?
No, I'm asking you. You said that I'm wrong on this. My conclusion is based upon the fundamental axioms of logic. Okay, which are that A equals A is not equal to not A, and if A, therefore not A. Okay? And if A, therefore not A. So in that respect, the law of contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. All right, in order so we can even have a coherent conversation about shit. You cannot have a logical contradiction. Logical contradictions cannot exist. If your God is defined in a logically contradictory manner, it cannot exist. You either have to redefine the God into a logically consistent state, or you simply drop it entirely. I am an atheist because, one, I know that God doesn't exist, and I don't believe in logically consistent God concepts because there's no evidence for them. There's no warrant to believe in them.
Well, the burden of proof is on you. You're claiming for
yes, I can show many different ways why the biblical Abrahamic Christian God is a logical contradiction.
You still haven't showed.
I did.
You didn't.
I gave one paradox. It is impossible for the God to be, by definition, omniscient and human beings to have free will.
No, it's not.
Yes,
just
it
because,
is.
Again, Jo, just because you don't
Would you
understand
like
it
me to
doesn't-
explain, instead of just saying nuh-uh, would you like me to explain how?
Well, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's impossible.
I do understand it. Would you like me to explain how it's a contradiction? You're just saying nuh-uh. Just like the super chat, just like the super chat from Collapsitalism says, nuh-uh, that's not a response. I can actually explain and walk you through.
Ad homs.
It's not an ad hom.
I'm
pointing out reality. If it was an ad hom, I'd be like, you're wrong because you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
but that's not what I said. That's not an ad. That's an ad
hom. What
hom.
I'm saying is, I know what you're arguing. I know what your paradox between a omniscient God and free will is going to be. I know.
Right. That's a logical contradiction.
It's not a logical. Just because
it is. Show me the P, not P.
Just because you don't understand.
Show me the P, not P.
Again,
Sean, if you want to say it's not logically contradictory, you have to show the P, not P.
The burden of proof is on you. You're making the claim that
Sean, I did, and I defended it as well.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Would you like me to do it again?
Sure, please.
Okay. An omniscient entity knows all true propositions infallibly. Okay?
What do you think omniscient means, JL?
Omniscient means possessing all knowledge, all true propositions infallibly.
Mm-hmm.
An omniscient entity knows all true propositions infallibly, meaning that those propositions can never be otherwise because it knows them infallibly. They cannot change. It knows them without error. So all true propositions, if it is the case and if this God is in the state that it is, it knows all true propositions ever. So if it is the case, I'm not fucking done. I'm not fucking done.
What does free will mean?
If it is the case that in the future I will make a choice, or I will be presented with an opportunity to make a choice between A and B, if God knows infallibly that I will choose B, I can never have chosen A. I don't have free will.
What does free will mean, JL?
The ability to make the ability to make free choices absent impediment or incentive.
So is one able to make the choice to choose A with God knowing that one can make that choice without God being the direct cause of all things?
No, because if it's already known, it's already set.
Can God?
It can never be otherwise. If God knows it, if God knows that I'm going to choose A, that's the choice that will be made, I could never have chosen B.
Again, JL, God can know something without being the direct cause.
Incorrect, because if it winds up being that I arrive at the moment and I choose B when God's knowledge was I choose A, then God is not omniscient.
It would never happen. You will always choose A, but God
because I didn't have a choice, and the perception of my choice is an illusion.
It sounds to me, JL, you just do not understand the paradox.
I do very well. I've been doing this a long time.
Well, it really seems like you don't understand, because what I'm saying is,
okay, let me ask you this, Sean.
One chooses.
Sean, I'm going to pause something to you. You need to shut up, because this is my stage, and this is my stage, and I will put you in the back room.
One chooses option.
Okay, I'm going to put you in the back room because you can't stop talking. So, if it is the case that I have infallible knowledge of all true propositions, that means that those true propositions can never be otherwise. Okay? If it is a true proposition that 20 years in the future, you will choose A as opposed to B, that is a proposition that I know. Okay, and he ran away. So that is because he wouldn't shut up. But that is a proposition that I know infallibly. It can never be otherwise. When you arrive at the moment that you make a choice, you may perceive that you have a choice, but I already know the outcome, and the outcome was set from the very beginning because I'm the one that created the system. So therefore, you didn't have a free choice. Your perception of free will is an illusion. That is a paradox. Your God, as you've defined it, does not exist. It is, of course, if you want to define God as omniscient and humans having free will to the degree that you think we have it. So that is no. So if it's set from the beginning and we are just literally objects running on a track that was predetermined by the God from the outset, those true propositions can never be otherwise. I don't have a choice. I may perceive I do, but I don't in reality. So in that respect, I'm sorry, the dude just wouldn't shut up. I had to put him in the backstage.
Yeah, I do get that.
Oh, thank you so much, 23. This is JL Roasting. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Collapsitalism says, Sean, I ad hom, you're wrong, smooth brain. Yes, let's make sure we understand this, just in case Sean is still listening. An ad hominem okay, is a personal attack in response to the validity of an argument. If I say that your argument is invalid because you are a smooth brain, you have the brain of a koala, that is an ad hom. Your argument is invalid because you have a smooth brain. But if I just say you have a smooth brain, that's an insult. Okay? I'm not saying your argument is invalid because you have a smooth brain. I'm just pointing out that you seem to be fundamentally unable to grasp the axioms of logic and understand where you're being logically contradictory, which is really problematic. Okay? And I was getting really tired of us going around in the same fucking circle over and over and over and over and over again, saying that he keeps winding up at the same logical contradiction every single time, just saying, no, it's not a logical contradiction. So
yeah, that's why I wanted to try to avoid the leap back into having to try to argue that overall existence, whereas like he's trying to ground his argument for God on the fact of morality. Meanwhile, we have the reality we're living in. This is the only thing we need to reference. That's why like leaping outside or trying to prove whether a thing does or doesn't exist, it's like he thinks there's something out there. And what's the consequence of that something out there? So there's something out there that has an opinion, regardless of whether it's supposed to be a perfect opinion or whatever. What does that say about here? That's the thing. I always need to be able to ground it in the here.
Well,
what is wrong with here?
Sorry. And I apologize to everybody for yelling at him, but
that's okay.
We all get there in due time.
It's dynamic, and I get to bridge the divide between Krakatoni and other people that make stupid claims. So it's the channel in action is what it is.
My apologies to the panelists and my apologies to the audience. But what you were saying there, Andrew, is exactly what I was trying to get to when I was asking about warrant. What is his warrant? Why does he consider himself justified in these beliefs? Yeah. And pointing to stuff that we know exists to explain what we see is vastly preferable in terms of warrant or in terms of justification than appealing to something whose existence cannot be demonstrated at best and can be logically contradicted if you accept the biblical version of God as true.
Yeah, on parsimony, basically, straight up.
And so I just got to get to this. Sorry. Collapsalism. I did miss this one. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, if you start with, I think it's this, I promise it's you have said only stupid shiz after. I promise you've said only stupid shit after. Yes. Stop thinking it's not working. Engage in reality. I agree. There was some deeply problematic, I guess, applications of logic in that, because it gets to a certain point where he runs into a dichotomy and he just has to have his cake and eat it too in order to justify it. I really wanted us to get to the failure of faith as an epistemological tool. That's what I wanted to get to, because I noticed, and I don't know, probably you all did as well, that he refused, and I thought I saw Nobody on Fire again, or maybe he did. No, he ducked out. I don't like this. But I noticed that he never wanted to get to faith. He never wanted to like lean into it or be like that's the foundation of his deal. And because then we can get to the conversations to why faith doesn't work as a tool for epistemology. I wish he had. And hey, Doom Based, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Appreciate that. So
yeah, but it's not just
yes, and J Money. J Money is here. Was here earlier. Didn't get a chance to talk. J Money, if you have not met him, this is PhD Tony.
I seen him before. I seen you before, PhD Tony, on Modern Day Debates, right? Going against the flirts, killing the flirts. That's what's up.
Cool. Nobody. Awesome. Have a good meal, and good. Thank you, Jessica. If you're bouncing out to go home, I appreciate you hanging out. And there's Gretchen. I got Gretchen here. This is fantastic. There's a couple of things I'm kind of curious about. I'd like to ask you about, Gretchen, if you don't mind coming on the stage. It's not something bad. I have something to clarify. If you get the opportunity, if you feel up to the opportunity, you don't have to, but I'm pleased that you're here. I'm happy that you're here, and I'm glad to see you. So I appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, after watching a couple things recently, I don't know if y'all saw Project Hail Mary, you know what I'm saying? That's a pretty good movie. And it got me thinking, man, it's like, maybe the physical is just a way for the things that are not physical to emerge. Maybe there's something more in the non-physical than what we know, what we can quite, encapsulate, right? Like put a complete understanding on. Like, I was watching something earlier about how light behaves, and you know, I always thought light was just something that just, you know, it goes one direction. You get a laser beam, it points one way. But, you know, light, according to what I read, you know what I'm saying, what I got from what I was seeing from this video from Veritasium, it takes all possible directions at once. It's like it's kind of doing reconnaissance of the space that it's traveling, and it sees every way it could go, and it takes the quickest way. And it does that every time. And it's like, it's almost like I don't want to say a choice being made, because I can't pinpoint that, right? I can't say that's what's happening. But it's odd because it's like, for something that doesn't have the ability to discern, right? Like light, that it could just know to go the shortest way, like to minimize the shortest path of travel. It could take the long way. It could just bounce off things, whatever. No, light travels to the most precise, fastest, quickest way.
Yeah, that's because it's constrained to. It can't behave in any other fashion, right? It doesn't have an option. It's not choosing anything. The laws of physics dictate which way it's going to go, and it doesn't get an option, and it doesn't have the option to stay still either. Photons don't have any choices. They don't have any options. They just, their motion is completely dictated by the fact that they're massless. Once you've got a massless particle, basically all of relativity just says, okay, this is what happens now, and nobody gets any say in it. Nobody can interact with the system.
I hear that. Okay, sorry.
No,
that's saying something. Okay, now, but I guess what I mean by that is like, the light is not making a choice, but there's so many different ways it could go, like so many different ways, but it goes the one way. And it's like, it's kind of like they proposed a question in the video I saw, the double slit experiment. And they said, like, what if you add a third slit, a fourth, a fifth, like that? Then they went all the way to infinity. Then they said, okay, well, what if you add another row of infinity slits? And then another row on top of that of infinity slits, and then just infinity rows of infinity slits. How would light behave in that double slit experiment? And it's like, it was almost analogous to how light behaves in the universe. That's kind of, you know, how I envisioned it. Like, it just blew my mind for a second. Like, whoa, like, let me drink this coffee real quick.
I was mentioning this before. It turns out that the concept of infinity is actually intrinsically related to a photon. A photon is a wave with a very localized non-zero value, and then it's effectively zero out to infinity. In order to construct that, you need to add together an infinite number of waves. So even an individual photon essentially has an infinite number of waves that are contributing to it. There are ways that infinity works into everyday physics, especially the photon, in unexpected ways. And it can genuinely be mind-blowing to sort of look at them and start thinking about them.
Yeah, and 1 second, Jay. The Phasma, the Spam Goes Here has a question for PhD Tony, and I know the answer to this, but it's for Tony. How can light exert pressure if it has no mass? I've always wondered.
So it's light is a massless particle, but that's rest mass, and light has momentum, which you can get at by a number of ways, but it's simple observation. Photons do have momentum, and we can derive that directly from the laws of general relativity. The problem. So if you know anything about relativity, you'll know that as there's a thing called mass increase or Lorentzian mass change. As an object goes faster and faster, its mass seems to increase. And if it gets to light speed, its mass has increased by an infinite amount. right? That's one of the reasons that you can't get from below the speed of light to the speed of light, is because it would require an infinite amount of energy. So if you multiply 0 by infinity, you get a non-zero value. And so in that's one way of looking at it as to why a photon can have momentum. But the simple fact is we measure it, and they do.
It's one way how solar sails work, is because when the photon strikes a surface, the momentum that they carry is transferred to the object, or to like to another particle, or to a particular surface. The momentum is transferred in that interaction, and it can push, accelerate, and propel things. So that's how solar sails work, is by firing light at it, like a low focus laser. We can fire that at it, and then that momentum will push the sail to the point that in that medium that it's in, like if it's in space, then it can propel that sail to near the speed of light, because there's no resistance on the other side of it. So it can propel it nearer to that. But the amount of energy necessary, obviously, like he was explaining, it has to be infinite in order to reach the speed of light, but it could be near, we could get it up there really, really fast, but we won't achieve the light speed or faster than light travel. But yeah, that's how those work, is that we use the light to propel things forward. Makes it easy in space because there's no atmospheric resistance. If I got that correct.
Yeah. I didn't hear any problems with what you were describing, but yeah.
I was a little confused with the statement you said was multiplying 0 by infinity and ending up with not 0. I'm not sure if I heard that correctly.
Well, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. If you multiply 0 by infinity, what do you get? And the answer is actually that product is ill-defined. But in physical terms, if you're looking at something that is traveling at, it's not really it's not really a meaningful question, in the sense that in order for a photon to have 0 rest mass, it would have to be possible for photons to be at rest. And they're not. They can't be. Photons do not have rest mass. They can't be at rest. And this was what I was talking about previously, about sort of the laws of relativity dictating exactly how massless particles behave. They cannot be at rest. So they can't have a rest mass. So it's a tricky sort of philosophical concept to say, well, what does having 0 rest mass even mean in that sense if they can't be at rest?
Yeah, that was always like what I had as a takeaway, is the idea that, is anything actually at rest? And I can't see that being a thing.
Well, in its own reference frame, in your own reference frame, you are at rest. As long as the object is at rest in that reference frame, but there is no reference frame in which photons are at rest.
Yeah, I was just thinking on the idea of, like, for instance, any atom, every little, like corks spinning, I believe it was. Yeah. Every little bit, it's like thinking, like, Newtonian physics is useful in a scope. Yeah. In a scope. Ultimately, that's what I'm thinking, is like, is anything ultimately at rest? And I'm not sure that doesn't sound like a thing.
It isn't a thing. So you can only be at rest with respect to a particular reference frame. Motion is not absolute. Accelerations are absolute. But velocity is not. Velocity is always reference frame dependent.
Well, J Money bounced. I don't know why. Gretchen, is there something between you and J Money? Gretchen, you there? I don't have her muted.
I like that you had to check.
Yeah, just to double check. You never know with me.
Oh, mic not working. Came in this comment.
Oh,
try logging out and logging back in again. Just
our previous guest had
Yeah.
an issue where getting out and back in seemed to allow things to work.
It worked for me. Like I've gotten into the habit of trying to log in, noticing my mic doesn't work, and then logging back in again.
And I would like to say, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. I see it on the screen. Ilbos 50, or I know they're in a conversation with Daniel Taylor at the moment. Good to see you, Daniel, and Darren Delaney. Good to see you as well. If you have evidence to bring for the existence of your God, I'm really curious to hear it. If you want to like defend that. I mean, I understand if you're just in the middle of a conversation, that's cool. But love, and hey, BV, good to see you. Love to hear whatever evidence you have to present or argumentation you have to present. I could divest you of that pretty quick because it doesn't exist.
I don't know. Sean, and the thing that I was getting to, like last time I think it was the last time I was on your panel, I talked about sort of the fact that Christians are very happy that their concept of God doesn't need to make sense, that they don't, that they don't think through the logical structures associated with them or the philosophical consequences. And Sean was a very clear demonstration of that. He was absolutely averse to trying to approach the entire topic rationally. And indeed, the fact he used the words that I said. Look, I don't understand God's morality. Only God has to understand God's morality. That's how it works. Anyway, I just wanted to pop back on to apologize to everybody. I realized eventually I wasn't contributing that constructively. So
no, you're
well
good.
done.
You're good. And I'm very curious. I'm hoping Gretchen can make it up because I'm going to throw myself on the chopping block for a moment because I want to get some clarification on something that pertains to me as someone who does these stages and everything. I'm really, really curious about that. So I'm going to put myself under the microscope here shortly, do some self-assessment. And it's based on something that Gretchen had a comment that Gretchen had made at one point, and that I got wind of, and I'm kind of curious about.
It's long overdue. Your positions on Hellraiser 3 and Ghosts of
yeah, you can agree with me or you can be wrong.
Take care, everyone.
Take it easy, bud. All right. Well, until Gretchen is able to make it back, we can go back to this fun stuff.
Oh, we're mid-video.
Induction is the idea that the future will be like the past. It is based on the uniformity in our nature. Essentially, it's based on induction.
Wait, hang on a sec, Jessica.
You called it. You did call it.
Hang on a sec, Jessica. I don't think my taste in anime is bad. Okay. I like Cowboy Bebop. I like Evangelion. I like Guts. I've done voice work on a number of anime that I enjoyed. I kind of dig One Piece. It's cute, and I've done a ton of work on One Piece. But there's some other ones that I had to pull up my IMDb to see all the animes that I've worked on. But I don't think it's objectively bad. I think I enjoy some good ones.
You're taking offense to the wrong word. It's not the bad. It's the objective.
Objective, yeah.
No. Bad?
It is.
That's debatable. Objective.
Mine stands independently bad.
No.
Right? So he brought up the problem of induction as we predicted that he would.
You called it.
Induction is the idea that the future will be like the past.
Okay.
But because nature is so uniform, we can infer that the future will be like the past.
To a probabilistic degree, but it's not guaranteed, and we don't say that it is.
We're getting to pause here. Because remember, just a moment ago, by a moment, I probably mean about 5 hours ish, considering where we took off from. He just finished arguing for the consistency of the universe as an argument for God. And now he's about to introduce the problem of induction against this. I want to highlight that.
There has to be a God to justify
in here.
Yeah.
First,
Dude.
everything is constant, therefore God. But we keep
Dude,
expecting everything to be constant. Make up your damn mind.
I fucking told you he was gonna say that shit. I fucking told you. It's so stupid, dude.
So dumb.
We must be deductively certain that our induction is consistent and valid. Fuck you.
No. But he's arguing out of both sides of his mouth because first, it's the consistency is an argument for God. But then if we count on the consistency, what?
So ridiculous.
But my question is, why? Why will gravity exist tomorrow? If there is no God, the chances of gravity existing, the same strength that exists right now, is the same probability of it existing at any other strength. It's also the same probability.
No. He invokes probability with a number of universes to examine of quantity 1.
Of 1. The sample size is 1. Where are you getting these odds from, you stupid shit? Hey, Peter Collins, good to see you. Says, great start to a day. Coffee, JL, and PhD Tony. Hell yeah, that's a good way to start.
This is, remember, all natural, free range, rectally sourced numbers.
Why gravity if no unicorns? It's like, it's so, how do you calculate these odds with the sample size of 1? It's freaking ridiculous, but, you know.
They're not.
As gravity ceasing to exist. You might say, well,
no, it's not the same. Because in order for gravity to cease to exist, matter would have to cease to exist. And so it's not like gravity would just turn off. It's like, come on, dude. In order for there to be no gravity, there's a correlation with objects with mass. All objects with mass have to disappear for there to be no gravity. And so literally just all particles have to vanish for there to be like no gravitational effects, but gravity would still exist. So it's like, what the living shit, dude. So...
oh, well, that's silly. Come on. Gravity's always existed. That's just the way it is. I agree. That is the way it always is. But the difference is, a theist has a justifier for why that is.
No, you don't. You don't. You have an assertion that you define as being the thing that justifies it. You don't actually have a justification for claiming it. So that's the deal. Is like his justification is that there's a God. It's like, no, you claim that there's a God that's defined to do the thing that needs to be done. There's no justification for you to make that claim. Okay, there's no reason for us to think that gravity would suddenly disappear tomorrow, or that the laws of physics would suddenly be completely topsy-turvy. There's no justification for us to assume that, because probability speaking, sure, yeah, but there could be some evidence out there that we don't have that could say that these things could change, but we don't see that. We never found it. And we never experienced it. There's no reason for us to operate as though it were the case. But if it were suddenly the case tomorrow, we would definitely adjust our understanding of physics to reflect that. But he's moving it. He's already assumed that he's justified in making the claim that there is a God, because the God is necessary to fulfill what he's assuming is impossible if there is no God. It's fucking just beyond dumb.
Two sides, though. So not only does he not have the justification for the thing he wants to plug to solve this, second is hey, God, gravity yes, gravity no, gravity yes, gravity no. God can change this on a whim. So basically, you've got no guarantee because you put all of the power to say, what do you mean gravity? Oops. So he's got zero guarantee. None. God could fuck with him on a Tuesday, just like Job.
He could literally blink us all out of existence and then blink us all back into existence, and we'd never know because we wouldn't have a break in continuity.
I think it was, I'm trying to remember which comedian this was. This seems like it's a Stephen Wright. Somebody broke into my apartment and took all of my possessions and replaced them with exact duplicates.
Exact duplicates.
Yeah.
Last Tuesday, it was completely unfalsifiable. And hey, Krakatoon, good to see you. Says, hey, y'allsies, good morning. All the JL marathon stream, pretty much. Yeah, I've been going for almost 8.5 hours now. I'm kind of blown away by my stamina.
Hopefully, I may have to consult a physician.
I know, because I'm still kind of hoping Gretchen will come by.
My justification for the uniformity in our nature is that a deity is keeping our nature uniform.
It's not the way that works. It's not the way justification works, dude. You have no justification to make the claim. With the living shit. Oh, now we have a flow. Now we have a flow chart
illustrating the properties of electrons, molecules, atoms, anything related to the materialistic world is being kept in order by a deity.
Great. Demonstrate it. That's a positive claim. Demonstrate your evidence for it and don't beg the question. Okay.
If atheism's true, then everything.
It's not that atheism is true. This is so fucked up. If the if gods don't exist, okay, atheism is just like not believing in the existence of a god or god. So atheism is true for me, as I am an atheist. I don't believe in that. I hate it when they use terminology like this that screws this shit up. And I want to go back to this flow chart. I want to see what he says here. I want to see how he fucked it up. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Our nature is that a deity is keeping our nature uniform, orchestrated.
Okay, properties of matter. Are these properties determined without changing the identity of the substance? Well, that's a philosophical question as far as I did.
Hold on, that sounds malformed. Hold on. Are properties determined?
Right, properties.
Yeah. Are they properties determined without changing the identity? We determine them by observation.
We determine the properties via observation, then assign the identity based on properties.
Yeah. So that's just malformed.
Yeah, and then yes, physical properties.
So how are physical and chemical properties separate? That's malformed.
I have no. This is all kinds of fucked up. Oh, device not getting okay. Gretchen's in the back, but she's figuring it out. How does the substance reaction to the presence of air, acid, base, water, other chemicals? Does the properties depend on amount of substance? No. What the living? This is insane.
This is just garbage. This is garbage. We need to move on. We don't need this kind of aneurysm.
BYJU's the learning something? I don't know what the fuck that is. Gretchen. Can you hear us now? Might be an audio issue.
Dang mammoth.
I don't, yeah, the audio's all good on my end.
Yeah, I did just find the app that he got that off of, by the way. Because I went and Googled. I'm like,
oh yeah.
I was trying to find out like what source is this. Apparently, it's an app that's available upon Google Play and a bunch of other places. It's got pretty decent ratings.
Trading the properties of
we need to move past this before one of us has an aneurysm.
Oh wow! So
electrons, molecules, atoms, anything related to the materialistic world is being kept in order by a deity.
Yeah, positive claim. You need to justify that without begging the question. So,
if atheism's true, then everything that exists is the outcome of random events happening over millions and millions of years.
No, that's a false dichotomy. That's a false dilemma. Causal determinism is a thing, that things are the way they are because of the prior forces that facilitated their existence in the state that they are in. It's just a removal of telos and understanding that things are the way they are because of the prior forces. And it's not random, but it's not intentional is the whole point. So it's not like anything could be anything at any given point and any like this. That's not the way that works. So.
And millions is in question because that number's not on an unbounded set, irrelevant.
With different atoms colliding, chemical reactions, and it's all at random. So if everything.
No. If it starts off in one direction, then it's going to be causally determinate, which is not a problem. The universe could have been otherwise. It could have been another way. It just happens to be this way. It's the imposition of telos is here, is what it is. That it's the way it is because it has to be the way because it was meant to be this way, which of course is just ultimately begging the question. So.
Thing is happening at random. It is all based on probability. It's based on chance. And remember, probability has no memory. Let me try and give you an example to understand this. If for the past 1,000 days of my life, every single day, you told me to choose a number between 1 and 1 million, and for every single day, I chose the number 20, and I asked you, what number do you think I am going to choose tomorrow?
I have no idea because the fact that he chose 20 on every subsequent day does not logically entail that he's going to do it on the final day.
Oh, no. It gets worse. What kind of logic would we be appealing to for this?
What kind
of logic would we be appealing to respond to this? Based on the form of his question. if I did X for 20 days the same, what would you think?
Oh, induction. Yes.
Oh,
would be
no.
inductive yeah, it'd be
You
inductive
want us to
reasoning. Yeah.
Use induction?
It would be inductive reasoning, right?
Oh,
And so
why would
inductively,
why
I
would
could
he
say
have
that
us
the
appeal to that. We can't use
but
that.
but it's not logically entailed.
I know, but he's telling us that we should be expecting it now,
Right?
while telling us we can't be using this.
How you doing, Gretchen?
Now we don't get your PFP. This is tragic. Sure, it's dark in there.
Oh, what's up, Kentucky Atheist? Good to see you. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. I really do hope I can make it out to Kentucky in July. Kentucky in July. That's going to be rough. Temperature-wise, it's really, really hot out there. But I hope I can make it out there for the ARC protest because it's the 10th year of it. So,
What would your answer be? Well, if you said 20, my question is why? Why?
well, it's inductive. Okay, it's not guaranteed. It's not logically entailed. So we could use induction to say that you likely will choose 20, but it doesn't guarantee it. So I wouldn't conclude that you would at any absolute degree.
Why are you so confident I'm going to choose 20 again?
I'm not. My answer would be I don't know because I can use induction, but it depends upon you.
Considering the odds of me choosing the number 20 are 1 in a million. When I said probability has no memory, the chances or the probability of me choosing any other number is just as likely as me choosing the number 20. The fact that I chose 20 for the million days before that has absolutely nothing to do with me choosing 20 today. But
Right. This is not problematic. I mean, this is what I was explaining earlier. It's not logically entailed that you will. So
But that aligns with your personality and what you've always been choosing. Of course your past decisions have something to do with your future decisions. Uh-oh, guess what you just did? If you agreed with me there, you agreed that we have a God.
what? Wait, what?
That frame is our sentiment exactly.
What the living fuck? No, whatsoever, because it's not logically entailed that you will just because the pattern repeats. Okay, I mean, there is the probability that we'll continue this way, and in the physical systems that we observe in the universe, there is the probability that they will continue to act the way they do. We have no reason to think they won't because there's no agent there making a decision. Okay. Or there's no one sitting there saying, I'm going to keep orbital dynamics or orbital mechanics working the same way every single time. That's not the way that works. So there's nothing for us. There's nothing that exists yet that we've encountered that should upset those things. If there was something, a variable that could do that, then we would factor it into the explanatory model and the predictive model. Okay. So if all of a sudden it shut off at one moment, that would mean that there's something out there we're not aware of that could cause that effect, that we then need to factor that possibility into the new working model. So this whole thing is just all kinds of I don't even know how he got to God on that. That's just fucking stupid. I gotta
Can we rewind just to his previous point to the very start, for the start of his claim for where he did for that?
20. My question is why? Why are you so confident I'm going to choose 20 again? Considering
back. Yeah, so it's down to I think whether he'd be picking those numbers at random. I want to know what the selection criteria.
Oh, okay. Because
I contradicted.
Told me to choose a number between 1 and 1 million. And for every single day, I chose the number 20.
Okay. So, there's zero setup here for that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure as to what grounds he had here versus whether it'd be a motivated answer, remember? Because he referenced whether you're just consistent with something with a reason,
right?
It over and
but
over.
But I mean, this is a bad analogy because he's the one actively choosing. I could say choose a random number, and he could choose 20, and then 20, and then 20, and 20. I'm saying choose a number. Obviously, he's going to choose one at random. If he chooses 20 every single time, then that's just him making that choice.
The question is he actually being random? See, we have to ask about the veracity of that in the first place.
Right. He's obviously not being random. He's using the same number over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So obviously, but here the reason it's disanalogous is because in this analogy, there is an agent intending to choose 20 every single time.
It could. Yeah, there's a question about where the number comes from.
Right.
It is being chosen. The question is how.
And yeah, I just say that, but the introduction of the agent is problematic because the system that we're like, that's why it doesn't track. It's like 3 different mics, nothing working, gonna restart my computer. Not hopefully she can get that sorted.
Yeah.
So let's go
Okay.
through.
So
And
yeah.
I asked you, what number do you think I am going to choose tomorrow?
I could use induction to conclude that you might choose 20 again, but it's not guaranteed because you're the one making the choice. So it's not logically the outcome is not logically entailed. Done.
What would your answer be? Well, if you said 20, my question is why?
Because the probability dictates that it's possible and it's likely because you've done it the other times, but it's not guaranteed. So I wouldn't say I'm super confident that it is. I'm saying the probability dictates this, but because you're making your own choice and you're choosing it, it's not guaranteed that you will. So that's the problem of induction. It doesn't guarantee that outcome. So
yeah, one last thing attached to that. Take any other number. Again, ask why. Are you any further ahead?
Right.
You're not. Now I got it. So I either have no reason or induction.
Yeah, Kentucky, he's smuggling in the requirement of agency. Yeah, he's like that's why it's dissonant. It's a bad analogy. So,
okay.
Why are you so confident I'm going to choose 20 again? Considering the odds of me choosing the number 20 are 1 in a million.
They're actually only if you're choosing randomly. Okay, there's that randomness that you were talking about, Andrew. Is like the odds of him choosing it at random are going to be 1 in a million. But he didn't state that at the very, very beginning. So he actually changed his analogy midstream because now he's introducing randomness when before he just stated he's just choosing 20 over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's like that is the percentage chance, like the percentage every number occurs versus the whole set, but it doesn't account for selection bias.
Right. Now,
So
if I had set it up to there's a random number generator that's running through numbers 1 through 1 million, and every single time you pull the lever, it's 20, but you don't know that. You try to time the lever. You just pull it whenever you feel good. Like there's I'm going to pull it now. I'm going to wait 10 seconds to pull it now. If every single time you pulled the lever on the random number generator and the number 20 came up, and that happened like 999,999 times in a row, does that guarantee that 20 is going to show up on the 1 millionth lever pull? And no, it does not.
Okay. There's a great analogy for this one, and I get to use myself as a victim for it. So I'm going to go into a boxing match with Mike Tyson in his prime. Now,
can I
the odds are 50-50 because I'm 50% of the participants. That's not how odds work.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's the number of the participants, but that's not the odds.
That's not the odds of your survival.
Because I'm 50% of the participants. It doesn't work that way.
So long as you sign all your stuff over to me, I'm good.
Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Oh, you're no problem, Kentucky. Absolutely. Take it and run with it. Take it and run with it.
Probability also requires priors, and apparently every prior was 20, so he can get stuffed on that too.
When I said probability has no memory, the chances.
Yeah,
it does.
Probability does. Well,
it does.
The
occurrence. Give me my hit.
The probability does, but he does. The agent has the memory, is the whole point. And so he's flip-flopping between an analogy that's going off of true randomness to the agent making decisions is the problem. So he's literally changing his analogy midstream here. So either that or he's just articulating himself very, very poorly.
Oh, this is all the same flaw through this whole time. Yeah.
Or the probability of me choosing any other number is just as likely as me choosing the number 20.
If it's truly random. But if you're an agent that is actively selecting 20 every single time because you want to, that's different. So this is why this doesn't work.
The fact that I chose 20 for the million days before that.
Did you choose it or did you randomly choose it? So now he's back to the active choice that he chose 20. Now I'm just asking, hey, choose a number between 1 and a million and do it at random. And that's what I say. Then he says 20. No, I don't think you're choosing it right. I am choosing it at random. 20. So his analogy is all over the place here.
Has absolutely nothing to do with me choosing 20 today. But
well, that's only if it's completely random. But if you're an agent, that's the problem. Now he's mixing his analogies here. So, but it's true. If it is random, there's no guarantee that you will randomly choose 20, even after 990,000 times in a row that you chose 20, or that you wound up with 20, that you pulled the lever and wound up with 20. It's not guaranteed on the millionth pull of the lever, but it could be guaranteed if you're the one just actively choosing 20. You could just choose 21 to be contrarian and prove that I was wrong in my inductive conclusion, but that's expected because the problem of induction is understood and provides a limiter on the statements that we can make. So,
now on the rest of this is, of course, he's declaring that it's random, versus if we're applying this to anything else, like how the universe functions, well, we don't have declarations, so you have nothing to bank on.
Right.
So all we have is induction. So his idea that things are random in the first place is an assertion.
Which is why and then we, of course, because all we have to work with is induction and the priors that we have that dictate what the probability is going forward. And because until we have evidence to indicate that those probabilities will change, or something could change the probability that an outcome will take place, then we'll factor that in. But we haven't encountered anything like that. So, and if the God exists, that would be something we'd have to counter, and that would increase the probability that they could change, because the God could change at any time for any reason. So it actually works against him in that respect. It actually reduces the probability that we could be right simply by virtue of the thing existing that could potentially change it. So.
But that aligns with your personality and what you've always been choosing. Of course, your past decisions have something to do with your future.
Only if you're actively choosing it. If it's completely random, then no.
Decisions. Guess what you just did?
Applies.
If you
Not a problem. It still applies. So like the past does affect the future, but I'm not sure it matters.
Right.
Beyond the thought of I'm already counting this as a poisoned source, so why should I be expecting random?
And where is he getting
the past affects the future? Where's the random?
All of a sudden he jumps to this idea. You agree with my claim, therefore
you
God
agreed
exists.
with me there. You agreed that we have a God.
No.
Wow.
There's an important distinction that he's ignoring, that he keeps dancing around. That is whether the outcome of the numbers chosen is completely random, or if you are actively choosing to do that. If there is a God, it is an agent that's actively choosing to do that. Okay, that's the first part of the analogy. Then you switch to completely random, but causal determinism is a potential thing, that things are the way they are because of the prior events that took forth. That's the way they couldn't be otherwise, because they were causally determined. There's no intention for them to be that way. That's just the way they wound up. So this is still him trying to insert telos where there is no justification to insert telos. You know,
worse. This is a straight contradiction, because he's invoking causality on one side and random on the other. That's a straight contradiction.
Yeah,
just burn it. Yeah,
this is so fucked.
Whoa. What do you mean? What do you mean I agreed we have a God? Come on, that's a big jump there. Take it like this. You are making the inference that by my past decisions, my future decision will be like my past decisions.
No, the probability may be that it could be if you were the one actively choosing it, but on truly random things, no, that probability goes down because it's not guaranteed. We have to wait for the outcome. So we can make an inductive inference as to what the outcome might be, but the probability, because we have all the priors, increases, of course, but it's still not guaranteed. So it could be otherwise, and we wouldn't be surprised if it were.
In a universe without a God, there is no decision making.
Okay, so there's no telos. There's no intentionality
for why things are as they are.
Yeah, there's no intentionality
that occurs in the universe because of how the universe works.
Yeah. See, Kentucky Atheist says, if you apply the point he is trying to make, even allowing in the agency part, and it is more damaging to his argument than anything. Agreed.
Yep.
The idea that the future will be like the past is simply basing it off of whoever makes that decision. The person.
Right. No, it's based on the evidence.
Whoever makes that decision.
It's based on the evidence. It's based on the priors. So that's how we make the induction. It's based on the priors that we have access to. So it's not dictated by whoever's doing that. It's the evidence is what indicates it. That allows us to establish.
It's enacted by whoever's going, you know what? I will go with induction. It goes by that. But yeah, it goes according to the evidence, but chosen like going, you know what? I think this is enough for me.
This is just painfully stupid.
Yeah.
person making that decision is God. A universe without a God is equivalent to having a random number generator
No, it's
choose
not.
how the properties of our physical world will work. So
No, it doesn't. That is so fucking dumb.
And absolutely backwards because God can gravity yes, gravity no on demand.
It's so
And does it.
dumb. It's like it's a false dilemma. Whatever. It's just so fucked up.
atheists, why do you have so much faith that the laws of gravity will exist how they've always existed?
We don't. We have confidence that they do because based on the prior evidence, on the consistency of the past, we can predicate the probability that they will be the same very, very high because there is nothing that we're aware of that can alter that fact. There is no God that exists that could simply turn it off and turn it on, like Andrew was saying. So it's based upon probability. We have confidence in that because of the established priors, the empirical priors. It's not a faith proposition. I like how he tried to drag the non-believer into the faith position but that's just him like insulting himself. So he knows how bad it is for him, so he's got to drag us down to his level. Tony Regime says this comes down to believing that we have free will while expecting everyone else to behave as if they are following a predetermined route. It's so bad. Reformed Riley is terrible. It's like this is just shit.
When everything is by random chance.
It's not.
How can you come to scientific conclusions when
causal determinism is one possibility that allows us high probability?
When all you're doing is basing the future on the past?
Well, yeah, because we're not going to beg the question about why things are the way they are. We're not going to insert telos where there's no justification to do so. He's still begging the question here. Yes, he's pointing out like an issue there, but it's an issue we recognize, and it's not as bad as he thinks it is. So it's just a natural no. I would say that the problem of induction is something that keeps us intellectually honest. That's how I interpret it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's how Hume interpreted it as well.
Yeah, I use that as like I said, this is one of those could be barn burners. It's like you want to burn the whole place down. You could go there, but you're not supposed to. This is like it is supposed to be a keep yourself honest to the limits of what you can do, but nobody's claiming the absolutes. But meanwhile, I could get struck by a meteor walking outside tomorrow, but it hasn't happened yet. So what am I actually basing my life off of?
How you doing, Gretchen?
Oh, wait. Not sure if that was a flicker I saw at the top of the bar. I don't think we're winning this one.
Damn. I was really hoping to have Gretchen up on the stage.
Studio permissions.
Where is the studio permissions? It would be under your own individual settings. You'd go to the settings and then adjust them there. Is it possible that that StreamYard is not picking up your mic source? Is entirely possible. I've had that happen to me before. So like if you click on the settings option, which should be down at the bottom, it's the little flower wheel thing there, the gear. If you click on that, you should be able to check your sources, like audio, and give you your mic and your speaker sources.
Yeah, right directly to the right of the microphone icon is the little up arrow for device selection.
We'll let her mess with that and see with this.
How are you to say that the future will be like the past?
We have probabilistic certitude based upon the priors, but we don't say it's 100% absolute. We may operate as far as like developing this though, but we recognize that it's not 100%. It's like 99.9. So we just operate as though it is until we're surprised by something that changes it. It's pretty much how we operate.
How are you even to know that 13.8 billion years ago, the properties of molecules and atoms work the same as today?
Because there's no reason to assume that they weren't, because there's nothing that we know exists that would fundamentally change them. So, I mean, come on, dude.
How are you so quick?
The consistency of everything is proof of God. But also, you can't count on the consistency of things.
Right.
To assume that the laws of thermodynamics will exist. If the laws in nature exist, were these laws discovered? If the law was created by humans, how?
Well, they're descriptive. We articulate what we are describing what we observe, and those descriptions are called laws. So, which tell us what happens, whereas theories describe why it happens. So,
Yep.
Can we bet that the law of thermodynamics is suitable for us to base different scientific calculations on if
Yes.
we don't know that this law will remain constant?
well, there's no reason for us to think that it won't, probabilistically speaking, until something comes along that could potentially change it. So, that's the whole point.
And if the law was discovered, then who created this law?
No, nobody created it. It's how the universe functions, and then we describe it, and because it's consistent, we describe it as a law. So that's all it is. He's like completely back-asswards here.
If a law was prescribed, there ought to be a lawgiver.
You mean have to be, but that's why the difference between regulatory theory and necessitarianism necessitarianism has a prescriptive view of the universe. I'm not a necessitarian. I hold a regulatory theory that these things are descriptive in nature, not prescriptive in nature. So,
Yep. Not prescribed.
yeah.
That being God. And my final sort of half point is that if there is no God, there is no meaning of life.
No dictated meaning from a god, but there is still meaning for the individuals who can decide it for themselves. So that just doesn't even follow. No, overarching meaning as dictated by some agent. It would be us dictating it for ourselves. So that doesn't even follow.
And I can guarantee you that almost every single atheist lives their life contrary to that fact.
No, I decide the meaning of my life for me, just like most everybody else out there does it for them. It's the thing that I choose for myself and not something that's dictated to me. So, and it can change depending upon my interests.
So I'll leave off the video with this. An atheist might tell you, I do not have enough faith to believe in God.
No, an atheist would always say that belief in a God is unjustified because there is not insufficient evidence or argumentation to warrant belief in one.
Well, I say to you, I do not have enough faith to be an atheist.
And he stole that from Frank Turek. Like straight ripped that from that's for the name, like the title of Frank Turek's book. And it's a dumb way to express that, to express his personal incredulity is what it is. All of this boils down to, I see it all the time. And the whole thing boils down to the need for telos, the need for things to be the way they are for a specific reason, that because it provides them emotional security and alleviates existential dread about reality, and alleviates the responsibility for doing the work for their own lives. Having these things dictated to you is far simpler and far more comforting than having to go out and suss them out for yourselves for your own life. That's a heavy amount of responsibility that a lot of people shy away from. They don't want to do that kind of work. It requires self-reflection. It requires admitting when you're wrong. It requires acknowledging your limitations. It requires being human. And from that, they don't want anything to do with that shit. Yeah, being human, having to go through the human condition, having to deal with the shit, they would rather not, because they find no joy in it. They find no positivity in it, that it's painful, it's long, it's arduous. There has to be a reason for it. It's like, no, there doesn't have to be a reason for it, but they need there to be a reason for it to justify all the shit that we go through. This is all emotional appeal. It's done for them for like personal reasons whatsoever. And I get why they do it. They just don't need to do it. And this is all about just like kind of like the individual themselves. You know, it comes down to, it's easier to have a purpose dictated for you than to go out and do the work and find your own purpose and determine that for your own life, and be okay with it not being the same all the time, that your interests can change, your ideas can change, and you can choose another path if you want to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. So ultimately, nothing objectively wrong with that, you know? So choose your path. And it's far more empowering to choose the direction or the meaning or the purpose for your own life than to have it dictated to you regardless of what you think or believe or what you feel. That's a violation of autonomy. What I find intriguing is that they define their God as creating us to have free will and have agency and have the ability to make choices. And yet it doesn't respect those choices. It provides incentives for choosing something that is irrational and impediments for choosing something that we made that seems to be the only other logical option. And so it's trying to force us down a path. It's saying you have free will, but I'm going to force you down this path by putting a gun to your head if you make the wrong choice. And then ultimately it's going to be a violation of that autonomy by saying, I did create you with free will, but this is the purpose I have dictated for you, and you need to follow that purpose. If you don't, then you are outside my purview, or you're whatever. You're not doing what I want you to do, and therefore you will suffer for that, or you will go to hell or do whatever, because this is the dictated purpose, which is a violation of autonomy as well. It's dictating the course of my life independent of what I want my life to be. And so it gives us free will, and yet it violates it all at almost every single turn, which is just fucking ridiculous. It's just pointless, and it's just results in slave mentality is all it is, which is very, very sad to me.
Yep. Is he just about done with the last point here?
That is it. That was his last
Okay.
statement.
Okay. That was okay. Said it was a defense. Okay. Actually, okay. This is actually good. This is a good size for me to share for exactly what I got here. Hold on 1 second. So we want some telos, do we? Well, let's just see where I'm at. I do believe desktop audio. I think, is that muted? Oh, okay. We're about to see if desktop audio comes through. I think this will work. It's been a while since I've done this.
Well, if you share it, well, go ahead. Yeah, there's no audio.
Hold on. I just got to get desktop audio. Oh, yeah, I know what to do. Yeah, I know what to do here. Hold on. I just got to change my audio source. Yeah. I will overcome.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gretchen. Did the permissions not work out? Is it still it's pulling audio from the correct source? When you so Gretchen, real quick, we can do a quick troubleshoot here. When you look down at the very bottom and you see the little mic symbol on the left-hand side, you see the little up arrow that's to the right of it. When you click on that up arrow, it'll have your microphone setting and your speaker setting. I know that you can hear me, so your speakers are good, but what is the setting on your microphone? I tried a studio mic, a header, and the internal. It seems to me it's like the one that it's clicked on, header equals headset. Oh.
It doesn't like any of them.
I can hear you now.
Oh, you can?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm cool.
Wow, we got it.
We got you.
Yeah, and I got to figure out my loop.
Equipment I have, and it likes the fucking $23 monster headset that I got. Whatever.
We got you. So I'm so glad that you came on, and I appreciate you coming by my stream and everything. And there was something that somebody made a mention about something to me. I don't go over to Taco streams anymore, so I haven't been over there in forever, so I don't know. But a comment was made to me that somebody who was there mentioned that there was a bit of a crash, that Taco had a bit of a crash out of it or something. And I said, it was like, fuck you, JL, you piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. And there was a comment that was made that I was curious about. This kind of goes towards me and just kind of like how I conduct myself in doing these stages and everything. And I was kind of curious about your take on it, because I was told that it came from a comment from you that going down the route that I'm going, that in 10 years, I'd be Matt Dillahunty. And I have some understanding as to the things that went on in Matt's life, but I'm kind of curious about that, because then it was followed up like Taco thinks I'm pushing everybody away from me, which I don't think I'm doing, but I'm just kind of curious as to your take on that. Like, could you elaborate what you meant? Because if it's something that I can shore up in my behavior, I would very much like to do that. If it's some sort of negative connotation that I'm not grasping.
I don't think it was negative or positive. It's just an observation on my part. I don't know anything about Matt Dillahunty's personal life to where, that would have set him on a good or bad path. Just I think Matt's just been doing the same thing for so long.
Right. I would agree with that. Yeah.
And it's just like maybe it's time to try something new or get out of the game, and my comment about you was that, you seem to be about 10 years behind him. I mean, you want to keep doing the same thing in 10 years and end up in the same place he is? I mean, and of course that's just my opinion. It
No,
doesn't.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, my curiosity is that was like because I understand several of the things that took place in Matt's life. A big huge turning point was the drama that went down between him and the AXP and the atheist or the atheist community of Austin, the ACA, when Rationality Rules was on the show and made some comments regarding trans rights in sports during the trans individuals in sports debate that was going on, that was really hot at the time. Riley Gaines was doing all that shit, blah blah blah, and there were some comments that Rationality Rules that Steven made that were really that came off very poorly, and Steven quickly recognized his failure and then corrected it and said, I made uneducated statements. I've educated myself now. And he came out and his correction was very well improved. But there was a lot of drama behind the scenes that led to a separation of many people leaving the ACA. There was problems with I guess politics or whatever. And, Matt ended up having a problem with them. So there was a lot of, he stopped being president, and there was a lot of drama there. Now, my take is that because Matt is in a relationship with Arden, I think they're still in a relationship, that they're in a relationship. He's catching a lot of like personal attacks about that. And he interprets that a specific way when it comes to like his position, and everything. And so he takes it all very personally. I don't think that I'm in that same boat, because the like personal like attacks at me, I don't much give a shit about, because they hold no bearing over me. So I think that there's a fundamental difference in that. I don't know if I'll be doing this another 10 years. If I'm still making money doing it and I'm still changing minds and I'm still having a positive effect, I might be. That depends upon a number of factors, like whether YouTube, keeps maintaining this and allowing me to speak and shit like that. So, but I was just curious, because there's a number of factors in Matt's life that differentiate from mine, that I think contributed to the kind of animosity I think you're talking about. Because he's been doing it so long, and the hate he gets is almost nonstop, just because of the person that he's in love with, which I can get contributes to his animosity.
See, I don't look at it that way. I don't think the hate he gets is attributed to the person he's in love with. I think that he's part of the old guard, and the new guard is wanting to come up and supplant him. I think the same thing would be happening to Christopher Hitchens right now had he lived.
Interesting. I
To
do
be
get that,
honest,
like, if you're talking about like
my
the like
personal take, maybe it's bullshit, but that's the way I see it.
yeah, are you talking about like the new atheism guard, like that new atheism mentality kind of? Yeah, I get. The Trent Horn did a video on this where he was talking about why new atheism failed, and he gets it completely wrong. It's absolutely insane.
I don't watch any of that shit. I don't watch Christian streamers. I don't watch atheist streamers. I mean, other than the debates, I like the debates. That's about it.
I get it. Yeah.
And I've always come from the political bent. Like I was just a regular ass atheist for years until I saw the actual damage it was doing to my country, and
that atheism was doing, or
that Christianity.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We're inching closer and closer to Christo-national or Christo-fascism every single year, and that started in the late '90s, and So, yeah.
The whole shit with the moral majority and, you know, all that fucking nonsense, right? It's been an increasing threat ever since, you know, since I was young, and now is rearing its ugly fucking head, because I honestly think it's because it's kind of the last gasp of their shit, trying to establish wrest control of our government over it. And I understand. I kind of get being in the same thing and hearing the same shit over and over again, doing it for 20 plus years can drive people into it. There's a drama aspect that the line that some people on the line, not all of them, but there's a drama aspect that I don't really buy into. I try to keep things as cool as possible and have a conversation. But I wanted to, I think I wanted to do a little bit of self-reflection, because I know that at times I've been in conversations that have gotten extremely heated when there's no control, and we're constantly going for like the rageonomics, and people are over talking one another, and there's no moderation, and it's just intensities. I think it comes down to the platform is what it is. And being on this platform, I can have a more structured conversation and ensure that everybody gets their opportunity to talk and express their views, which is why I had to put Sean, who was a previous guest here, I had to put him in the back room because he would not stop interrupting. So, you know, I think that's what I needed. Yeah, being in that open forum where it's just like, you know, everybody going at each other's throats.
Also why J Money took off as soon as I came up here.
Yeah, why did he take? Is there a reason?
Yeah, we've been getting into it recently. I have zero patience for someone who says, "Oh, I make all my decisions based on science," and then within the very next sentence, he's off in fucking woo-woo land, and you know.
I remember a 4-hour conversation I had with Jay Money where we wound up at, you know, he believes it because it makes him feel good about stuff, which at least he was intellectually honest about it.
He's never been like that with me. He's never been able to say, I just believe it because it makes me feel good. He says he believes it because the science tells him so. And then when he gets hung up on any particular ideology, he says, well, let's talk about quantum gravity. And I'm like, no, you don't know jack fucking shit about quantum gravity, Jay. You can't fucking speak on it. You definitely can't speak on it to 4 other people who don't know anything about it. Take it to fucking Dr. Blitz.
Yeah.
You know, don't try to fucking don't try to snow 3 other people on a fucking atheist live stream when we don't know what the fuck quantum gravity is either. And don't pretend like you fucking know. He's a master at using big words to convince everyone he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't.
It took 4 hours for me to eventually pry out that the emotional position he has. Like, it took a long time to eventually, and I think he just admitted it out of just sheer exhaustion. I think that we had exhausted so many different topics that eventually got to this point that he holds to them because he wants them to be the case, because he finds them very, very fulfilling, like emotionally fulfilling. But it took, like I said, it was a struggle getting there, you know.
And every night is a different. He holds to something different every fucking night. So it's just like, I mean,
yeah. Well, I do appreciate you coming up. You're always welcome here, Gretchen. I saw an opportunity. The whole reason for this is I saw an opportunity to potentially reevaluate and kind of take a look at myself and see where I could improve. And I just needed more context to kind of like see where am I, because there might be something that somebody else sees in the course of my, or that there might be a conclusion that they've come to by observing my behavior that may elicit some insight into my own life that I may be missing.
Well, I'm always, you don't know me that well, but I'll always be honest with you, even if it hurts your fucking feelings.
Awesome. That's what I was hoping for. I was like looking for,
don't care.
looking for every opportunity to improve is what I'm doing, so that we can have these conversations.
And of course, now I'm probably gonna take shit from Taco because I deigned to show, it's like when I bailed out of there, he was talking smack about Jay and Nobody on Fire just for being on your stream, and
see,
he doesn't like the fact that he gets overly sensitive about this shit too. He takes the shit personally, and the last time I said as much, he took my wrench away, and I'm like,
wow.
What, you think that's gonna make me fucking shut up? Because it won't. It'll just make me louder, and you're gonna have to fucking ban me, showing that you know, are even more sensitive about it than I thought. And that night he gave me back my wrench, and I haven't heard anything about it since. But
And hey, Duck, good to see you. Saw you in the back. I'm not a fan
What up?
of this kind of drama. I'm very much with Jessica on this. I want it to end. People getting attacked for coming over here and talking with me or talking with the
yeah,
guests that I have on
I
here.
followed Jessica over here because
Yeah.
I didn't want to hear this shit anymore.
Yeah. I want to be able to have conversations like we've been having here, like Andrew's been a part of, that he's seen. I think we conduct ourselves pretty damn solidly. We've only had like, I think 1 or 2 incidents where somebody is like really crashed out. And I had to control it. But even then, we've had Grace and her dad on, and even that didn't turn into a shit show. We were able to maintain a modicum of control over it and have a decent conversation with Grace. With Grace Thorpe of all people, which it's like it can be done, and that's what I want to see. But we're just not. I mean, I don't like that other people being dragged into the middle of it. I don't appreciate it. None of y'all deserve that shit. That whatever beef that exists is between Taco and me. Technically, it's on Taco's end because I stopped giving a shit some time ago. But he should not be. It's my opinion that he shouldn't be dragging all of you into it, just for deigning to go hear what's another conversation happening on another channel, which is just silly to me. It's weird because it feels like it's trying to control the information flow.
Venting because his feelings are hurt.
Yeah.
So. But he's,
Oh, well, thank you. The spam goes here. Says, hey, I saw Justin was live and I chose to be here. Justin is awesome, but here's better. Now, if John Cohen was on at the same time, I might have trouble choosing. I get that. I do get that. I do appreciate it, spam. Very, very much so. Hopefully this drama will end. And
well, maybe when my stream starts, then you won't have any trouble picking who's stream.
I'm tired of seeing the people that I respect and the people that I like, and I like to have conversations with. Which is all of y'all. I hate seeing y'all dragged into shit that you had that I don't think any of you even had a stake in. You guys have no skin in the game, and it should have just been done, but I'm not going to contribute to it. If people want to hang out at Tacos and never come over here, I support their decision to do so. If they prefer that platform over here, that's cool. If you enjoy both, the kind of like the rageonomics, clip farming, craziness, then that's cool. If you want to come over here for a little bit more structure and a little bit more calm presentation, that's also cool. If you want to come over here and not go to Tacos, I'm good with that as well. People should have the right to choose and not be made to feel bad for their choices. And really, really upsetting that he is putting people in that position.
Well, once I get mine going, I probably will spend a lot less time at both at anyone else's streams.
Hell yeah, I can't wait to see yours. Fuck yeah.
Mine's being built from the point of view that all these different atheists in the chats, because I am a creature of chat. I get that. And how many of us would like to just jump on a call and just like cook alongside Justin or Joel or Mezzo, and we don't get the chance to do that. So
it looks like a Mod's channel though, Gretchen. Doesn't Mod just miss the missing Mod? If anyone was her, she's really good at just opening the stage and getting people up.
She is. She definitely is. But then there's the whole, there's a subset of people who will judge you or at least judge me just for being friends with Mod, and because she's a Christian and I'm not, but she's a person and I'm a person, and we found that we can get along just fine.
That'd be cool. Like an atheist sort of like breakfast hours or like whenever. That'd be cool. I'd definitely chill and chat or come up and talk if you start growing your channel there.
Yeah, my channel is built around all the people in the chat who said, "Oh God, I wish I had a channel," or "I wish I knew how to do that," or "I wish I had the time to devote to that." Well, I'm a disabled veteran. I've got all the fucking time in the world. So, I mean, I could start up a channel and then just let people come on and do their thing. So,
Fuck yeah. And thank you for your service.
sure.
So I'm
I
glad
hate
we
it
were
when
able to,
say
I'm
that
glad
to
we were
me.
able to huh?
I hate it when
Are
people
we?
say that.
Did we?
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
given
Gretchen, I
the,
didn't know. I always forget you were a veteran.
given the sacrifice that it takes, I tried to make that sacrifice. I tried to be amongst that number, and I couldn't. So I didn't have what it took. You do have what it takes, and you made that, and you chose to do that. So that's something I'm deeply appreciative of. So
It just makes me feel weird hearing people say that. Because before 9/11/2001, no one ever said that to us. Ever.
So you leave tacos to come up here and talk shit about me. Great. But that's just
Jay, she wasn't talking
You know what?
shit,
I wasn't
dude.
talking shit about you.
that's what I heard. I just played it back. So
I wasn't talking shit about you.
that's talking shit. I
Everything,
wasn't part of the
everything
topic.
that I,
No, hold
He's
up.
asking
everything
you how.
that I
Look.
just said
He's
about
asking
you,
you how he could be a better man.
everything
And
that I
then,
just
or
said about
whatever it
you,
is that he wants to learn about what you said about him because you made a comment about him.
Jay,
You
I'm gonna
somehow
fucking
circumvent that into bringing me up.
Okay, hold up.
everything I just said about you, I have said to your fucking face.
Okay,
Not
hold
the-
up, guys.
Why
Hold up.
you gotta
No,
come here and
Jay,
talk-
Jay,
call me up?
hold
Go
it,
ahead.
hold the thought. Hold the thought. We don't need the drama here. But what
That's
I
what I'm
can say
saying.
is this: Gretchen came up to have a conversation with me because I requested some insight into myself.
Yes.
When you left, when Gretchen first came up, you automatically left. So my curiosity was is there something going on there? Gretchen merely expressed a disagreement that you and I have expressed before. That we've had that conversation. We had that 4-hour long conversation.
I remember.
Okay. She was just
And-
expressing her opinion, and
No,
it wasn't
I-
denigrating you as a person. It wasn't talking shit.
No. What I'm saying is, all right, this is what I mean, right? Like, these are things we've already discussed and we've already said. And it's not like she's like, I'm not saying she's saying the worst things. Like, I know that. I know the difference between saying some vile shit and just some shit. But it is shit talk, right? I mean,
No, I get that. No, I get that. No, I get your opinion, but this conversation right here is something best handled in private.
Yeah,
and
that's
not,
what I was
not
trying to say.
But she
Go ahead.
wasn't denigrating you, and she wasn't talking shit about you. She was expressing opinion about your position. It wasn't talking shit or denigrating you or knocking down. She was just expressing her personal opinion, which she's allowed to do. Okay,
No,
but
I understand that, but that wasn't the topic. It's like looking for a way to infuse it in. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is,
Ask
even
the
more, I've never
question.
once look. I've never once said that I don't believe what I believe, even in that conversation with you. Yeah, it does make me feel great, and yeah, I probably can't prove it, but I still believe it. It's not like it's just some, some sentiment, some good old sentiment that just gives me a nice old day.
Can you
Like
guys-
I do feel there's a mystery
Jay-
in the fact it's time and space time.
Jay, can you assuage me real quick? Because I thought on Mega Bloodbath debates we kind of debate and we do tackle some serious topics, but we have a lot of fun with those too.
Yeah, we do.
So I mean, as far as interpersonal stuff that needs to be kind of handled in private, there wasn't
I'm good
anything.
on that. We ain't gotta talk about that. Man, we good. We
That's
good.
cool. But Gretchen,
gotta talk about it in private.
Hold up, Jay. Gretchen didn't bring up anything that I didn't ask. I asked if there was something there because you were on the stage and then Gretchen came on and you immediately left, like almost instantly. And I was kind of like, oh, that was odd. You didn't say
what it was.
No, hang on, man. And so I was curious as if there was something there. And Gretchen could have said no. Gretchen did provide an answer. She provided her opinion on it, and that's fine. But that's just what that was. It wasn't to knock you down a peg. It was just her expressing her opinion, and it was elicited by the question that I asked. So, but if there's personal stuff there, it needs to be handled kind of like off stage. This stage isn't the place for that to manage beef. But
I agree, Jay. I didn't come here.
This isn't. Well, respect what JL just said. He just told you guys this isn't drama hour, and so I don't know where else can we go from there.
Right.
You know,
So
if you're
so at
agreeing
this
with him,
point,
I'm giving
at
him
this
his
point,
props.
Oh, I'm not part. I'm not part of this. I'm just not. I didn't reach a. I didn't. We didn't. We don't have any sort of. Um. I don't have a stake in it. Is what I'm
I
saying.
got you.
right.
I hear you, bro.
So nobody. I mean, so there's no. I don't hold for a second that there's any ulterior motives here. That anybody is trying to undermine anybody else. The conversation kind of went to the way the direction the conversation went is predominantly. I'm not a fan of Taco taking out his drama on other people simply for being here. That's the
Yeah.
issue that I have. That's the personal issue that I've got. And if there's beef there that he wants to squash, then that needs to be handled between me and Taco in private. That's probably never going to happen because he's blocked me everywhere. But
That's a simp play, by the way. Blocking people is simp play, by the way.
And I wish we could, because I'm sick and tired of people like Gretchen, like Jay Patrick, I killed Earl, potentially you, Duck. Like, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I don't like that you guys are being put in that position, because I think it's unfair. It's unfair to y'all. So,
Jail, I've been talking recently about, I don't know if this is the right place for it, but I've been talking recently about my alcoholism, former sex addictions on other channels. And so that's why I try to stay out of the drama, because you never know people's personal contexts, you know?
And Spam, to address that, from what I understand, Discord has completely backed off of everything that it was going to do as far as the identification thing. So I don't think that there's any need right now to migrate to another platform. The public outcry, or the backlash on the internet was sufficient enough to make Discord back off. So considering that, I think it was the minute they, like the day they announced that, or like shortly after they announced that, they saw a massive drop. It was like people just didn't want to have anything to do with that. And so that was enough to get the conversation going. And then they were on their heels, kind of like, oh, well, maybe we'll do blah, blah, blah. And then from what I understand, they've completely backed off of it. And that Discord is not going to implement the whole, like, everybody's a teen, you need to verify your shit. And so I don't think that's going to happen. As far as I know, that's where we're kind of at. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my veterans groups on Discord sells a shirt that says, "Everyone you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about."
Except for me, I'm fighting no battles, except for the ones that I pick. I hate to say, I'm humble bragging. My life is pretty amazing. So, but I'm lucky that way. I have an amazing woman in my life, and I have a great life that I've built. So, which is why I can do this. But anywho, but I appreciate you coming up, Gretchen. Like I said, you're always welcome to come up, especially if I have a guest on. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you're always welcome here. Jay Money, same goes for you. You're always welcome here. I've enjoyed having conversations with you. And I know you like talking with Tony. So, and he'll be he's a frequent guest.
I like that combo. I had to dip a little early because this is what I didn't want, the drama, right? That's why I left. Believe it or not, Jill, that's why I left, just so you know. But yeah, I'll be back next time to talk to Tony.
Oh yeah, so you'll see him here frequently now that I've changed the time. This is a good time for Tony to be on. And yeah, Duck, you're good people. I can tolerate you on. But man, we have been going for a little over 9 hours. This is a long ass stream, and I don't know if we have any believers in the live chat.
See you guys later. I'm out of here.
Take it easy, Gretchen. You have a great rest of your morning, I guess, because it's so early. But you have a great one. Okay.
Bye.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Okay. You're actually seriously looking to take on another caller?
Is there another one?
I don't know. You seemed open to it, which oh boy, have we run into overtime.
Oh yeah,
this
is double OT here.
My opinion has evolved, yeah, from the last time we spoke. I mean, that movie, man, that Project Hail Mary, that did something, man. Did you watch that?
I haven't, but I'm familiar with the book.
Oh, it's such a beautiful movie. I never heard of the book. I didn't think it was going to be that good. I was blown away.
Good stuff. Really quick, I need to address this. Thank you, Earl. I appreciate that. I this is more my speed. I really enjoy this, and I did not realize until I was out of it how negatively or how much I'd allowed that to kind of affect me. So I'm glad that I'm done with that, and it's literally a weight off my shoulders. So I appreciate that very, very much. And State Farm, Jake from State Farm. In a perfect world, we'd be able to do that. That requires an effort on his behalf. He's blocked me on every measure. So there's no way for me to contact him. He's in full control of that because he got mad at me, then he blocked me on everything. So there's no way for me to get in touch with him. And even if I went onto his streams, I'm pretty sure he runs them all like subscriber only. So, unless he makes contact, I just don't see it happening. It's on him. So until for him to make the first move, I
do wish you guys would make up one day. I know it's a lot of you did a lot of work on the MBB channel, and I'm sad to have heard that there were unpleasant messages that were exchanged. That's never acceptable, especially because neither of you guys are Christians on YouTube. And so I hate hearing that you guys had to go through all that. And yeah, it's just really sad.
Yeah, I don't like division myself, especially unnecessary division. When shit gets in the way. I'm like Earl was pointing out. I'm glad this is how I like to run. Okay. This is my speed. It may just be a difference in opinion or a difference in personality or how we envision our channels. Maybe it's just not the environment for me. Maybe it's not anymore where, because it's different from where it started at the very beginning. So I'm just going to say I'm good. And the level of the kind of toxicity that was prevalent over there it's not good for me. So keep doing those, working on your abs, get those obliques up. And he'd have to take the first step, maybe. I don't think he ever will. But nonetheless, we did have good times together. We did support each other for I think the better part of 5 years. And, yes, Ice Tamer, this is live. This is not a rerun. So it's there. It's there if he chooses to, but
I was one of those calling for peace and all that, but sometimes, man, you got to recognize when a horse is dead. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, and I like where we're going with this. I like the stage that I'm running now. I like I like the conversations we're having. We're having solid conversations and making actual progress. And nobody has to. I don't think anybody that comes on this channel has to worry about me or worry about anybody else trying to trap them in a position in order to farm a clip to make them look silly, because that's not what I'm about.
I do want to farm something though. Maybe we can do it next week. We'll have more. But I was just inspired by Artemis 2. I was reading about AI and neuroscience and how we're making progress modeling brains. Got me thinking about philosophy of science. I saw Medium talking, relativity, how it works with quantum physics, gravity. Those really base topics are coming back up. And it keeps getting me thinking about Philip Goff's Minimum God. And so I do want to, I hope to have a safe space to explore that and argue about that too sometime soon.
The conversation between you and PhD Tony might be really, really interesting. So I'll lay that out. As it stands right now, we've been going for a hot minute. We've been going for a little over 9 hours. It's the longest I think I've ever run a stream solo. This has been good because I know we spent like 4 hours on Sean. I think that was like a 4-hour conversation or a 5-hour conversation. Yeah, we had a good long one. And eventually he wound up leaving because he wouldn't stop interrupting. And I was trying to finish a point, so I had to put him in the back. And I was going to bring him back up, but he took off from there. So it's kind of a bummer. Maybe he'll come back. I don't know. But it went fairly well. We got to a good logical terminus on that stuff, which is what I aim to do. But I think this is a good spot because we're almost 9.5 hours in, and I don't see any believers in. got to have some good conversations. So
I believe it's not a no theistic shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not the only way to believe in God or something that made this or produced this somehow. Like you can believe that and not believe in a book. You know what I mean? Because even the people that are responsible for the book, at one point there wasn't no book. You know what I'm saying? They still had the curiosity. There was still something that was the cause of this, in my opinion.
Yeah, just before we sign off, I think I got the audio fixed up here. I got a solid minute to answer the last thing that we saw from that video with regards to purpose. I want to see. I think I've got the audio feedback working here. Hold on. You let me know as soon as you see mouths moving. You let me know if you hear it.
Okay.
Switching over audio devices to make sure I got this right.
And before you jump into it, Krakatoon did ask a question. I'm going to address that Krakatoon very, very shortly. As soon as we're good here. No, I still can't hear it.
No, I see Rick and Morty, but I don't see anything else there. Nope. Nope.
That's not quite right, apparently.
Your mic is coming through, but there's no audio anywhere else either.
I'm wondering whether I could just turn my volume up and have I'm not sure feedback prevention will do it. You know what? I'll try getting loud for what it's worth.
So while I was doing that, I will address this. Krakatoon, you did ask the question. I started. I didn't want to miss it. It said, what did you do for the anime you mentioned before? So the animes that I've worked on Trickster. I've worked on Heroic Legend of Arslan. I've worked on Puzzles and Dragons X, One Piece Film Gold, Joker Game, Showman Sample, Gangsta, Sky Wizards Academy, Overlord, Assassination Classroom, One Piece 3D2Y, One Piece itself, Bento, One Piece, the Jitageki special. So those are the ones I've worked on. It's not on here, but I actually did some additional voice work for Attack on Titan as well. So, but it's not listed here because I'm not the one that controls my IMDb. So, but nonetheless, I've worked on a bunch of them. Many of them I just did additional voices, so I'm not credited with an individual character, but I supplied voices for other stuff like in the background or during a fight sequence or for a character that doesn't have a name, so like part of a crowd or something of that nature. But I did supply character voices on One Piece. I was the voice of Blondie, and I was the Captain Blondie, and I was the voice of Heat, who was the second in command of Kids Pirates. And then in the One Piece Gold movie, I was the voice of Times, and in Joker Game, I was the voice of Fukumoto. So I've worked on a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
I would love to get a voice job on the Resident Evil game. I think that would fulfill my life. I think if I dropped that right after that, I'll be good.
Dude, I went on. Do you know who's playing that game right now? I just subscribed to Sasha Gray. She's got an awesome gaming channel on YouTube. Super chill place. Yeah, but she's got the new Requiem. And so I've been watching her gaming channel. That's been cool.
Nice.
So yeah, if you any of the animes that I mentioned, you could probably listen through there, and you can probably see if you can hear my voice. Unless I'm doing a funny voice, I'm doing something, But I gave you the names of some of the characters I did, or you can find me in the credits somewhere for like additional voices and stuff like that. But yeah, got to work on that. Worked for Funimation for about 5 years. I got to go in and do stuff like that. So it was a lot of fun, So yeah. It's pretty much it. That's the anime work I've done. I also I've done some projects that the one project I was really sad about. It didn't get released for legal reasons, and that was I auditioned and got a part for this YouTube channel that does voice work. They typically do like Lego animations, and so. But I saw a notice go out that they were looking for voice actors for an audio version of The Dark Tower for the first book, The Gunslinger by Stephen King. And so I auditioned for that and was like, I so want in on that. So I auditioned for it and I got a role in that, and I recorded my lines, and I heard the final product and everything. It never got released due to some legal issues with the rights. So that was a really amazing project that I got involved in that unfortunately never saw the light of day. That had, I think, some really solid voice work for me, but everybody was solid in that. But I got to voice a character in one of Stephen King's characters from the Dark Tower, which I thought was pretty sick from the first book. So that was a lot of fun. But I don't know if it's ever going to get released.
Is it hard to get into voice? I had a roommate in college, and he and I and he we played around a lot, but he was really good at doing like voices. We'd watch, like, the classic was like Aqua Teen Hunger Force. You know, people would want to sound like Fry, or you want to sound like Master Shake or whatever. But like, I forgot what I was asking something really specific, but I forgot what I was saying.
Okay, the experience of me getting into the voice acting industry was long, because getting into that industry is equally as much as what you can do, but also who you know. And so when I first auditioned, the very first thing I ever auditioned for was Yu Yu Hakusho. And I auditioned for Funimation back when Funimation was a little tiny studio in a strip mall. So back when they were really, really small, they had just picked up a number of licenses and were providing the English dubbing. And so they were really, really tiny. And I actually did a blanket audition where I supplied a number of voices, and it was like Yu Yu Hakusho and I think Bleach was under their banner, and Dragon Ball Z. And so,
those are some really big titles, JL.
Right.
That's
So
really
well, hang on. So when Funimation got started, they started off really, really small. They had a very, very small studio, and they acquired the rights to do the English dubbing for a number of of top tier animes. But they started off small, just like any company does, and they're doing excellent work. And they had a couple of people in that did really top notch translations of the Japanese in order to make the English dubbing really good. And so that's when I first auditioned for them. This was back in like 2003. You know, maybe it's 2002 or 2003 when I first auditioned for them. And then I didn't get a part. I didn't get selected. So it was part of an open call. So, but over time, they had my name. So I kept going back to open calls. And over that time, I spent probably 10 years honing my talent, learning how to do it, learning how to do different voices, getting my instrument ready so I could go in and do stuff. And it took 10 years of practice and 10 years of networking, learning who the people were, getting to know them by name, recognizing them, like this, what the work going on. So I was networking at the same time until eventually, and I still wasn't getting in. I'd go to all these open calls and I wouldn't get in until one day, and this is wild how it went down, because there was something I wasn't getting. You know, I could do it. I knew I could do the job, but there was something that I was missing until one day. This is my favorite story to tell about this. I had just got done where I was working the graveyard shift, and I was exhausted. So I was working the graveyard shift. I was tired, and I got a phone call from Funimation say, "Hey, we're doing these open calls. We're doing another set. Do you want to come in?" Being a voice actor, you never turn down an audition opportunity if that's what you're looking for. So I looked at myself, was like, I'm unshowered, I'm unshaven, I do not look professional. I don't.
No, JL, that's got to be the best though, right? That's got to be so. But
I'm getting there.
You're doing the grind set mindset to get into it in the first place. So
what happened was I got the call to come in, and I just got off work at like 7 o'clock, and the call was to be in at 9, and it was going to be a 45-minute drive. I was like, do I have time to drive back to my apartment, which was too far, to get prepped, get professional looking, and then get out there on time? I didn't have time. So I was like, what do I do? So I was like, fuck it. I've been doing this so often, I'm probably not going to get it anyway. So I was like, fuck it. So I threw my sunglasses on. And tried to tidy myself up a bit, change my shirt, because I had a spare shirt in the back of the car, and I drove out to Funimation. At this point, they were in the big studio in Grapevine. So I drive out to Funimation, and I go in, and I'm like, I'm tired, and I'm like, I'm probably not going to get this anyway. I'm at the point where it almost feels futile. But I was like, you know what, I'm going to go in and whatever. And when I got in there, I threw caution to the wind and was like, fuck it. I'm just going to like go balls out. You know, I'm just gonna have fun with this. I'm not even trying to get the role. I'm just gonna like go balls out and just do what I think is right. You know, I'm just gonna go like this. And I got it. I got the call back. And the reason why I did, I figured out later, was because when I went in for the audition, every time I auditioned beforehand, I was auditioning like a theater actor. I was coming in with the mindset that how I looked was as important as how I performed. And so I was coming in like a theater actor, where them seeing me and seeing how professional I am and seeing how well I do mattered, but it actually doesn't. So I went in there on the day that I went in there, and I was stinky, I was tired, and I just put caution to the wind and said, fuck it, I'm just going to do it the way I think it's right. Instead of giving them what I think they want, I went with what I thought was right. And I just went for broke. It's like, whatever, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind. I'm just too tired to even give a shit. Threw it down. 2 days later, I got a call back for a show to come in and do additional voices. And I was like, and that was for Bento. And I was like, I got it. It was like, and I realized at the fact that it was because I was auditioning wrong. So if you ever get an opportunity to audition like that, remember, it's not like auditioning for a movie. It's not like auditioning for a stage. Nobody gives a shit what you look like. It's all about this. It's all about this. It's all about your voice and what you bring to it. Once I shed the image that this physicality with this didn't matter, it all came out right. It was a lesson I wish I'd learned much, much earlier, but I eventually got in. And so then I got to proceed to work with them.
Did they ask you to sing it all, like, you know, up where they walk,
I've never been asked to sing.
Where we play all day in the sun. Da, 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 da.
Okay.
Da, da,
No
da,
copyrighted music. It's gonna get me taken down. So, but no, I've never been asked to sing, which is good because my range is limited. But I've done lots of crazy voices, lots of fun voices. Krakatoon says, JL, did you need to go to a specific studio and travel far for it to record all the different voices? Yes, it was always at Funimation, and I had to drive out there. So it was always wherever I lived, I had to drive out to Grapevine and go in and be in the studio. And depends upon where you're at. They've got the big one where they can host like 5-6 people. You got enormous space. And you got the little tiny one, which is a little coffin. So it's like this little like closet, you know, that you go in, and it's like a foot between my shoulders and the walls. And then you record in that space. So it really just depends. So. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun driving out there and getting to do voices, and getting tapped to, you know, to do like characters is pretty badass. So it was a lot of fun. I had fun doing it for a long time.
Yep. Okay.
COVID literally killed it. That's what happened.
You might come back though. You might get more calls.
Yeah, so we're like mega overtime on my side. Oh boy, I'm gonna pay for this this morning. Oh boy, I got to be productive. But okay, I'm about to drop a link into the YouTube chat. If you want to grab it up, because you could put up the video for this, because I'm just having a bad day today.
Okay.
OBS does not like me. Just dropped it in the chat. It's a whole minute to answer the 0.5 from our last video on
the private chat.
No, into the YouTube chat. It just got posted.
Where is it? Let me see.
If not, actually, I can probably drop it in. I can drop it into the StreamYard private chat.
Yeah, put it in the private chat. I can grab it there.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, 1 second.
You can get the one with all of us on the side panel and
yeah,
visible up. A whole minute to reflect on purpose.
Here we go. Oh, what is my purpose?
We must share.
Oh, sorry. I'm screwing up. I'm getting tired. 1 second.
We're on like triple overtime now. Oh. There we go.
Hey, Rick, I have to make a project for the science fair this weekend. You think you could help me out?
Whatever. Well, I mean, traditionally, science fairs are a father-son thing.
Fucking Jerry. It's a minute long, so I have to make sure that it gets so I don't get a copyright takedown. But
Well, scientifically, traditions are an idiot thing.
Morty, I think it would be fun for you to work on a science project with your dad.
by the way, Sarah Chalk is absolutely amazing voice actress. People probably remember her from Scrubs.
Yeah, Dad, why don't we do it together?
Yes. You backed the right horse on this one, son. We'll get out the crayons, brew some coffee, and knock this thing out in 2 or 3 days.
What is my purpose?
Pass the butter. Thank you.
Dad, I need a ride to work.
Maybe Rick can give you a ride.
What is my purpose? Pass the butter.
I'm helping Morty with science.
I'm busy.
Doing what?
Anything else?
What is my purpose?
You pass butter.
Oh my god.
Yeah, welcome to the club, pal.
It's so true. Oh.
Is that about being potentially just nothing but an object of wrath?
Yeah. What is my purpose? You pass butter.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, welcome to the club, pal. Oh, I love it.
Yep. Okay, I gotta jet.
All right, bud.
I will not be gone just more than the next few seconds. I can manage it.
This is as good a place as any. So I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Good times.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you, J Money. Thank you for Doug for stopping by, and to everybody, Gretchen, PhD Tony, Nobody on Fire. See, I didn't mix it up this time. Maybe I will get Karen Dave up here one day. That'll be pretty cool. But you guys rock. I appreciate that. And thank you so much to all the super chats, the milestone chats, if any came through. I hope I didn't miss any, but I appreciate, and of course the gifted memberships from Avatar. I appreciate those. All that support helps me to run this channel and keep doing this thing. And you guys rock. You know, I'm glad you enjoyed the conversations. Got some down in personal stuff, and we had some good convos there. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. So I will likely be doing this more often during the week. That seems to be what people want, and I'm going to structure that so I can make sure it aligns with my schedule. Thank you, I Killed Earl, who's been a member for 32 months. Thank you so much for that support. I appreciate that. And hopefully we'll see more. We'll get more of this stuff. I like how this algorithm is picking up, and we're looking in good shape. So thank you, guys. I appreciate you hanging out with me.
Anytime. Peace.
Absolutely. All right. And to everybody out there, you rock. I appreciate that. Have a great rest of your morning. I appreciate all the support. I can't express it any more than that. And I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully I'll have new content coming out soon. I am so dragging my heels on it, but I think I'm kind of out of the creative funk, and I'm ready to get the shit done. So it's just been, but hopefully it'll be there, and you'll get new content as well as these live streams. So look forward to that. And thank you, Jessica, who has been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much for that support. I appreciate that. You rock. And you guys have a great one. As always, thank you for joining me for the Stage of Reason. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all next time. Say bye, Andrew. Bye, Andrew. It'll help if I have this queued up. Oh, Surf. Thank you, Surf. Good to see you. And Mr. E-Man. I miss so many people.